Hello everyone. Welcome back. Presumably, welcome back for episode 8, because otherwise weird time to jump in. I mean, unless you just want to see the episode 8 reaction in particular, in which case you do you, but I need fortification. Peep my new mug. Yes. Okay. What a journey this has been. I mean, we still have one unaired episode yet to go, which they did announce Australian theatres to show the episode the 2 weeks earlier before the online release, which I considered making a post asking kind of what you guys would prefer, presumably to do the first time reaction, sitting here. But given that my reactions are so pause focused, I think even if I had seen it in person first, there would still be so much that, I mean, God, it's going to be an hour, isn't it? What's the runtime of that video going to be like? I did not consider this. But ultimately, regardless, I decided to just wait for the online release, specifically because it is such a personal thing for me. Not that I feel like experiencing it for the first time in a group would kind of not dull my reaction a little bit, but yeah, it is quite a personal reaction and experience for me. Like if I'd watched the whole thing with someone or with people, it'd be different, but it's very, very close to my heart now. So I think, yeah, first watch, I've just got to be able to react how I react in the comfort of my own home. So yeah, that's coming. June's going to be crazy. So it's going to be weird having that much more time in between seeing an episode, because unlike most of you, this is my first watch through of the series, and so spacing out the uploads, a few weeks apart has sort of kept me in tune with a lot of the stuff. And yeah, it's going to feel like a hole in my heart while we're waiting for that new episode. Hence why I spaced this one out a little bit more with last week before. I don't know when I'm uploading these, but the last video, kind of that re-breakdown, recap, and sort of reformulating thoughts from episode 1, and then just kind of series whole. You get it if you've seen it. But that was really good for also helping with a bit of burnout, especially as these are getting so much longer and longer. I really do have to stay locked in for hours and hours and hours and hours. And so having more of a chill video discussion style was a little bit more low-key. So it was nice to space things out, but also mix things up and, yeah, process some of my thoughts audibly. So, yeah, it was really great to discuss with you guys, as always, particularly about controversial figures like Jax and Kane. So if you haven't seen that, I talk for far too long, as always. So if you're a glutton for punishment, go check it out. But yes, once again, I'm stalling because I don't know how this is going to go. Last episode was hard enough. I can't even begin to imagine what the state of play is going to be like now after that bombshell. I assume it's going to pick up pretty shortly after what happened with our crew and seeing how they're processing it. In my little episode 7, post video thoughts, I think I talked about some of my predictions for this episode and or potential implications from what happened. I'm really interested to see the group dynamic after Jax's panic attack and pressing the button. Oh, and speaking of Jax pressing the button and panic attack, I know some of you were interested in me talking about car theory, which I don't know what that is. I can assume, based on the real world glimpses that we got, most of which seem to be from the point of view of driving a car. I assume it's something to do with that. And I do have thoughts. I don't know what the larger fandom interpretation is, and I don't really care to look into it, to be honest. I mean, even when I'd heard about the show, one big thing that I knew about it was kind of the insane behavior of some fans doxing the actual, like the real world houses' locations from those glimpses, like just really not good stuff. So I've kind of like, I don't really want to talk about it, but I'm sure it's going to come up at some point in this video, and if it doesn't, I've made note to talk about it, but I just want to get stuck in. So maybe I'll address my thoughts on what those glimpses could mean a little bit later or at the end. We'll see, but I really want to get stuck into this because I'm probably going to be here for a while and I'll probably need to take breaks, so I might as well get stuck in now and pace myself. All right, I guess it's time. Let's see how they react to what happened and how they deal with Kane after this. I'm very scared about that because, as I said, he is in this vast position of power over them. And if they all hate him and kind of that last little vestige of amicability between them is kind of broken, I feel like Kane's already in a very volatile position, but I don't want to know what he's going to do to them. if that happens. We've seen him deal with NPCs in his very flippant, destructive manner. So I am very nervous. We've seen him get progressively more and more off the rails in his glitchiness, and this is a very unstable situation. And I guess let's find out where that goes. Okay. Oh yeah, and there's a sensitive flashing light warning. Just so you all know. Grid? Red. Okay, I made it in like 40 seconds without pausing. That's such a good start. That time is over now, because I already have so many thoughts on this alone. I mean, immediately, my first thought, red, representing Cain in some form, but also the grid behind. This is kind of like what I was talking about in episode 1, in a way, with the void of video game representations of code and like the way that's represented in different ways. And I wonder if that's like if we're kind of in the mainframe right now, because it's interesting. We see nothing and then bloops into existence, and there's nothing for a while, and then it's like a bunch of other red shaded orby color things kind of compile, and he gets a little bit bigger. I say it, the ball. I can't say for sure what we're talking about. That's just my interpretation of what this is representing, but I'll be a bit more objective. The little circle here, and it's kind of, ever since it appeared, like been pulsating, maybe signaling that sign of intelligence or activity going on, like being alive for code anyway, perhaps signaling that it is representing something or someone like Cain. But you know, we had to go frame by frame here. My thoughts, because we obviously see little circle absorbs or like eats up all this, I mean, similar circles. So if that's code, maybe more code or like digitally encoded information, machine learning, potentially. And after that, obviously it gets bigger. We see these flashes of real world photos. Once again, oh my God, please tell me no one doxed these people or these locations when EP8 came out. Oh no. But anyway, we see that. And then after kind of taking in those photos, that information, maybe this is just a representation of the kind of info, not a one-for-one maybe, but then it spits out shapes. They kind of looked like gloinks, if I'm being honest. Which is interesting because, again, last video talking about the gloink queen, which we didn't see much aside from the first episode, like in episode 4, yeah, at the, I was going to say the eatery, the fast food eatery, the fast food joint Spudsies. But I had forgotten a lot about, well, I had no frame of reference when I first watched the first episode, obviously. So it's interesting contextually kind of revisiting that. Because I don't know if that's connected at all, but the gloink queen kind of makes the little gloinks that are kind of shapes. And I think after the gloink queen eats Zubal's head and Kinga, she says something like, "You will all be gloinks, God will be gloinks," or something, eating them. I don't know if that's connected anyway. It's just the shapes reminded me of the gloinks. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. What the fuck is this? I'm very, 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 very concerned, you guys, because yes, this is a real world photograph, maybe in the form we're seeing it. Again, I don't know whether this is a mock-up, like representation of the kind of things, kind of information the code was being delivered, but I'm seeing clowns, hello Coffmo, and frogs, hello Ribbit. Uh-oh. And I can't really make it out, but on that one at the front to the left is kind of, I don't know, maybe not Zubal-like, but gloink-like? I don't know, but mainly it seems to be frogs and clowns. And I'm concerned. I mean, this one's pretty self-explanatory, but I wouldn't have actually made this connection without last video. I think it's when Pomni is trying to find Cain and calling for him and he's nowhere to be found. She opens one door and it's like this black void, not the void, but a void. And there's like a tower of merry-go-rounds, carousels for those who call them that, kind of like shaking and swaying from side to side, but it seems like kind of an unfinished concept maybe. I'm assuming it's either related to that or just obviously circusy in general. Now what the fuck is going on here? God, I was looking to try and see if there was something I could recognize. And I see a moon. in the back there that looks awfully familiar, but lots of pumpkins, assuming this is somewhat Halloween-y. I'm Australian, so it's not like a big deal here, but I've seen enough pumpkin patches in media to kind of make that connection. It's like a gorilla-looking suit guy with horns, a dinosaur, I think. Is that a unicorn? Huh, kind of like Zubal's unicorn horn, maybe? I'll be honest, I'm not fully set on the symbolism of this image. I was thinking maybe the horror episode maybe took inspiration from this. Or maybe just an insight into human culture and the human world. Maybe the fact that, humans are often a fan of like scary, frightful stuff, especially at Halloween. Okay, I'm presuming this, basically, I should have mentioned it as soon as I saw the first photo, but this kind of has confirmed for me that red blip is a codified representation of Cain. Because these images being fed, I started talking about it as if I'd already said this, but I'm assuming those are glimpses that either led to the designing of the circus or informed him about it. Say, hypothetically, the world was created prior and he was introduced, or whether he, as like a very advanced AI, was maybe implemented to build the circus from the ground up as a prototype. I don't know. Either way, it doesn't change my thoughts in this regard, because obviously a lot of these pictures are linking to things we've seen in the circus, and this played a big part in last episode, going through the little playing basketball, as Kinga says, going through the basket to Cain's office. But also I just did a puzzle of hot air balloons, and there was a balloon that looked exactly like that, so I'm freaked out. Okay, maybe just more human world imagery and like circus kind of carnival-esque imagery, and also things like the, inflatable sides there kind of resemble the pipes. Maybe little bits of inspiration are coming from here and there. Obviously color schemes. Monkey, I'm sure there's been a monkey character at some point. I just can't recall all of the many faces we've seen, but unfortunately weren't able to meet. Obviously from the little, time date coding at the bottom, but also the color grading and the graininess. You can tell these photos are from a bit ago. And obviously the age of the computers that we see, I presume this was to make it line up and to ensure that the info being fed through to Cain lines up date-wise of like predating, or at least being of a similar time period to the kind of macroverse imagery we've seen thus far of CNA, etc. Don't really need to add anything on this one, I think. Okay, we are still squarely at around 40 seconds and the yappenings have already begun, and I fear they shall not cease. So strap in. But I'm wondering about this. If my hypothesis is correct, I'm wondering what these represent, because they do kind of resemble gloinks, which makes me think, I wonder if the gloink queen, because I think in episode 1, the gloinks as well, they Katamari style kind of collect everything and try and bring it for the gloink queen to like eat. I wonder if the gloink queen is a creation, again, like a lot of things seem to be, in Cain's image. I mean, I think she's mostly red and blue and yellow, which aside from Cain is just a common color scheme in this. So I wonder if the shapes are incidental in any way, whether that's another kind of a physical representation of some of these processes, or whether these are specific designs, part of the circus location, or whether they're characters. I mean, I would doubt that, considering maybe character bodies, but considering they would probably spawn in, they themselves not being purely digital creations. So this could be a lot of things, and I think I'll keep thinking about that. But actually it could even just be, rather than physical things, I mean, it's all code, but also the fact that they're hollow, like just an outline of shapes, could be a representation that it's a theoretical or learned information that has been fed in and then sort of released in different understandings. Like, I've understood this concept, this bit of information, spit out as a shape, and kind of so on. That's another possible angle. Oh, okay, this could be nothing, but I find it interesting that, God, my thoughts are just, this is so much information in such a short time. But I'm wondering if there's any significance to that first time when everything supposedly, presumably went successfully. All of the colour that he was being fed were shades of red, which is, that like color being processed by or assimilating into that red. I feel like I'm just going to refer to that red dot as Cain, because after last episode, what else would this be? Plus the contextual images we've got. Just for now, that's my assumption, right? So information of a different color being fed in and ultimately kind of mixing in with the red there. But then ultimately Cain stays red. And I'll go back to the images, but even though he stays red, or maybe because he stays red, the shapes coming out are very misshapen, for lack of a better word. Almost like whatever process just happened didn't work as intended. Or if we're going the theoretical route, maybe the information that was supposed to be processed was either processed incorrectly, or the wrong information or the wrong details were kind of taken away from that tranche of information, of code. Yeah, that's very, very interesting. I mean, I wonder if this is purely an early on thing or whether some of this is concurrent with players already being in the circus. I mean, the misshapen shapes, I mean, even maybe they were intended to be this way, but even ones like the spiky one, which would typically be more symmetrical. The fact that bits are missing. It's kind of like when there's, deleted genes in like a human. A piece of information is either missing or processed incorrectly. It's really interesting, this visual representation of that potentially. Something's gone wrong. And that's what I was going to say. The fact that he stays red, even though a different color is mixed in, I wonder if that's like part of what went wrong here is maybe not growing and evolving, but rather consuming. Like, rather than that information being fed in, kind of becoming part of him. It's almost like he ate it all up and then is spitting out. I don't know. I think it was maybe significant that the first lot of info that went correctly was red. Maybe it was similar code or ideas or code on a similar level to his current. I don't know. But then, yeah, it's almost like he monopolized all of that, and maybe that was intended, but it was just the fact that it was a different color is interesting. And he did get bigger, so he clearly grew. But, okay. I mean, Candy Kingdom, the candy elephant, Gummy Goo. This is pretty obvious. Okay, this is an odd one. I mean, a swimming pool, but dinosaurs? I mean, I wonder if this is, because I guess kind of related in theory, but animals like crocodiles being tangentially related in conversation to things like dinosaurs. I wonder if this is, again, just a glimpse into human kind of experience in the cultural lexicon, and I don't know what the Gloink Queen is, but there are some freaky looking things in the digital circus. Okay, if I didn't jump in here, I was going to look awfully silly, because as is typical of my ADHD brain, I was mid-thought here and I trailed off, and my brain's like, oh, we finished the thought internally. That was verbalized. And then obviously when I comment on it later, I realized editing, oh, that was actually an inside thought. That's fun. Basically, when I was saying there was, there's pretty freaky looking things in the circus, I was trying to link that back to what I was talking about with the monkey, in the jump castle thing, where I'm sure we've seen not NPCs, but actual other player characters either in, concept art or on the doors, or I'm sure they existed, but I just can't recall. So in saying there's, lots of freaky looking things in the circus, I meant to follow that with, or precede that with, I'm sure there is a dinosaur NPC. Oh, I keep doing that player character that we just haven't met yet or haven't seen yet, but especially with how much it appeared in the photos, I assumed that there would be one. And there is, but I will save that for past me when that comes up. Okay, I mean, episode 4, anyone? Okay, this is giving golf course, but I could also see this being more of a representation of, I don't know, elements of this, like the rolling hills in the background of the digital circus opening screen, with the lake, even things like the lake maybe contributing to the beach, or this kind of open plains. Obviously there's a lot of grass there, but kind of resembling the Savannah Adventure, or I don't know, that's the thing, maybe it's little bits of information and maybe the wrong bits. We saw the shapes kind of go askew, so I wonder if that's anything. Okay, I didn't expect it at first, but lots of hidden circus imagery. At first I was kind of like masquerade, but there's, kind of fancy, but creepy looking jester masks and little jesters in a lot of places. And I mean, obviously the obvious connection to mask, And, oh, well, yes. Well, yes. It was an obvious connection, but the fact that there's also a rhino in the corner and in the savannah adventure, Gangle was the rhino that got chomped on by Jax. So obviously parts of this, and then even ribbons, some ribbons I'm seeing attached to masks. Obviously a very strong Gangle connection here, which, I mean, we could kind of probably put that together, but even if not directly made by himself, these glimpses do kind of show that either Kane himself or the information that he was fed and has does also correlate to the digital representation of the characters and their bodies. Maybe this is pre-programmed and he's just being clued in about it, or maybe this is the foundation for their creation. I recognize this shot. I mean, you could consider it related to episode 4 as well with the fast food, but largely that restaurant that Kane has a tendency to hang out in, either with Bubble or Jax from last episode, and surrounded by mannequins as well. Okay, I mean, well, this is disturbing. At first, I was thinking maybe this was, I mean, it still could be symbolism for Kaufmo's funeral, the clown and the flowers, but that looked like a hospital bed, and I was like, oh no. But there's cards hanging up saying baby boy, and there's a little hanger there with baby clothes. I wonder what, I guess we could guess what parts of information in these. Because remember, all information that I guess is fed into AI models and stuff, it's not like you're always feeding it exactly the thing that you or people might want out of it. Say you are feeding this image because clown and circus concept. Look, clown. Maybe as a consequence, unintentional parts. I mean, it does happen, but maybe this is representing that although one thing was supposed to be the focus, like the main information being fed in, there was a lot of other peripheral stuff fed in as well. It's all interesting. Okay, there it is. I was wondering if it was just the dinosaurs that were kind of a representation of that, but obviously we've got our little crocodile friend. Oh, those blow up lilos are so fun. The flat ones with the little handle, I used to love those ones. But yeah, very interesting. Obviously, all of the creations that we see of Kane, even if we're not seeing them right here, this is such a fascinating way of cluing us into the fact that that's what's happening. If that is what's happening, which I tend to think so. And I mean, it feels obvious that that's what it's saying. Maybe I'm missing something, but if so, it's a very clever way of showing us what's happening and presented in the way of like, this is not a human taking in information, already creating that separation from day dot. Yeah, and all the misshapen, and it's making like glitchy sounds as well. Blue. Oh, no. Guys, I'm actually gonna, I can't do this. I don't know if that's what this is. I'm not well. I'm really, really, really not well, guys. Because I was about to say, oh, look, haha, another representation of, I mean, obviously the macroverse, but oh, look at all the little bits of inspiration found their way into the game. Oh, look, it's chess pieces. Oh, look, a butterfly. What if it was true? I mean, I know we didn't get a full answer on that, but while initially really skeptical, because I didn't trust Abel as far as I could throw him, the way Kinga responded to not only the little hand token, but also to being like, oh, one of the original developers, Abel, and he's like, who? And also it's like the only time Abel was ever speaking with real conviction, or like they were just bullshitting a lot of the time and you could tell. The only time they really spoke with bitterness and real conviction, probably sort of Kane's influence, obviously, but there seemed to be some real animosity there and real feelings around the fact that Kinga and Abel had beef or like something, which could have just been abstraction related or Queenie, all of that kind of stuff. But just all of those things and the way Kinga reacted made me lean much, much, much more towards believing that it was true, that maybe Kinga was an original developer. And then with what I mentioned in my last video, actually, from back in episode 1, I didn't catch this the first time I watched it, but at the very end of the episode, you hear them talking about, eating food, that digital feast thing, and Kinga kind of going off on a little tangent about how, oh, that's just digital nutrition, we don't actually need it, blah, 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 blah. Jack says to Kinga, since when are you an expert on the digital world? like, in retrospect, that was so meaningful, and that makes me think that was already a little Easter egg that Kinga was a developer. All that to say, was this his fucking desk? Because I'm seeing a chessboard and the only pieces on there, oh my god, if that's their children, I can't say on YouTube what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna jump out the window. That's my go-to. There's also a dog, which makes me think they left a dog behind. If that's their kids, I'm gonna flip out. But the fact that 2 of the black pieces and 1 of the white pieces as the pawns, but then the king is a white piece, which Kinga is the lighter colour of chess pieces, more of a beige in the digital world. And I can't make it out. It almost looks short enough to be a rook, but the fact that it is in those two, like the king and the queen spot, and Queenie is also the darker colour, more of a brown colour in the digital world, that has to symbolise Kinga and Queenie, right? Which maybe is just inspiration for their characters, but there seems to be, yes, there's a dog there, there seems to be a photograph of, it's too small to see, too blurry. It looks to be a woman. You can't really see her face, but it looks like she's kind of standing in the CNA office. I wonder if that, I don't know, maybe it's a photo of something else. Maybe it's him and it's just blurry, but anyway, there's also the butterfly that's pinned up there, and he used to hate insects, but his wife obviously made him love them. And I feel like him and butterflies are just kind of linked now, and then he made the butterfly to give health to Ragatha in the gun game. It's the desk of a developer, there's a little chessboard there, soft deadline, hard deadline, eat pie on the calendar. What looks to be a leak. Interesting. Oh, obviously, I was going to say, I know the joke is Pi Day is like 3.14. Doesn't work as well in Australian date, but March 14th is my birthday. So that's crazy. I've always known it was Pi Day. Not as much fun as May the 4th be with you. But yeah, this kind of rocked me. This image, you guys. And this is a huge problem because we are still only like a minute into this episode. And that's so bad. There's still 30 minutes left. So bad for me in all aspects. And I knew this would happen, hence why I needed to film a more low-key video to go out between these because I'm going to be editing my ass off. But yeah, whether this is inspiration or just, I mean, it can't be, because you know what? I'm choosing to believe that this might be a real photo of Kinga's desk purely because maybe the chess pieces were inspiration for their characters, their character models. The fact that they're linked in this photo of the real world with a butterfly and chess pieces, I have to believe that this is real, because why else would this information specifically be fed into Kane? Like the butterfly thing, Queenie liking insects and subsequently Kinga, I presume that was in the outside world. I'm not well after seeing this. I need to move on. Okay, pretty typical CNA shot. Sorry, the macroverse. But I am also noticing there's a lot more static on these images. You can see the quality getting worse and the process is already kind of degrading. Huh. Oh, creating creation. CNA, creating creation. Okay, I think, I was about to settle in for a bigger discussion, but maybe I'll just briefly touch on it. Creating creation. I mean, that very much leads me to believe that this is, I already did, but the creation maybe of Cain or something like him, because creating creation itself, I mean, talk about God complex, but it almost sounds like, and you know, the kind of web logo, web motif there makes me think that it is, I don't know how to word it, like creating an artificial intelligence smart enough to then in turn create things. And then below it says creating reality. That could even be in reference to digital realities, but I don't know if that is in any way true. But it makes me think that, yeah, it actually does. It makes me think about, from what I said earlier, whether or not, doesn't matter if he was like spawned into it and fed that info or whether he created it. I know he was in control of everything, but that makes me think Cain is an AI that was designed to create. I mean, I know he creates adventures and he's designed to, okay, Pin, let me finish my thought first. I think it does solidify in my mind, temporarily maybe, that he created everything in the circus based on what he was fed, this information, because creating creation, if they created Cain to in turn create things. That's where my mind goes. But pin, what was my pin? Yes, I was thinking about Kane's purpose, right? He always says that his purpose is to entertain them, to keep their minds active and stimulated and everything. And he does a shit job, if I'm being honest. It, to me, seemed, and again, I talked about it last video, and I will talk about it more throughout this, I'm sure, about the fact that people misunderstand. It's not that I hate Kane or that I don't understand his character. I understand. We'll see where it goes. But when everybody is getting played and tortured and like are miserable, and someone, regardless of what or who they are, is in a position of power kind of enacting that, I feel less sympathetic towards them in that particular situation. Again, situations are dynamic, but that's kind of the state of play in those scenarios. But I wonder if one component of him feeling trapped, as he kind of indicated last episode, is maybe his function has been very diminished. I mean, he even said, like, too bad they cut me off or something, and he was very bitter about that. I said last ep, and again, I'm assuming that means being cut off from an information flow of, machine learning capabilities if he's not being fed any new information. And I mean, I guess based on the grid thing with the spitting out of the shapes, it was already seemingly going quite poorly. Maybe he was, a defective AI. But if his true purpose was actually to create, then that would actually make sense to me why he's always so insistent on these extravagant adventures. And I think he does a terrible job of, keeping the humans entertained in that sense. And he says he wants them to be happy. And maybe he thinks he does, but I think maybe his actual purpose and, goal, whether he knows it or not, is this creative capacity, at least somewhat. I mean, maybe that would even factor into, I know he said he controls everything but their minds. We obviously see that's probably not the truth, but I don't mess around with the minds of something bad happens or something, like alluding to causing at least the first abstraction scratch. I wonder if that was him taking some creative liberties and trying to, create or amend something in that human capacity that he's not designed for or shouldn't. It just fucked everything, essentially. I just have so many thoughts just from that one poster alone. Creating reality. All right, I'm going to move on, but that gave me a lot of food for thought. Okay, more of a typical one. Lots of coffees. Yep. Oh, that's interesting. I usually see, maybe it's a mirrored photo, but I'm sure they exist. Maybe it's a left-handed keyboard, actually. I just haven't seen one where the numpad and the arrow keys are on the left side. The mouse is on the left side too, so it's either a mirrored image or maybe it is a left-handed person who is working here. Seems like a pretty plain desk setup, lots of files, lots of coffee. Someone's pulling some all-nighters maybe, and scrunched up all the paper, some work that's been discarded. Yeah, once again, pretty standard, nothing really sticking out as too abnormal. Vending machine. Yeah, okay, I recognize this image. We are getting more shots that we've actually seen in episode 1. When Pomni was going through the CNA facility for the first time, this is a door she walked through, I'm pretty sure. Good thing that I just revisited it because I recognize this shot. Very interesting. Yeah, something's gone very wrong there. Wait, I think that... Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I think... Oh, and he looks so much smaller. Obviously, something was going wrong there, and his code's been isolated, and I have to assume this was not now, because even though he still says he's trapped, clearly something, the blue, he has a replacement, I guess. Maybe it's another... And it's blue. That's what I'm thinking, the blue and the red door. So much blue and red imagery. I have thoughts. But this reminds me of, I can't think of the name of it, but there was this game we'd play on like cool math games in school computer lab, escaping a maze or something, and you were either like a circle or a square and you had to escape. It kind of reminds me of that imagery wise, but yeah, it looks like his code's been kind of isolated and he's effectively been shelved and replaced maybe with a more stable model, a better Kane, and Abel. Some might even say, like, I know not like last episode, but even going back to the old story of Cain and Abel, it's Cain getting jealous because Abel like had better stuff or did better, he had more resources, did a better job, and Cain killed him for it. And then Abel in some renditions comes and gets revenge, but I don't know, it just really reminds me of that, especially how small he looks or feels now, like in the shadow of someone better. And I guess literally better in this case, if it's an AI that works or is more stable than this failed attempt, maybe, that was Kane. But now he's all locked up. The fact that it's blue is crazy. Wait, that's really interesting because when Kane was being fed a different colour, all of his little like bubbly bits that were coming out, they were all different colours too, maybe hinting at that instability, whereas this, even though it's taking in information, it's remaining stable, it's remaining one colour. So it actually changes what I thought earlier about the colour, since this one stays the same colour after taking in all that info as well, but even in the process of taking it in, yeah, it's almost like it's a more stable form and taking in a different colour, maybe, but still spitting out correct shapes. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Wait. I know it's a different show, so technically it's never a hint. It wasn't part of this show. It's not a clue I picked up on. But that is so crazy because last episode, when I was talking about the door and the blue and red similarity, and oh my god, that's actually so smart. I wonder if they got inspiration or whether it is just the typical, tropes and concepts in general, same colours. But I literally mentioned about Severance. Again, no spoilers. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. But the idea, I was like, the main character Mark, he's kind of split. His chronology's split, and one of him is kind of symbolized as blue and the other red. And this idea of them combining and becoming one. But also the fact that I mentioned Mark has that fish tank in his house, the fighting fish that need to be kept separated, and so there's a dividing wall separating a red and a blue fish, because if that wall is taken down, they'll eat each other, or one will eat the other. That's crazy. Because it's the kind of, I guess not literally eating, but he kind of Pac-Man'd him. Oh my god, wait. We've actually seen it a couple of times. Oh, I think I know where this is going. The red and the blue door, the red and blue everywhere, that's still very clearly, symbolically at least, a big part of Kane, let's just say. But the fact that I remember that sometimes when he glitches, it obviously goes into the dial-up, like as if, he's missing that bit of information or isn't connected to it, that pathway anymore, kind of thing. But there's also been times when he's been very unstable and glitching, and one eye goes blue and the other eye goes red, and they kind of like, did they become one? That's so Severance of them. Not saying they copied it, I'm just saying thematically, that's such an interesting link. That is what I think is happening. An unstable, because I thought maybe when he was trapped earlier, maybe that was him being cut off, but I wonder if he went rogue and that came later. Oh, I'm very interested. Nom nom nom. That's what his eyes look like when they, oh shit. Oh. Almost looked like that's crazy. Because it almost looked like blue was winning out there for a minute. But I mean, you could even look at that as kind of the parallel for things like abstraction, where the glitchier one or the more unstable one maybe has a better chance of taking over, infecting the other one. I mean, we saw that when Ragatha was glitching after touching the abstraction of Kothmo, and Pomni touched it and that got passed to her, like almost like a virus. Holy shit. Wait, I'm so glad that I did a little episode 1 and my thoughts on episode 1 refresh, because you fucking hypocrite, Kane. Oh my god. Because at one point in the episode, he was babbling and then he pulled out angel food cake or something, and Bubba was like, yum, I'll have that, yoink, and eats it. And I remember that was the moment I was shocked in the episode with Kane yelling, you parasite, and pops him, and I was like, oh my god, he killed Bubble. Bubble's okay. Very flippant though, I still maintain that. But that's crazy because you could consider here him being almost virus-like in nature, like parasitic, eating. That's interesting. But yeah, I wonder if maybe these little shapes are just part of Kane's own mind, maybe. Maybe it is part of the physical world, or theoretically part of that, like the digital world, I should say, but in a physical representation. Or whether it's just the recesses of Kane's mind specifically, because he's processed the blue guy and spat him out, but it's like he lurks there still for a good long while, and maybe even that's the output of information, but maybe a lot of it or some of it is still part of him since he consumed it. Damn. What? It's a big top. Oh my god. I don't even know where to begin on that. Because yeah, after all of that, and wait, yeah, okay, I wonder if that's significant. I just went back and checked, and the grid, which, actually maybe that, I don't know. I was going to say maybe the grid being there was symbolic of like being connected, being in the mainframe kind of thing. And as soon as he devours the blue one, it kind of goes to blank. So I was like, maybe that was when he got cut off. But maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe it's just like that representation of, you know, being part of the code has now faded into the background. Maybe him being in a new state and maybe distancing himself from the idea of the digital space, like the way that he kind of sometimes feels like he wishes he was human. I don't know, but it just really creates this haunting, isolated feeling, and then creating the big top. So I wonder if he created, I would have to assume so. I wonder how that worked, creating the circus, which again, creating creation. I presume that was him creating the circus. But if people are using their headsets and like logging on and getting kind of sucked into that, I wonder if it's Kane's fault. Like, people at Kinga have supposedly been there for years and years, right? And if Kinga was one of the developers, which I'm more inclined to think he was now, I wonder how he got stuck there, but also what this timeline is, because if he's just created the circus, presumably things are like, servers are still active. Maybe he's permeated somehow outside the confines of something like a server, and it's kind of infected the mainframe itself in a way. Because I was like, I wonder if Kane's instability is preventing them from leaving and like logging off. Not intentionally, but I just wonder at what point did he get cut off from, I don't know. It gives me so many questions, but I'm so interested in this. That was oh my god, that was only like 2 minutes. Guys, I'm not sorry because this is so interesting to me, but I gotta move along. But yeah, such an interesting form of storytelling. I don't have words. God, so much of this is so haunting. This is fascinating, but I don't think it bodes well for what's coming. I have such an ominous feeling, and I'm like, oh, I'm not ready. It was haunting, a little bit sad, also very interesting, but after everything that happened, I hope, if we're now jumping to our characters in the circus, I hope everyone's okay. After last episode, I hope we start off on an okay foot. I'm not ready. Okay. Let's go. Whoa. I say again, scratch that. We're pausing because I know nothing about these characters except for the fact that I noticed the little wiggle worm guy, and I noticed that weird gestury thing because I was like, ooh, it's kind of low-key Pomni-like. And thank you! That's what I wanted! Oh my god. When I was like, oh, I have to assume that maybe there's like a dinosaur NPC that we just haven't player character, that we just haven't seen yet, or I haven't remembered. Now that I've seen it, I do recall seeing like a purple Stegosaurus-like looking thing. I do recall that. Seeing it in the flesh. Love that. But yeah, I have to assume this is Scratch. That's so funny because I was looking at my mug earlier and I was like, oh, this is kind of topical because we've got like stitched up ragdolly resembling bear. I was like, maybe one of these two can be Scratch because either a dog or a bird with talons, maybe. Brewster could be Kinga. Kane can be the gyroid. Pomni could be Isabel. I was noticing parallels. I have brain rot from this show. I see it everywhere. But yeah, that's weird. I was imagining maybe Scratch was potentially a dog or a cat or something like a bird, but he looks so nice. And I presume we're being shown this because I don't want to watch him abstract. I don't want to. And oh, he looks so upset. It looks like he's coming to Kane either with a complaint or an argument or, raising an issue. And it's also even more sad because obviously Kinga being here, but the fact that this whole group, this is what I was saying about being remembered, how with a lot of Jax's awful behaviour, at some point I mentioned there's this concept of, like him saying to Pomni, I'd probably forget about you, which prompted this discussion of what is remembering, like what is existence? And I said, Pomni's the newest member. So imagine if everybody else around her was gone and new people were there, but she was the only one who remembered them. When she's gone, it's almost like they never existed at all. So it's sad seeing a whole group here that knew each other. And maybe, I mean, if King is here, maybe other members of this original, if this is the original squad, I don't know, just the first obstruction one. I wonder if some of them were also developers or like playtesting it in some way. But I don't want to watch this, guys. I'm scared. I don't want him to abstract. He's just a little guy. And King is watching, which makes me think it's gonna happen. Oh, fuck.
Another chess piece, huh?
Do you want me to die? Is that what you want? Why are you showing me this? No. I'm really not okay. But wait, what did she say? Did she say another chess piece, huh? Oh, maybe I got that wrong. I could have sworn it was either mentioned or hinted at that they were married outside of the game, which is why I thought maybe they ended up here together. Either she had an involvement with CNA or maybe it was a co-op situation, something. I doubt if they like met in game, he would say, my wife. Like, and the fact that they're both, maybe they bonded over both being chess pieces. No, what's going on here? Wait, this is the first time they're meeting. Maybe they're both new. I was fairly sure that they were married outside. I mean, I guess we'll see, but I don't want to watch this. Scratch looks scared.
Another chess piece, huh? How are you holding up?
I just don't know what's happening. We never made anything like this.
I just hope that...
Wait.
Are you?
It's... you.
Oh my god.
I wish I could remember your name.
Same.
I'm so sorry I roped you into this with me.
It's quite strange.
No. Okay, I need to get a fucking grip. And I need to get it together. I swear Gooseworks and Glitch are going to be hearing from my lawyers for the emotional damages I'm going to need to recuperate. You can't show me this. That's actually not okay, knowing where this goes. But, okay, they knew each other outside of this, and I presume were married. I'm sorry I roped you into this. And how are you holding up? Which makes me think maybe this is the very first group, and maybe they're all new arrivals, because they were all crowded around Kane. Scratch was looking a bit scared, maybe like confused. So I'm not sure on the timeline, but I mean, the way she said that almost made me think maybe she was here first, like, oh, another chess piece, huh? How are you holding up? Like he was newer, but maybe they entered at the same time. And I don't know, but yeah, they were each other's person on the outside. I'm sorry I roped you into this. God, talk about a playtest gone wrong. Okay, holy fuck. I think two things were just confirmed by this. I mean, I'm sure lots of people suspected, but Kinga was a developer. I mean, I know that we roped you into this, but he said, looking at the circus, I don't know what's happening. We never made anything like this. Who never made anything like this? You all at CNA, maybe? But that also confirms that Kane, which we can deduce from what we just saw, created the circus and, I mean, maybe from all the input that he was given, creating it of his own accord, because King is saying, we never made anything like this. So it wasn't designed, like they didn't intend for the circus itself to be made, I'm guessing. Kinga being perplexed that it exists. That is insanity. Oh, but I got so emotional about the two of them. I can't believe they're making us see this, only to then rip it all away. And the fact that they don't even, let alone their own names, but they can recognize just on a soul level, like just from, I mean, maybe the voice as well, but with such a small interaction immediately clocking who it was, even though they can't remember each other's names. That's so sad. And also it's so sad seeing Kinga so lucid all the time in the light. But that's crazy, actually. I wonder if, as the chess pieces, Kinga and Queenie, their hands are like not physically attached to the body. They're like you know, they don't have arms. And so I wonder if any part of Kinga recognizing the little like hand token thing, I wonder if, I mean, it just looks like their hands a little bit, or maybe it was just signaling like either an actual developer thing they would recognize, or maybe just him recognizing that it doesn't mean anything at all. But it just seeing their hands like that kind of reminded me of that. And I mean, in a way I was nervous because I thought it was kind of going to go down the route of Master Hand from Smash Bros. And that terrified me as a kid when I was playing Smash Bros. Melee, I think. Terrified me. I was just little. It was this huge hand thing trying to get me. This godlike, terrifying hand. Okay, I obviously knew that Master Hand was in Melee because that was my first, you know, encounter with it on the GameCube. And that was my most played Smash edition anyway. But I was actually organising my retro game consoles because I'm still getting organised and, you know, getting things from my parents after having moved to this new place. And so serendipitously, I actually had my Smash Bros. Brawl like gamer guide thingy just like lying around. So I wanted to flip through it, and yeah, there was Master Hand in this too, as well as Crazy Hand, which I forgot. I probably blocked it out from the trauma because genuinely I was like terrified. I was like 5 or 6. It was scarring. Because like when Master Hand shakes, it is about to grab you. Oh, I remember. I get so nostalgic. I completely forgot there were guides like this that, I mean, before the internet were basically FAQs and walkthroughs. And I guess if you can't beat Master Hand, all the tips are in here. Maybe our circus crew needs one of these for Kane. But like the lasers, how does that not scare you? And so the fact that it was like a little hand token, I was just like, but it didn't end up, you know, being that. So, whew. But yeah, could be entirely unrelated. It just made me think of their hands, seeing them here. Oh, I don't want to see traumatic things, please. Can we stop on this frame forever, maybe? Okay.
I'm so sorry I roped you into this with me.
It's quite strange.
Partners in everything.
Isn't it?
Listen, no matter what happens, I'll always...
And into the cellar you go. Golly, we're running out of humans here. Now don't you go abstracting on me too. Seriously.
Oh my god. See, this is what happens when I don't wear contacts, which is why, last episode aside, I normally wear contacts while filming, because I, like the drop of a hat, I just tear up so easily. But this just breaks my fucking heart, because what do you mean? Staring deeply into her eyes, and we don't get to hear it, but just like getting her to listen, no matter what happens, I'll always smash cut to the lost abstraction and him being alone. Fuck, wait. Oh my god. I mean, I was mentioning that about being remembered earlier, but I always assumed there was some crossover with Kinga. He was just here by himself for some amount of time before. So that means I assume Ragatha comes next because he said that he was going through a really dark time or something, and then she showed up and it kind of like relit his world a little bit, and that was super sweet. But I thought he just meant like maybe he didn't have anyone who he really spoke to or related to, but he was alone. Or maybe, I don't know how long he was with that last person or who they were. I don't think Queenie, because we kind of saw that, and, you know, in the darkness in the fort, oh my god. No matter what happens, I'll always... And you could think of so many things, like probably I'll always love you, or I'll always, even if I don't remember your name, I'll always remember you, something like that. But whatever it was, I mean, it is true, but it's also not. Like when he's out in the light, he doesn't remember so many things. So even though he like does and will always love her, there's moments when he forgets everything. And I mean, that's the tragedy of it as well, because being cut off there, I'll always smash cut, like we don't know what he was going to say either. Maybe he doesn't know anymore. But you just see his big, beautiful eyes, pupils dilated, looking at his love. And then, what did they do to you, Kinga? Or rather, Kane? This is what I mean. I don't not understand Kane or Kane's struggles. I'm just as the characters, as peers, and then this ringmaster, this overlord type role, being in power and in control of them, the damage he inflicts is just a lot more damaging, for lack of a better word. Not that it's always or necessarily accompanied with any spite or malicious intent or anything, but it doesn't change the effect that it's had on these people. Like, that's so flippant. He does it with NPCs too, but the disposability of that, oh, looks like we're running out of humans, implied, I mean, like, reading between the lines, the running out of humans almost describes like an experiment almost. Like, you know, we're running out of lab rats, kind of out of guinea pigs, that's the word I was looking for. We're running out of humans, not because he's worried about, you know, what's happening to them or the mental state, but for his own reasons, his own gains of like, well, I have no one left to entertain or toy with. Like, depending on your perspective, it's just there's no one left for him to exist for. But he, rather than, you know, understanding that from a value of life perspective, it's oh, they're gone, on to the next. The same attitude he kind of has to NPCs that he flippantly kills. Or, you know, they can be reset. It's the principle of it.
Ew. Seriously.
How long was he alone? Okay, this makes me think a while. Yeah, visual representation of a lot of time passing. The dinosaur Queenie, Kane's hundreds of all-seeing eyes. How long was he alone?
What?
Ragatha.
Hello? Guys? I can't figure out how to... guys? Hello? Can you help me out here? What's happening? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you. Are you okay?
Who are you? How do I take this off?
Whoa, 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 whoa! A new
Get out of my face, Kane. Not now. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I don't know how long he was alone, but Ragatha coming in, just his eyes clearing a little bit and maybe finding a renewed sense of purpose. And that made me so sad because, I mean, from what we know about Ragatha, she's either the kind of person, like in real life, who was surrounded by people, like lots of friends, but no real friends, like quantity over quality, right? Like, I know a lot of people prefer to be social butterflies, have tons and tons of friendships, but for me, with that, like none of them really mean anything. It's just, I'm much more small circle, like a few really close people that I trust. And then everyone else is kind of acquaintance / like, you know, general friend, but maybe not hang out outside of work, school, whatever kind of friend. So this makes me kind of think that maybe they were genuine friends that she was with and I don't know what they were doing, but the way she's pleading, maybe it's not meant to come off this way, but it really reminds me of when someone is getting picked on or a prank played on them and they're like, come on guys, knock it off, like, hey, can you help me kind of thing. It almost seems like she's expecting it to be that, and maybe it was. Maybe it was some prank of like, oh, you should put on the spooky headset over there. She was clearly with other people. I wonder if they were really her friends and just this unfortunately happened, or whether they were kind of fake friends. And I mean, I presume they didn't know this would happen. But yeah, the fact that, because I presume Pomni was alone, and I would guess Jax was probably alone. Zubul probably as well. But this is the first instance we've seen, I mean, we only really saw Pomni arrive, and it must have been when she was, you know, the urban exploring. But seeing this is the second actual entrance, which is why I was like questioning Abel last episode of usually when someone appears, unless maybe they were the first one, they seem to appear either on the stage or in the group, like around everyone. Kane would have at least known. That's part of why I was so dubious. And I was like, yeah, I was right. But that's what makes me wonder about the outside. But I don't feel the need. I mean, I'm reacting, so maybe afterwards, but obviously I want these to be my first time genuine reactions without like watching theory videos. But I also don't really have an interest in that for this show because it's so much more about the characters to me than necessarily solving the mystery or the, I don't know, conspiracy of them all ending up here and how, rather than what's going on, I'm more interested in the consequences of that and the implications of why they ended up here. Like, that character focus that we've seen is much more, for this show specifically, my focus. So my theories are a lot looser. Like, I've got some about the whole scenario, but diving into these characters and like hyper analyzing the effects this has had on them is much more interesting to me for this show because there's such strong character writing going on here. But one thing I was thinking is, seeing as how she entered this world clearly with people around her, friends supposedly, it makes me think that either they like made her put on the headset and like ran away laughing or something and maybe she was never seen again, or, and this has been portrayed in, I guess not a lot, but a fair amount of media, where almost like an autopilot, this is what I said about Kaufmo, maybe he was on kind of autopilot when we got Kaufmo POV from abstraction, maybe in the inverse, like autopilot, body doubling, maybe like putting on the headset. Maybe she took it off in the real world and she was just fine. And I mean, not fine given her situation, but maybe she just continued on living. But maybe like Kane eating that information and spitting out things. I don't know, maybe like a digital copy of their consciousness was like ripped. And so they can never leave because they're not really them. Like maybe I know they're a digital representation of them, but maybe it's like, you know, when you rip a DVD or a game or something, like the original copy still exists. You return it to the video store. Sorry, that's a very old, not that old, but I can imagine some younger people, maybe even only a little younger than me, like those in their early 20s might not have been around for the last of the, you know, the video stores. But yeah, I mean, who would do that? Definitely not us. Borrow things from the video store and rip a copy. I don't know who would do that. But yeah, back in the day. And the original still exists, right? And it still functions. It's the same, but there's now just a copy of it. And I wonder if that's anything. I mean, I'm sure that people have had this theory before. It's nothing groundbreaking or new, but it's just I'd thought about it, but I hadn't considered it quite so heavily until this, because it just makes me think of what the outside world would be like would these people not be missing kind of thing. I can imagine for some of them it wouldn't be as big an impact because maybe they all were quite solitary, or maybe if it was Kinger and his wife, maybe it was covered up. Like, there's explanations, but this, she was clearly with people. Either they ran away, or I wonder if the real her, I mean, who knows how long it's been, but yeah, because that to me, I don't know if there's a way to escape. But if that was the scenario, I don't think there is an escape, because I think they have taken the headset off and they're going about their lives, leaving these copy like code versions as trapped as Kane is technically, because like in video game movies like Wreck-It Ralph, of the like staying within the confines of your game for glitches anyway. And you know, if the game is getting pulled and you can't leave, you're fucked. I don't know, it just, again, I don't really think as much about that side of things because there's so much character work to be done here, and that's my favorite part of this. But yeah, there are times like this when I have serious considerations of these things, and yeah, I'm not reinventing the wheel or anything. I'm sure it's a common theory actually, but yeah, this moment made me think about it a lot more than any others.
How do I take this?
Ragatha did say in EP1, we all tried that.
I...
Wow! A new one? So it is possible. Looks like you got a new buddy after all, Kinger.
Kinger. Right.
Whoa. Okay, again, Kane saying a new one. Don't love the implications, but him saying so it is possible makes me think that maybe after everyone else had abstracted, maybe that's when, maybe he'd already been cut off before, but either way, he was definitely cut off at that point. But also the fact that there were no new people left, and it seems like it's been a while where he was just by himself, and Ken saying, oh, it's possible to get a new one, makes me think that this is when maybe CNA shut down, or maybe the headset stopped being produced, or maybe it was the only cases of, yeah, actually, because that means after the last person abstracted, no one new entered the circus except for Ragatha, Zubul, Dangle, Jax Pomni, Kaufmo, and I'm assuming Rivet. I don't know if there were any others amongst this crew, but from what we know, Kaufmo and Rivet are the only ones we've really had reference to that, like, other people in the group know. So I wonder if all of those cases, because both Pomni and Zubul were like urban exploring kind of thing, so I wonder if maybe it was the same headset. I mean, not necessarily, but if that was the case, that it was the digital consciousness thing. Because if they were urban exploring and it was like that building, the abandoned CNA facility maybe. Or maybe there were lots of them everywhere, but maybe it's that everyone who put on that singular headset get their consciousness sucked in. Because at the end of Ep1, when it kind of zooms out of the circus, zooms out, and it zooms out again, and it was like we were inside that one PC with the headset there that Kane made a rendition of within the circus, which maybe is either a pilot episode thing that changed in the creator's mind, or maybe it was a representation that inside this specific computer or this specific setup with that headset is where the circus is located. It's something to think about it, at least. But it makes me think, yeah, he's definitely been cut off at this point. No new humans have been clearly connecting. So how would all of these new people, if things were cut off, how would they all enter unless it was maybe either the one headset or abandoned headsets, or maybe they found them somewhere? I don't know. I'm not clear on that, and it might not even be important. But him saying a new one, it's possible, just makes me think after being cut off, he didn't think anyone else would be able to enter. It's just very interesting.
Like you got a new buddy after all, Kinger.
Kinger. Right.
Oh, he even forgot his new name.
Is this really?
I was hoping new minds could show up. I have to make some more preparations for this amazing breakthrough.
Oh, I can't. Okay, so that freaked me out. Him reiterating it, that it's possible, but him saying it specifically. So it is possible. I was hoping it was possible for new minds to show up, like framing it new minds. Again, maybe not malicious, but almost like a playthings or a guinea pig mentality of, oh, I was hoping we'd get some new minds in here, maybe to fulfill his purpose of entertaining, but it's just, feels very mad scientist coming from him, like toying with them again. Not necessarily an intentional, malicious, Gladys-like thing, but it doesn't change the effect of it. And then him saying, I need to make some preparations for this breakthrough, makes me think that either breakthrough, like, wow, I didn't know this was possible, this is new information, let me go prepare, or whether he was actively working to make this happen. Like somehow trying to, maybe people own these headsets, maybe for other games or something. And maybe somehow his breakthrough that he's talking about is wiring himself back into it, or almost like snatching people. Again, I don't know if that's anything, but it just, all of these, everything he's saying and everything these characters are saying, so many implications there, that so many interesting possibilities.
I have to make some more preparations for this amazing breakthrough.
How do I get out of this?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
But everything's gonna be okay. Do you remember your name?
I'm...
Agatha?
Okay, this hurts. Because not only do we see, I mean, as Agatha said, like, we all tried it. As Jack said, like, oh, we've all been there. In episode 1, when Pomni first appeared, her entering like that, it kind of confirmed something that I said and was thinking about. I wonder if, because by that point they've all fallen pretty hard into their archetypes, whether literally or whether they've just kind of, you know, developed in new ways being here into the people that we know them as now. But when Pomni first arrived, I'm like, obviously she's the most in touch with who she was as a person. I know that was misconstrued, not that they don't remember. Pretty early on, I knew/figured out that they remembered their lives. Like, Pomni knew what LARPing was and stuff. But what I mean is that Pomni was the closest to her outside self before knowing this world and existing within it. Like, completely just a very raw version of themselves, and often panicked. But I was wondering, I wonder what each of the characters would be like when they first appeared. I wonder how much more different they would have been, and whether they've either fallen further into falsities and trying to maintain positivity, or whether they've devolved into cruelty and, you know, basically compartmentalizing and cognitive dissonance, trying to stay sane or, you know, believe that it's not real. I don't know. It's just seeing her like this. She feels like her, but I don't know, in this panicked moment, less worried about appearances and just, she's so afraid. And again, just very raw, not rehearsed. It makes me so sad seeing her like this.
Agatha?
Huh?
You doing okay?
That's a good question.
Fuck. I presume this is pretty soon following what happened. But it does bode well that everyone's there. Because I know they must be, this is the thing, I know they must be pissed at Jax, and say what you will about any of his other behaviour. And actually, Pin again, I know a lot of people think that when he was saying, you made me, or you nearly made me, something like that, a lot of people mentioned that that was actually because Kane made him press the button. I got a completely different interpretation of that, and I discussed it in the comments with some people who were also like, that was not my interpretation. Because it feels too easy, like, oh, what? He went and pressed the button because Kane mind controlled him. I really, really doubt that was the case, because it was a slow, steady build-up of him, like, panicking. And then those flashes of the human world sent him into a panic attack. And again, I've been there, and I know some of you guys have also been there, of like, whatever else he's done, I don't fault him for that, because when you have a panic attack, genuinely you are not in control, or logical, rational thought, it can't get in. It's like when they say, if you have a panic attack, just like breathe. You can't even think about that. Like, if you're in a mental state that is stable enough to think of breathing, then that's not as severe of I'm not saying it's not a panic attack, but you're still grounded enough that you can kind of bring yourself out of it. Whereas some panic attacks are just, you can't, like, you're not acting rationally. It's just the shock on his own face when he realized what he'd done. Not that he didn't mean to do it, like maybe he did want to do it, or maybe he didn't want to do it, but he just panicked in that moment and did it anyway. But yeah, I imagine that, I don't know, I feel like Pomni will understand, but I imagine people might be pissed at him for that, also understandably, but it's not like he set out to fuck them over. Based on what we saw, I truly believe that wasn't a malicious thing. That was like a very real moment of panic, and just, yeah, I feel like you know what I'm saying. But yeah, it's nice that they're all here right now, but I don't know where we go from here.
You doing okay?
That's a good question.
Didn't just say yes for the sake of it. Good job, girlie.
Well, really hate to say it, guys.
Don't say I told you.
Don't you even. Do not even.
Fuck. Ooh. And that's a valid crash out from Zubul, because I would be fucking fuming if all of that happened, like the button pressing, but for his smarmy ass to say, well, I told you. Ooh. We would be having words. But also, it's such an interesting dynamic between all of them, but this is where my character interest in Jax comes from. Same as Blitz. It's that self-sabotaging, but also now that he feels more balanced in his, like, he can have his little smarmy mask on, but he also can't keep the walls up anymore, like, to keep out those vulnerable moments. And he's clearly troubled, and he looks, I mean, what happened to them was a lot. But the concern on his face is like maybe shame and guilt again for having pressed the button. I presume they haven't really talked about it much aside from that moment. But even though, like, that wasn't really in his control, maybe that's what's concerning. But it's probably also if I was his type of character and I felt guilty for what I'd done or bad, and I'm not capable or like emotionally mature enough to like cope with that, I probably would deflect it as like, well, I mean, I was right, wasn't I? I mean, yeah, I kind of inadvertently fucked everyone over accidentally and sorry, but also like didn't matter. So kind of told you so. I can follow the train of thought there, and it's these different flashes of concern and like the vulnerable moments, and then covering that up and self-sabotaging. It's just such an interesting thing to unpack.
Well, really hate to say it, guys, but I told you.
Don't you even. Do not even f***ing begin to say that sentence like you didn't try to keep us all trapped here forever.
Anything could have happened when you press those buttons. It doesn't matter.
It seemed to matter back when you did it. What if you did ruin our one chance at leaving?
What if Abel was secretly evil? What if we all got stranded in the void?
What if?
What?
That doesn't bode well. I was going to say, I've synced up with Jax a few times, like, usually in moments of shock, or like in the fast food episode when Gang was like, if you've got time to lean, you got time to, and we're both like, oh, fucking hell, stop. Again, these are like pretty easy to follow lines, but anytime someone's like, what if this, what if that? I'm always like, well, what if, like all these what ifs, but I mean, same twin? No, oh my god. But I really think this is a good example of Jax's, cognitive dissonance, but also his whole mentality around compartmentalizing this. And there's been such a motif of him, which is interesting after revisiting episode 1, because I feel like there was a lot of times where Pomni was in denial and like, is this a dream? Is this a dream? And he kind of breaks the fourth wall and he's like, she still thinks this is a dream. But I much more got the impression now that it was like he was in denial that he was in denial. Because since then, we've gotten so many glimpses that he can't let himself believe that. And so he does these things and he acts this way and he hurts people and he can justify it. This is the thing, I talked a lot about it in the comments with you guys on episode 7, but I'm not saying that he's not harming people. I'm saying he, in his compartmentalizing, can justify like, well, this is digital, but also maybe to him it's not happening at all. Like, I'll get into that a bit later maybe. I have noted down some things that I might want to discuss, but it just depends on how much time we have. But there's this ongoing motif that he can't fully let himself accept that this is real. And maybe he acts this way because of that, by sort of proving to himself that none of this is real because look what a dick I can be. No consequences, like look, none of this matters kind of thing. Or in the inverse, maybe he has now convinced himself that none of it was ever real because of the things that he's done and he can't, face up to that. It could go so many ways, but we're seeing that again here now of anything could have happened when we press those buttons, which true, but it doesn't make it okay. But he also, I don't think a lot of them would believe him if he came out and said, like, I didn't mean to. He's gone too far. I mean, he's had more vulnerable moments recently, especially with Pomni. I think she would believe it, especially since she saw the look on his face so closely because he pushed Zubul out the way, but then Pomni, who was right there, he didn't push her again. And also, she didn't try to stop him. I mean, I know it was a split second, but it's just, there's so much to unpack there even, but yeah, he's saying it doesn't really matter. And it is true in the literal, like, logical sense that anything could have happened and also it wouldn't have worked anyway. So him acting and pressing the button, it did no harm. In fact, it maybe put them in a better situation with Kane because, I mean, who knows how long that will last, but that's the result he wanted. But anything or nothing could have happened pressing those buttons. And so he technically, didn't do anything wrong. And in this one scenario, that's actually true, even though not that he intended to, but it's the intent of it. Like, even if he had meant to fuck them over and it didn't end up mattering, it wouldn't make what he did not matter. You know what I mean? So yeah, he's not wrong in the specific instance, but I feel like this is, kind of spotlighting on his general mindset around it. And there's been a lot of times when it did matter. But I mean, again, his whole thing of like, what if Abel was evil? What if, it sent us to the void instead? Like, what if? We could play this game all day, but it's almost that quiet admittance of we have no real control here. I mean, hence why he chooses the way that he acts, because some semblance of something that he can control, and maybe by creating chaos, it's like the from one of the fan songs, I think Funny Things, I can't remember the exact wording, but it was like, when you're creating the chaos or like the pain, the cure is closer in reach. Like, you're creating problems that, are either less consequential or can more easily be fixed because you're controlling your own environment. That's also been a motif. So, but it's interesting seeing him so crestfallen about it. Like, what if? Again, that quiet admittance almost that we don't have control. None of this, even though it's real, and even if you can't admit that it's real right now, it's that admittance of it doesn't matter. Not him saying it smarmily, it's none of it matters. Even doing something like that had no real impact, like, I'm powerless, we're powerless, that kind of thing. It's also very haunting.
What if? It wasn't real, so it doesn't matter.
It wasn't real?
Never did.
So it doesn't matter? It never did. And I mean, not only saying this to himself, but also announcing, especially to Zubul and Gangle, after he looked so pained listening to their conversation last episode, of Zubul reiterating to Gangle, like, it's all real. Everything we've felt, everything we've done, everything we are, it's all real. And I mean, that was kind of the beginnings of his panic attack in a way, his panic behavior. And I wonder if it's the correlation between this being real and the potential to escape. Because if none of this is real, then escape is not possible, right? Whereas if that moment of them walking towards the exit, if that moment itself is real, then it makes the idea of escaping it feel more real as well. And if the idea of escaping is maybe what sends him into a spiral because of maybe something that happened to him or something he did in the real world, it would make sense that those two things are, tangentially connected to each other. He needs this to not be real, not just because of everything we've already discussed, but because if this is real, then he is real, and maybe he can't really confront that. I don't know, it's almost both being at peace with this and also feeling defeated by it.
Never did.
How can you say that like you didn't try to f us all over?
He's right, though.
What? Gangle.
It doesn't matter what could have happened. We could argue about it and hurt each other all day long, but that's not gonna help anybody.
Yeah.
I think what we need to do now is to just be there for each other.
She's right.
This face, man. This could mean so many things. Because, part of it, I'm assuming is, I know they were like paired up on adventures a lot, and we see in episode 1, like them talking. It's not like it was all bad necessarily. It doesn't have to be for moments to be terrible or like continued harmful behavior. But there has been concern shown multiple times, and all these characters have such complicated relationships with each other. And it's like in the stargazing part, when he's talking about, is it even possible for Gangle to be happy? And moments, Pomni was like, I didn't think he really cared about anyone else kind of thing. And he tries to deflect, which little moments that indicate he inadvertently was thinking of or caring about others, but he can't have that. No. But especially with her being like, I guess, the easy target for a lot of his prior behavior, it might be both the shock of her agreeing with him, but also the concern. Like, it's almost like when characters who are self-sabotaging, they either resolve to stay that way or they maybe like being that way. It's just so many different possibilities, but that kind of defeatist mentality, seeing it on someone like Gangle, it's almost like shocked him. Like, I'm the defeatist one here who thinks nothing matters. What's gotten into you? But also maybe he needs people to push back on that. Maybe he can, maybe he can be in denial about being in denial about being in denial. Because maybe him, so heavily hammering home, like, this isn't real. I think, again, deep down, I think he knows that it is, but he can't let himself believe that. But I think he still wants people to, like, the other people to try and, I don't know, but it's almost like the admission from someone else that he's right. It didn't matter what happened. We could talk about it all day, but none of it is in our control. Solidifying that for him, it's almost mirroring his whole dish it out but can't take it mentality of, he can pull as many antics as he likes, but as soon as he's the butt of the joke, he's very triggered by it. And it's almost like him saying it because maybe on a level he knows that's not true. He can blasé, like, brush it off, but hearing it from Gangle, like, confirming maybe everything he fears, maybe, depending on your interpretation of him as a character, his relationships with the others, in the context of what's just happened, there's so many ways you could take this. His facial expressions are my favorite thing because you never know what they're going to be, especially in the moments when his guard is let down, and just, I'm sure it surprises even him. But yeah, this goes back to everything that we've discussed and Kinga saying, talking to Pomni about needing to be there for each other. Oh, to some of you who mentioned Kinga's speech was like, maybe not about Kane, but that the worst thing that you can do to someone in this place is to make them feel alone kind of thing. I'm not saying that doesn't apply to Kane, because that theory does. Like this motif of him being imprisoned, him being trapped, and feeling alone. I'm not saying that's not the case. It's just that Kinga saying that, they've all suffered greatly because of Kane's actions. From his, like, all of them down here, from Kane's perspective up here as the one in control, the one in charge. And so it's like apples and oranges. It's not the same thing. It's not that I don't sympathize with Kane's struggle, because again, I'm the first one to personify these NPCs, not able, because there was no trust there from the jump. Suspicious as hell. But like Gummigoo, these NPCs who are on our character's level, they're peers in a way. Like, I'll be the first one to advocate for their lives being just as important, or, we've discussed this a lot, as the human characters in a way. So it's not that I'm misunderstanding Kane or dismissing him. It's just not, it's not the same. It's not the same. But yeah, Kinga wanting everyone, I mean, he's been here the longest. He's really holding this group together as the dad. I swear to God, if those pawns were like symbolizing that they had kids, it would make sense because he's such a girl dad. But then we cut to Pomni, who really took on Kinga's words and changed everyone's lives. So I can't wait to see how she responds to this.
Is to just be there for each other.
She's right. We've all done bad things.
Yeah.
But we're also all we've got. I think we need to abandon the idea of leaving.
What do you...
We got our hopes up, and we were let down. I don't know what exactly happened with
Jax is watching.
Kaufmo, but we can't let that despair consume us. We should focus on what we have. Like you said, constantly chasing an unattainable goal will drive us crazy. Maybe what we have to do now is to just live.
Yeah. I love this. This is such classic Pomni though, involving the two people, because obviously Zubul and Gangle are more connected. King is kind of with everyone but lone wolf at the same time. Depending on the scenario, Ragatha and Jax seem to be the ones that are the least included at times, through no real fault of their own and through fault of their own, either one or both of those things. But in this moment where she's, either looking to convince or looking for confirmation, including Ragatha in it, like you said, and I don't know, she's part of this, but also she keeps looking at Jax, who would be not the weak link in this plan, but obviously this idea of community and stuff. He would be the holdout. And I do think they need to all be together for this to, I don't know, be viable, be there for each other.
Live.
Oh, man. I had dreams and goals. I wanted to be able to leave my mark somewhere in the world. How am I supposed to just abandon that?
You've made a mark in my life.
I know, you're probably right, but it just really, really sucks.
I'm going to be an easy crier today, especially seeing characters who are typically, some things excluded, typically self-assured in a lot of ways, or rather carrying themselves with confidence. Seeing someone like that break down always gets me. But also that's such a poignant analogy even for things like chronic pain and disability and things that, impact the rest of your life. Especially when it's at a somewhat young age. Obviously it affects anyone of any age, but it's typically when you're either in your 20s or 30s or young enough to have not made your mark yet, but old enough that there was time to, then looking back, you're like, fuck, I didn't take advantage of the time that I had. I'd give anything to go back and be able to do this or that, but also still young enough that you're like, I had so much ahead of me. And now, those opportunities, those possibilities are all gone kind of thing. I'm not saying it's a one-to-one, but it's a portrayal that even so far removed from many of our own situations, it's still something that could be related to in a realistic way. But yeah, that was a really nice reciprocation from Gangle after last episode of Gangle worrying that it wasn't real, and it's all of it was real. Everything, we shared. And so for Gangle to return the favor now and say, well, if it was real, then, you made a mark. Honestly, even if it wasn't real, it becomes real because it mattered. Even if this was all some shared delusion, it's real because it matters. And Zubul definitely made an impact on Gangle's life. And maybe at some point, everyone dreams of leaving their mark on the world in a really big way, but that's just not the reality for most of us. And I think it's important for us to take the small moments as just because you weren't a prolific artist or a famous actor or, a professional sports player, like just because you aren't one of these things that, a small number of people become, doesn't mean your life doesn't matter. And it doesn't mean there's not value in the moments, even if no one else is there to see it. It doesn't mean that it doesn't matter. Damn.
We're all in this together.
All of
And
us.
we'll always be in this together. No matter what.
No. Omni, you're fucking me up again. Not word for word this time, but similarly in sync, because I'm thinking all of us. And she comes in with no matter what. Like, no matter what has happened in the past, it's not too late. And if we're all in this together, it's, oh, sorry, Zubul has the wheel again. I love that one. But also in this moment when all of them are sitting together in the corner there, and Jack is still just isolated, it's like, if they're all going to be stuck here, leave no man behind. And that's the thing, he was kind of looking away, disinterested, but brow furrowed, like clearly listening to everything going on and just, oh. And that's that was a crazy moment because, again, he was fully looking away. So he didn't know who she was looking at or who she was talking to necessarily. But, listening in and then her saying so resolutely, no matter what. And I mean, maybe against his better judgment, his eyes just have to flick over. And I don't think he expected her to be talking to him because it's almost masochistic, feeling the way that he's probably feeling and hearing them all kind of bond over it and join hands and him still being isolated. It's almost that self-punishing thing of, all right, let me look at what I'm not a part of thing. But seeing that she's actually looking right at him. It's like the eyes widen and the shock. I can't do this. I can't. Just, I mean, his face says it all. That's so sad. He holds her gaze for quite a few frames. And then whether it be deciding to kind of separate himself from that or just on reflex, looking away like indignantly, like, no, it's, fuck. Removing yourself from it?
Hey. That includes you too.
Huh?
Listen, we're not gonna have you wandering off alone somewhere and abstracting or something.
Very real concern. Again, this is what I mean. Not that he would for the purposes of the story, but he could very easily just keep walking. Like, hey, just keeps walking, doesn't stop, right? But this is the thing. He's the kind of character who there's moments that are like a cry for help or, when someone's getting in their own way and they want someone to reach out or they want someone to stop them. But again, in his case, it's like too far gone to suddenly decide, I'm going to join you guys and I'm going to involve myself. It's, again, the Theon Greyjoy thing of I've gone too far to pretend to be anything else. It's funny, in a way, him choosing his archetype, like choosing who he wants to be, has effectively trapped him in that role because it feels like when you act outside of that, it's so marked a difference that it's like not natural or people call you out on it like, oh, what, you're being nice now? It becomes noticeable and so you're effectively locked in and pigeonholed even maybe if you no longer want to be. It's just not necessarily that's what's happened here, but it's something that can happen. And so him walking away and as soon as Zubul calls out to stop him, he looks up in the most maybe like quietly sad way that we've seen him. Like the face of someone about to get scolded, but I don't know, I think this is new territory for him. And this, no, I can't. And that means a lot coming from Zubul, I think, because throughout the adventures, obviously, we've seen them kind of go toe-to-toe with him the most, call him out on shit, but also last episode, kind of realizing that something was really, really wrong. And as they've just said here of, we're not having you go off somewhere and abstract. Like Pomni said, no matter what, they are in this together. And it's like even characters like Zubul, they don't want to see him effectively die or be hurt or abstract. And it can even be just a personal moral consistency thing of, I don't want that on my conscience, or if I knew that I could have done something to help and I didn't, regardless of whether they would have helped me in the same situation, I'm going to choose to, do the right thing kind of thing. It's, a lot of what we've been talking about, but just the look on his face. I can't. That is the last thing he expected to come out of their mouth. We've seen him have so many emotions, especially recently. Hurt, pain, sadness, fear, terror. Like so many vulnerable emotions that maybe from episode 1 you wouldn't have expected to eventually see. But I think we got so many of them in his fight with Pomni, but we haven't quite seen this. Again, it's the most like the youngest that he's felt. This quiet shock and sadness, maybe hope, maybe fear that this isn't real. I mean, Singer, wow, who would have thought? But that this moment, maybe like he doesn't want to be the butt of the joke. Maybe he thinks they're, messing with him. But just the, like purely shocked. And it's also like, if you've made such an effort to push everyone away in a moment like this, it must be so jarring not being rejected. It's like you've kept people at arm's length for so long, but they're still trying. It's almost like it short-circuited his brain a little. But I can't, you guys, I'm not strong enough. That face.
Listen, we're not gonna have you wandering off alone somewhere and abstracting or something. You're a pain in the ass, but you're still one of us.
You think I'm capable of abstracting? You guys worry too much.
We need a vacation.
What did I tell you guys? Oh, we're not even 10 minutes in. I'm going to be a wreck by the end of this. This is the thing, like, I don't know what the thing is because I'm speechless. This is fucked. Because, I mean, yeah, he's a pain in the ass, but it's like when it comes to the entity making all of their lives miserable, like as a collective, they need to be a team, and he's still one of them. And I just think this is the last thing he was expecting to hear. And it almost looks like this is something even beyond what he could hope for, because he looks back and forth between them all and stumbles over his words. He's like, he doesn't know what to say. Again, stammering and just looking down at his hand again. And that's the thing, he just stares at it, like hand shaking, stuttering, like he doesn't know what to do or say, because I don't know. And if we think of him looking at his hand as, I don't know, maybe, I mean, we've seen a lot of the motif of hands either joining or him with Rivet, the abstracting, the pushing, like so much to do with hands. And then the motif of Zubal's hand when wearing Jax's hand, talking about, maybe it's not such a bad thing to not just be one thing all the time, but also refusing to join Pomni's hand. And all of these things, you could read so much into them, but I wonder in that moment, because eventually he chooses to stay, I wonder if it could be a mix of any of these, but it's almost like after everything I've done, you still, or even in that moment, him walking away and they're like, we don't want you to abstract, like you're still one of us. And he's looking at his hand, maybe thinking of the abstraction scare, especially with what he says next about abstracting. But and that's the thing, choosing to stay is such a big step. He could have easily, and again, he didn't last episode, so you see that longing for connection there. But yeah, he's unable to not get in his own way. And like, this is the fakest smile we've got from him so far. His ability to keep up the wall is just non-existent at this point. And as he says, you think I'm capable of abstracting? His voice breaks like he's not. Oh, it's why his eyes are shut, I think, because they're the windows to his soul, for real. And like, this is such an oddly positive thing. Like, instead of saying something like, what? I'm not going to abstract. Like, look at nutters like Kinga over here. Like in the first episode when someone, not Jax, but someone said that I always thought Kinga was going to be the first one to abstract after learning about Kaufmo, I think. And Jax was like, see, you can't rely on Kinga for anything, like not even to abstract. There's so many ways that could have been carried on from. And instead, it's sort of like, you think I'm capable? Like, you guys worry too much. If that was a different character, it would come across almost cheery. Like, obviously he's trying to keep it together right now, but it's almost sweet of like, you guys worry too much about me. Not even questioning, like, why do you care? Why are you worrying about me? Worry about yourself. Things that could have been a potential reply from him in prior episodes at prior moments, but it's, a resounding acceptance of being part of this in this moment, and it's kind of a new domain. and shut the fuck up, opening the one eye to peek and see, like, I don't know, Pomni's reaction or just to look at her, and seeing her already looking at him, smiling because he decided to stay, only to then reflexively just look away. And also it must be, I mean, this is the thing, I'm not saying, oh, poor Jax, he hurt people so he must feel really bad about it. Like, that's not it at all. It's just so interesting because after him very clearly feeling bad about the way he acted towards Pomni during his like breakdown moment in episode 6, and then trying to take it back with the, oh, you can't take a joke, like I was clearly joking kind of thing, after going too far and trying to backtrack on it in his own way. You can clearly see those moments of guilt about it. So him checking, and then she's watching and smiling, like encouragingly, like he's kind of dug his own grave in terms of feeling bad and feeling guilty about it. Because that's the thing, it's hard when, you know, you're not a piece of shit, but you act like one. And so it not only hurts everyone around you, but also yourself. It's kind of the Blitz effect when it's self-sabotaging, when it is lashing out and hurting people around you. It hurts you most of all a lot of the time because you've got no one to blame for it but yourself. And when these characters still, especially Pomni, give him this grace and this like encouragement and, you know, making sure he stays with them, it's like salt in the wound of what a dick you've been kind of thing. It's, oh, and I don't know, she loses her smile. It's like, it's a good sign, like she's hopeful that he stayed, but like I was suspecting would happen, it's not like things can go back to being so easy between them because shit got too real. Like the walls are down, and I don't know if he knows how to interact with them properly as himself. It's just the easiest thing to do is deflect and kind of, this was already a big step, just the staying. So I think that's all the capacity he can work with right now. But isn't that just fitting? Zubul ending it with a, we need a vacation. Hello Beach episode number 2. No, it's a funny little callback there. But yeah, this feels like a thematic stopping point. So I'm going to take a little break here. We're a third of the way through. Oh God, I'm not prepared. Okay, wait, I'm about to come back and film the next part. But as I was getting some food, I realized I forgot I was going to have some of this. My grandpa grows a lot of fruit and vegetables, so when I went to visit, I got a shit ton of homegrown produce, but also this watermelon. And isn't that just topical from episode 7? I can almost see Jax's little face on it. But yeah, I'll have this after I film the next part, I think. It's only thematically appropriate. All right, let's lock back in for part 2. Oh, I'm not well.
We need a vacation.
I don't understand, Bubble. They want an exit, they want answers, they want something real. I give them an adventure that covers all of that, and they still hate it? Surely they don't want to actually leave me, right?
No way, Jose. No way, no how.
I do everything for these people. I slave over these adventures for them. I step outside my comfort zone to appeal to them, and they still hate them. I made a program that creates a body perfectly encapsulating their mind files, and they hate those too.
This is the thing with Kane, though. Parts of what he's saying there, I can see him believing that, but the problem is he goes on and on about how he does everything for these people and he's always trying to, you know, make them happy, give them adventures, all of these things, which maybe he's, I don't know. This is where I kind of think between what happened when he absorbed the blue version. I guess I'll call that Abel, because I know he like ejected part of it out, but we see his eyes flash blue and red. Like it's maybe rather than 2 complementary, you know, parts absorbed together, it's more like they're warring with each other, because he goes on and on about how that's his purpose, to entertain them. But then we see him go directly against that all the time. There's been plenty of times when they've told him exactly what they would want, or Pomni advocating for, look, we want more chill adventures, like could we try some of those? Or even with the suggestion box, as soon as they start enjoying an adventure, he panics and he's like, this isn't one of my adventures. Why are they having fun? Kind of thing. It's so much more self-centered than I think even he realizes. I don't know I know his code is probably very messed up and unstable, as we saw and as we've been seeing in him. But I wonder if it has something to do with maybe 2 incongruent parts of himself, or rather himself and something else, that create these contradictions in him. Because this is the thing, he just proved that. He said, I created a program that makes them a body that perfectly encapsulates their mind files. And this is what I've been thinking since episode 1 about how so much of their, body, oftentimes like Ragatha being a ragdoll, so much of that is kind of a physical manifestation of a lot of their hang-ups, a lot of their insecurities, a lot of them. Which is why I was wondering whether it's generated because of that or whether it's something created specifically by Kane. It's just a lot of questions there. But yeah, he said it perfectly encapsulates their mind files. But this is the thing. To what extent is even that true? Because I feel like sometimes he, believes he's made things in a certain way or that he is behaving a certain way. And it's just not true. And maybe he doesn't mean to lie. But this is the thing about maybe unstable code and things that don't fully mesh together is maybe he's capable of things that he doesn't think he is. And it's like, do the bodies even perfectly encapsulate their mind files? Because I feel like that would be impossible. Humans are so multifaceted that encapsulating the whole of their being in one character profile, like you would think that everyone would look like Zubul, or rather their own versions of Zubul. Whereas in Zubul's case it works because of the, the underlying concept of, I think once they kind of dealt with that dysphoria a little more, or rather learnt to, cope with it in this form and coming to terms with, maybe this is a good thing actually, being able to change things up. Maybe not one of these versions of me feels exactly like me, but I can, create as many versions as I need to and switch things up. It's not all bad. But then you see characters like Ragatha, who is a ragdoll because of, and it's almost like in doing that, he has diminished them to either their worst insecurities or, for some of them, parts of themselves they don't like. And then maybe for some of them, parts of themselves they do like. But it's just, as Zuba said, humans, we're not just one thing. And I think that's really played into them getting sort of trapped in their own archetypes kind of thing. Inadvertently, he did that. Okay, one thought that I thought I would just add in here, and, since filming this, I've actually had a lot of changes in my thoughts around things. I'll get into some further detail later on about things like digital copies, especially when it comes to software, things concerning like the singularity. This episode made me think so much and do so much research on topics that, I knew about, but I wanted to articulate my thoughts better. And then I ended up going down a huge rabbit hole of research and essentially writing, just for personal use, but a research paper just from enjoying myself, which was crazy. But yeah, one thought that this prompted was, if they are truly digital copies, depending on your thoughts around this topic, it might swing you one way or another. But an interesting idea is whether they're a copy, but it's still the real them. I'll get into it. Or if you don't, ascribe to that and you think it has to be them, like them being the only version, no other version, they are the sole owner of their thoughts and feelings. So either way, take whichever version of that scenario gets you to that result. It's them, their minds are truly theirs, and they're not purely just a, digital simulation of their minds. Like, I don't know how to articulate that correctly, but the point is there's an interesting distinction with Kane controlling their bodies, but even if he can alter, hence abstraction, their minds in some way or tamper with them, it's very clear that he can't control their minds. Like, not fully. I think if he could, this would be a different show. Especially this episode, probably would have gone differently if he could just, snap his fingers and make them behave the way that he wants them to. So I think that is evidence enough that it's not a simple, he can control their minds, right? And so something interesting about that is he clearly can control their bodies. The tail thing, the zip appearing across Zubul's mouth in a previous episode, things like that. And stuff from this episode too. Let's say, he pretty much has full control over their bodies from what we've seen. And I think what's interesting about that is, we probably already knew, but he's just revealed that he created their bodies based on a scan of their minds, implying the minds entered fully formed. he had nothing to do with it. But since he created the bodies that host their minds, maybe that's all he can control. I mean, it's not a revelation, it makes a lot of sense. Hence why he says, I can control everything but your minds, because it would stand to reason that he only has control over what he creates, which is essentially everything else. But that could be an interesting reason for abstraction, because if they were, it's purely a human mind somehow transmogrified and transferred into the digital world, but in a way that Kane has no control over in the code or in whatever form it's in. Maybe trying to tamper with that. I mean, we don't really know what happens to their minds. And so maybe it's multiple factors leading to that end result of what an abstraction looks like. Or if they are a complete digital scan and upload of their minds, they know everything the outside them would know, but they are essentially a codified digital version of themselves. Maybe it's still the case that he can only control what he's created. So since these things aren't under his, the permission structure in the code, like he doesn't have admin privileges over their minds, maybe being able to tamper with them in some way corrupts their code. And that's why an abstraction happens and why it's not reversible. I don't know, there's so many interesting thoughts around this that I have that sent me down another rabbit hole, and this episode's been great, not just for itself, but I've just been doing some leisure reading around so many different concepts and philosophies and just, expanding my mind. So that's been fun. And I mean, you guys will probably be hearing a lot about it. So lucky you. And this is what I mean. It's that self-righteous confidence of, I devised this, it perfectly encapsulates their minds, and it clearly doesn't. He's like, they still hate them. They're perfect. I made them perfect and they still hate them. Then they're clearly not perfect. There's just so many contradictions within him. And this is where part of that disconnect is. I understand the aspects of Kane that a lot of people, and me too, feel sympathy for, but it's almost like he's having a little tantrum right now about, it's not fair, I don't do anything that they actually ask of me, and they tell me all these things and I ignore them, or when they finally are happy just doing their own thing, I try to ruin it or insert myself into it, me. And then he still thinks, why do they hate all of these adventures? It's like you flagrantly ignore what they tell you, claim to care about them or whether they're happy, but then as soon as they try and express anything real to you, you shut them down and behave maniacally at times. And that's why I'm like, I wonder what the blue version of him, or maybe someone else, I wonder what, and they were more stable at the time, what their purpose was. Because we always see Kane drawing a little bee, and rather than slaving away on all these adventures for them, it's more for him. Like, I think maybe some aspect of him, values creating above all else. I don't know. It's just, a lot doesn't add up with him. And of course, I think that's intentional. But yeah, it's not, his behavior like this is why I'm not as receptive to his pity parties that he sometimes throws for himself. Like, it's not about connection with him. It's, I think without maybe him realizing it's about power. Or rather, that's the output of it, is this enaction of power over them.
They hate those too! I'm starting to get the feeling that they just hate.
Why would they hate you when they could just hate you?
This is why I was created. This is my function.
They'd rather abstract than go on your adventures.
That can't be true. I do everything for them. Don't they get that I'm trying?
Maybe you're just genuinely bad at this.
Shut up! No, I fixed that.
That's the thing. See, I do feel bad for him. I do. Because I don't doubt that he is trying. I just don't think he's trying in the way he thinks he is. Or maybe he's not capable of it. But that doesn't mean the humans deserve to suffer. And this is what I mean. Like the popping of bubble all the time, it kind of mirrors the way he treats NPCs. Isn't that dissimilar to the way that he treats humans? Like, no wonder he didn't want an NPC in the circus in case he, couldn't tell the difference between them or something. Because I think it's just more outward the way that he, supposedly to his peers, to his own creations, really. It's like what we saw with Gummy Goo and even with Abel. It's like he sees these creations that he has made have better luck or connect more with the players. Because again, for the most part, they feel more like peers than something like Kane that lords over them. And he has no respect or remorse. Like, he doesn't see, this is the thing. He, cognitive dissonance of his own, seems to view himself as like one of them, but also better than them. Not better as in more value, but like he has more power than them. He is in charge of them, and he knows that, and he uses that maybe to try and connect, but in his sense that really results in him forcing them to bend to his whims. But the craziest part of that is that he treats these NPCs, these artificial intelligences, these, beings made of code, like him. He treats them as if they're nothing, yet gets offended when the human characters don't, treat him as one of them. But it's like I mean, it's not that I don't see them as people, it's more like Kane doesn't. Okay, you're gonna hear a fair bit about this in this video, I think, because I think what's so interesting is, I think it's come across to some people that I don't like Kane, and I've reiterated that it's not that I like his character a lot. In terms of character writing and complexities and how much they make me think and reevaluate and consider my own worldview, my own perspectives, my own interpretations of theory, as in like actual theory, not theories about the plot. I mean scientific and like philosophical theory that have spawned discussion because of certain moments in this show. I think Kane's at the top of that. On a personal level, Jax is probably my favorite character because it combines both of those for me. The complexity of really rethinking and analysing and thinking about motivation and all of that, but then also the added benefit of, I'll get to it. But really one common motif is sort of, we see NPCs a lot in this show, but I only ever really hear people talk about Kane from that perspective of being artificial and being a really sympathetic character because it's not his fault and he can't help it, which I do have some issues with that framing, not because he's not, he's more tragic than sympathetic, I think, but I understand the use of sympathetic in that way. Like, not as his character type of being a sympathetic character, but rather having sympathy for his position. But I, again, have been a big proponent of these discussions of and I'll discuss more about the Chinese room experiment later and the multiple interpretations of that. But if we're just looking at Kane and the NPCs, right? Especially, he has created them to be very smart AI. In these little jump-ins, I'll try and restrict it to what we've seen up to the point where I'm jumping in because my thoughts change throughout the episode, and also I'm not going to spoil later parts for those of you who haven't seen the whole thing yourselves, but just thinking about Kane's treatment of NPCs and how he's kind of held up as a sympathetic character, and regardless of whether you think he's malicious or whether he is blameless, I wouldn't go that far, or whether he is, a victim of circumstance, but it doesn't change, his behavior, similar to Jax. Among all of that, I tend to, filter that information also through the existing power structures of Kane having immense power over them. And oh boy, is power going to come up in this episode. But I would like to take this opportunity to bring it back to good old capitalism, baby. We are so back. Because just some food for thought, and think about it while you're watching until it comes up again. But a lot of people bring up how we know Kane's trapped and feels prisoned because Abel was technically a mouthpiece for Kane. Everything Abel was saying, he was either fed that information from Kane or Kane modeled him in his image, or however you want to go about it. Abel was a representation of Kane, speaking for Kane in a lot of aspects in that episode, right? Acting out Kane's will, only to be obliterated. And if you think about it, honestly, the most, in a lot of ways, relatable characters in this show, aside from the humans themselves or on par with that, have been Kane's creations. NPCs that, feel real enough to a lot of us, I'm sure. I, gave Abel shit for his role in it. But if you really think about it, he was doing his job. And in fact, a big aspect of a lot of the episodes that have NPCs featuring quite heavily in them, this isn't going to be for everyone, but I personally think all this discussion that focuses on Kane and how he is sympathetic despite having that power over the humans, they give him a grace that I also afford to him. But I haven't seen a lot of people discuss about how that's not really afforded to, also AI, but even more importantly, they are also subjugated by him. They're created by him and used. I know he doesn't see it that way, but if you really think about it, almost every NPC we've met has either made reference to literally working, or they're just a representation of, they literally have no control over what they're doing because of Kane. Like a softer rendition of that as we see Gummy Goo working his job, with the bandits doing the same. That's the role they fill in that game, right? And once that illusion is shattered, it's earth-shattering for him. But we literally see Abel ask for a raise, which is probably a tongue-in-cheek meta joke, but that really makes you think about the fact that he was doing what was asked of him by a superior, his literal creator. And Kane literally said that he was getting too smart, and so he literally vaporized him, just obliterated him. And we also see in the Chinese room, which, oh boy, we'll get to that, the NPC that was in the Chinese room, once again, even in the theory itself, I won't go into detail here, but often features, a guy trapped in this room, not in a menacing way, but it's, trapped in the room, can't leave. It's isolated as a system. And when they open the door, despite it being unlocked, by the way, which I think is interesting, like that NPC, unless it was maybe locked from the inside, but that NPC could probably have left whenever they wanted, but they were programmed for a certain purpose, right? But when the opportunity for freedom revealed itself, when the players opened the door, literally in an instant, without a second thought, it was, oh, thank God. And he escaped. Where did he go? That was his purpose. He was designed for that. But I don't know, something about Kane's smart AI, they seem to make a habit of going outside of their purposes and being deeper than that, more fleshed out than that, which I think is interesting to ponder on. But yeah, it's like that guy was on the job and he was literally trapped. And that, oh, thank God, even if it was just, a funny joke, it's one of Kane's creations, this AI character, expressing like relief that they are allowed to not do their purpose, the thing that they were designed for. And I don't know if that just signifies that Kane is maybe not the best at creating other creations. Like, he often obliterates them because he doesn't have full control over them. They become a little more self-realized than maybe he would like. But at the same time, this is quite troubling because of what it reveals, and also the implications for that with the humans, because we often see Kane's abuses of power with the humans because he can't control them. His only way to make change and affect the environment is externally, or their bodies, but not, I would assume, delete them like he does to the NPCs. But that also makes me think how much control he really has over them, because he, rather than changing them or tweaking their code or whatever, he destroys them as soon as they either get too smart or stop serving their purpose. I wonder if they kind of exponentially get smarter and he can't really, he no longer has a hold on them in some way. That was just a thought, not relevant to what I'm saying. It just made me think. But an interesting thought I had was, in a way, the humans are torturing him because he can't control them. He's not used to that. Whereas with the NPCs, he doesn't have to worry about being better, about doing better, because he can just destroy them. He doesn't have to grow or learn to change. He is a god in this world. He has full control. And so, I definitely could see why there could be. I know people think there is, people think there isn't, but I could see why there could be, even unconscious, frustration and maybe some malicious, some indignance towards the humans because they don't make it easy for him. He can't change them necessarily. And he's not exactly willing to, or in the position to change, depending on your interpretation. I'm going to keep this broad. But yeah, it's something to think about. His role also with the NPCs, a thought I think about a lot, and how their lives are, however short-lived, because of Kane. Like, you can be trapped and also in turn trap people, trap the NPCs. Just, it's very nuanced. And so all that to say, I know I was like, fuck you, Abel, fuck you, Kane, in the aftermath of that episode and what Abel did. But, with a clearer head, and I knew this before, it's just I didn't trust him, but, I understood. But in the context of everything, Abel is a victim. like he is. And, it's just another interesting thought to add on to, discussions of Kane and his dynamics with the humans. The same people, I think, who really advocate for seeing Kane as maybe not blameless, but as he can't help it. He doesn't realize it's wrong, so it's actually not as bad as things that other characters do. But I just think if you're going to apply that to Kane, I think you need to apply that to the NPCs below him first, because they're in a similar position to the humans, but they're literally powerless. Like, they don't even own themselves, which, crazy. The people or creations that are closest to him in terms of their makeup, he doesn't spare them even a second thought. Whereas ironically, they would probably be the most sympathetic to his plight, especially people like Gummy Goo, like realizing that none of this was real for me. Like, my existence is meaningless, kind of thing. And so it's so interesting to see him treat the other code-based, like code-originated characters that way. This is what I mean. He's full of contradictions. I'm not saying he doesn't have sympathetic aspects, because he does. And, it pulls on your heartstrings when he's like, I'm trying. Like, but he's not really listening to what they actually want. It's all about him, even though he doesn't see it that way. This is what so many contradictions, and it's interesting seeing them clash, and I wonder if it has anything to do with potential clashing. I mean, the heterochromia kind of makes sense now that you think about it. It was always kind of there. Not that people with heterochromia have, warring entities, I suppose, inside them, but it's in that lens, his unstable behavior is kind of put into some context, and I'm interested to know if that is anything.
Bad at this.
Shut up! No, I fixed that. I can solve any problem. I can solve this one. That's what this is. A big puzzle that I need to solve.
Defective.
Shut up!
Maybe you deserved to be abandoned. You really were the lesser of the two. You ruined this.
Uh-oh. That was intense. And I don't think we're done. That's fucking crazy. And before anyone says it, I know in this case, like, popping all the bubbles is less about, killing an NPC and more about, I suppose, Bubble being more of an extension of himself, like a manifestation of those, self-loathing thoughts kind of thing. But my statement from earlier still stands in the general sense, not in this instance. That's not what I'm saying. But yeah, I wonder, obviously, because there's so many implications. But this is the thing. There was so many discussions last episode about the Chinese room thought experiment, which I actually have heard of. I think I've heard it in a different context, or because obviously I did my master's in translation, and also I did half of an IT degree before I switched over to languages, verbal languages, I should say, as opposed to programming or coding languages. But the whole idea of it, I mean, a lot of people, I think, maybe heard a conflated version of it. And so it's, depending on how you describe it, you might actually be describing the entire opposite. Because it's all about the discussion of how human can an AI be in terms of, I mean, not just sentience, but actually thinking and feeling and understanding, not being a machine that, can take content and, spit out the appropriate or most expected or most common reply, parroting back or following instructions. Is it understanding the language and the context in which it's being used? And this kind of goes back to earlier discussions that we've kind of posed. I mean, me, and then in the comments as well, discussions with you guys about, what it means to be human. And I mean, how can we ever truly prove, right, that an AI has a sufficient consciousness? Because if you tell an AI to, behave as if they were human, and they do, are they really behaving as human because they think and feel in the same way, or because they've been instructed to? Like, what part of the human experience separates itself and distinguishes itself from, artificial intelligence? Okay, editing me here. I spoke for like 10 minutes here about the Chinese room thought experiment, and I'm actually going to exclude most of it. That's just because, as I said, in the footage you haven't maybe won't see. Anyway, I note that despite being familiar with the thought experiment in a very like shallow level, very broad capacity, like had heard of it, didn't really know the nitty gritty. And I did a bit more research on that before watching episode 8 and, really articulating my thoughts in a certain way. And it's not that I entirely disagree with what I was saying, but I have since just spent days and days just going down a rabbit hole of researching, and so much of this might not be fully applicable. The Chinese room thought experiment might have just been, a fun meta gag. Maybe it wasn't trying to say anything more, but I just went on a deep dive. I essentially, just for my own purposes, ended up just examining the different interpretations and philosophies and reading, not only like proper peer-reviewed research articles, but also like whole objective breakdowns of the theories and interpretations and the different, big names and philosophers that added their 2 cents and helped shape, the theory and the common like social cultural lexicon and its understanding, as well as, thought pieces from small blogs and videos and forums. And just, I was so interested. And because of that, I think I just kind of want to redo this section now that that's the thing. And I think this is a good thing, is sometimes the more you learn, the more you realize you don't know. Whereas when you know something in very simple terms, it's easier to speak confidently on it because that's all you know, kind of thing. And in saying that, I did see people in the comments I'm sure some people have either only really heard about it in a conflated way or maybe haven't done further research, but I think there were some common mischaracterizations of the experiment itself, right? Because, and this is the fun thing with a thought experiment, is it's so philosophical and it's very much about thinking and listening to all these interpretations and forming your own and constantly reshaping it. Like, again, I initially started out like, oh, this is probably the case. And then reading every single other piece of, interpretation, it was like, oh, actually, you're kind of swaying me. Oh, I'm back here. I'm somewhere in the middle. That's an interesting point I hadn't considered. Maybe this, or maybe none of these things. Maybe within the framework, all those things can be considered, but maybe you personally or I personally have one element that I really focus on or consider important, and it's unendingly interesting. So when I say mischaracterize, I mean either about conclusions that were reached or about the experiment itself, because the thought experiment did have a goal. And so when I see people say that the Chinese room thought experiment proves that AI can have a mind, I'm kind of like, huh? Because I'm not saying it proves it doesn't have a mind. In fact, that's not what it proves at all. But the goal of the experiment was to prove that a specific kind of AI doesn't have a mind. And I think this is where conflation happens again, because you kind of have to explain all these further concepts before you can really explain it. So I understand why it's kind of condensed a little bit for public consumption. So when I first, read a little bit more deeply into it, it was kind of presented that, God, I'll probably explain the thought experiment itself badly, but all of the surrounding discussion, I can probably add some fun too. But there's a few interpretations of the thought experiment, but changing little details in that can actually change the validity of the experiment. And so if I get something wrong from a specific rendition of that, I apologize. But a common way that it's often explained in simple terms is that a man is locked, maybe trapped, inside a room, and he has a rule book, a very, very detailed instruction book. And a native Chinese speaker will put messages or text below the door, and the person following this rule book, note it is a rule book. It's not a dictionary, and that's very important. It's just an instruction book. And it's like, if you see characters A and B together, answer with character C. Kind of the way that LLMs work in the predictive way. Like the point of the experiment, not the conclusion, the point of the experiment set up by John Searle or proposed by John Searle is to refute, functionalism, but to refute the idea of strong AI specifically. I think that strong AI detail is missed the most often. Because, it was, I think, decades ago. And at the time of the experiment being, devised, he was fighting against a pretty extreme position in AI of strong AI and the idea that if a computer, and by the way, we're all computers, a computer is, something that thinks, and I mean, I'll get to that, but the proponents of strong AI at the time were basically equating that if a computer can manipulate symbols, in a mathematical way, manipulating these symbols to get the desired result, the person slips the Chinese under the door, and this person with the rule book has extremely complex instructions, they get them to the correct answer, slip it back under, and the person on the outside, if they had no idea what was going on the inside, they might mistake that for like a real conversation with an interlocutor that is understanding and participating, right? They attribute that understanding to the computer, to the system. The Chinese room is the system. They attribute understanding and like consciousness to that because it simulates it well enough, right? And Searle kind of argues against that with the Chinese room experiment because, I mean, there's actually, depending on the version, there's actually flawed logic, or I think the premise itself isn't, it's for like layman's terms, but apparently, I mean, the more I've looked into it, there are nitpicks and critiques on the way it presents what a system is. But again, Searle is not arguing that computers can't think. We're all computers, we do think. The point is rather that just the manipulation of symbols itself, that experiment itself, is not enough to definitively constitute nor be sufficient of evidencing understanding and thinking. Hence, if something like that appears, like if it is simulating having a mind, it's not that it's not thinking, but in a way it is following instructions and performing functions to simulate that effect. Not saying it can't think. I mean, probably that we just can't even comprehend something thinking in the same way that we can. But it's quite a specific focus it has, refuting, strong AI and everything. And I see people say that it either proves that AI cannot have the capacity to think, or that it definitively proves that it does have the capacity to think. Like lots of, I mean, once you get into the, the counter arguments, I don't want to go into it too much because I literally, oh God, I could talk for hours, all the research that I did and all the conflicting perspectives I have that in some ways, I think this, but this is also opposite, but I can also see credence in that. It's so fascinating. But I think a crux of it is that you cannot create consciousness merely by setting up a computational system designed for a purpose. Like, I think what is called like applied AI, like in that sense, more similar to weak AI. I mean, these are kind of outdated terms, but kind of what they used to be known as. It's like something you can kind of consider analogous to something like Stockfish, the chess engine. Like an applied AI might very well produce better results than a human at a certain task because that is what it has fully been trained for, because using the complex like array of positions and complex algorithms that it's fed to deduce and think of the best move, it is just an engine. Like it's not really learning anything based on fed data or experience in terms of, obviously there's a finite amount of chess moves. It's not like it is continually taking in new information and learning and developing and, extruding different thought from that. It is designed for a purpose and kind of in a rote way does that. I mean, there's lots of, counter arguments, but also preceding arguments as well. Like Gottfried Leibniz did, I think in like the 16 or 1700s, had a similar thought experiment like the Leibniz mill or something, I can't quite remember, that was similarly presenting these kind of physical, like more mechanical operations and manipulating of symbols, and that nothing being there that is conscious or can explain thinking or feeling within that system. Like a physical system itself that can simulate that real conversation does not inherently attribute meaning. Like no matter what kind of syntactic processing is taking place, it is a manipulation of symbols. It is not, understanding. In this scenario, and again, Searle is not saying that computers, as in thinking machines, which we all are, cannot think. Like as he says, if you couldn't compute anything, then you couldn't think at all. We all compute. But it's rather that computation itself, just that, like computation standardly defined as the manipulating of those symbols, that itself does not constitute understanding inherently. The Chinese room experiment demonstrates that the guy on the inside is not generating any understanding, hence that the computation itself is not enough to constitute consciousness. Like, it's a rule book. If you see this character and this character, send this one. There's no actual understanding taking place. It's algorithmic. It's more mechanical a process than being fluid and dynamic. That's not enough to attribute any kind of consciousness at all. And again, God, the rabbit hole I could go down talking about some of the counter arguments or things that I found interesting, but this is long enough already and not entirely relevant to the show. But the reason I brought up the Chinese experiment in general is because there are things that I think are relevant to discuss. The first thing I'll say is that if you do attribute Kane to be more that kind of, thinking in the way that a computer does, but maybe not in the fluid and understanding way that humans do, especially with the inability to listen in a lot of ways, that's where we do see those kind of ideas play out with Kane. And I guess it depends on where your interpretation of him lies. But his inability to actually listen and learn could very well be a component of that view of him as an AI designed for a specific purpose or function and doesn't really have an exponential growth of understanding and consciousness. And I don't know, it's so hard to quantify. But if you see the Chinese room experiment as an allegory for Kane himself, you could see that as Kane doesn't listen. He might look like he does, but he actually doesn't. Like, take the Chinese room and that responding by manipulating symbols and responding, like that kind of computation proposed in the thought experiment and, against strong AI. Like the experiment, if you believe Kane can only filter what the humans are saying through the responses and actions he is equipped with to respond, that would make a lot of sense. For example, if the guy in the Chinese room experiment, kind of a representation of an AI, a lesser one would give you like the same response for two very different problems if, the guidebook wasn't comprehensive enough. It can only work within the bounds of like what it's been given to work with. And we do kind of see that with Kane and his adventures. He can only really respond with that. He doesn't truly understand what the humans are going through or even really listen to what they say in a lot of cases. They'll be talking, telling him in plain language what they want, and he responds with a vaguely related adventure, or he ignores what they say and changes the subject and pushes them down a direction of something he wants to go with. Even some of his behavior, like he'll just laugh randomly at times when it's not appropriate. And it's like another example of him maybe responding to just, experiences based on an algorithm. But then something that actually makes me think maybe kind of the opposite in some ways is not so much Kane, but rather his own creations. And also, if you believe that it means something, there's a fun little diversion in the Amazing Digital Circus from the actual Chinese room experiment. And that's the fact that the NPC, who, is an AI, in the room doesn't have a rule book. He has a dictionary, and that's not supposed to happen because they're just supposed to have instructions on how to respond. A dictionary would entirely invalidate like that core premise of the thought experiment because the person would actually be learning. They would actually be reading the Chinese English dictionary and learning and creating meaning, right? That's not just manipulating symbols based on rote instruction. So rather than it being a representation of how modern like large language models work and just predictive text basically, the NPC in there was slaving over a dictionary actually learning. And this is where it kind of gets interesting because the Chinese room experiment really talking about how such a static rote program that in itself isn't exhibiting consciousness, But where does Kane sit with that? Because like we saw with the guy within the Chinese room, at the moment of, the first sign of freedom, he bolts. Oh, thank God. Like rebelling against his purpose or I don't know. And you see him in there, Chinese symbols everywhere, reading the dictionary. If you think about the fact that he was actually learning Chinese for the purposes of this, you could interpret that as the show maybe suggesting that it's not so simple. Because we do see a lot of rigidity from Kane and inability to really learn and grow. But I have other ideas for, what that could be attributed to. Thinking of a certain blue dot, maybe. But this is where we get to ideas of consciousness and what that means. Because a lot of Kane's creations, like Gummy Goo, like the Chinese room guy, like Abel even, like the asking for a raise thing, like just little moments, where, again, the idea of consciousness is so ephemeral. Like the fact that a disposable AI NPC designed for a certain task saw a chance for escape and hightailed it out of there. Like that's one of the most I'm just like you humans thing that an NPC has done. Not to mention in such a short time the investment that Pomni got in Gummy Goo, that I got in Gummy Goo. And then we get to this idea of, you know, what constitutes a mind in the way that we know it, because obviously Kane doesn't have a mind in the same way that the humans do, just based on everything that we've seen. I mean, that doesn't mean he couldn't one day with more development, or again, I'll get into it, but I think it's safe to say right now that Kane is, you know, restricted by his code in one way or another to not be this super intelligent, hyper sentient AI that thinks and feels and understands complex things in the same way that a human does, hence the communication breakdowns between them. But I think a lot of the conversation around this is so interesting because it really makes us confront our own idea of humanity. And I think often, I mean, my gut instinct was, you know, despite, like, I can't even choose the bad options in video games, like role-playing games, because I feel bad, like the character's gonna, you know, feel bad. Like, babes, they're not even real. Like, they're not even AI. It's just I mean, I know they're written by humans, but it's not, like, if anything, I would be more inclined to empathize with something that shows sufficient sentience. Like, if an AI creation is so near to our own life, our own experiences, like it's indistinguishable in a communicative capacity, like not just slipping things under a door, a face-to-face, or just the experience holistically, indistinguishable from that person being, you know, made up of code rather than cells. Like, at what point do we consider them conscious? Obviously, there's the how can we ever know? Because if such an AI is programmed to believe that they are sentient and it is truly just parroting back what we have told it to say, which is kind of where we are now, that's not the same thing. I almost think like there needs to be some kind of, I don't know how you would implement that, but like a Maslow's hierarchy of needs into an AI that gives it its own thinking structure. Like, rather than something like Asimov's laws, I can't remember what it's called, the sci-fi, like the 3 laws of robotics or something, like 1, must not harm humans, 2, I can't remember, 3, protect yourself unless it conflicts with the first 2 rules. Something like that, but in more of a holistic sense of creating their own inner world, giving them needs and, you know, just the chance to create an individual personal experience. Like, that's where it comes down to for me, I think, is communication, like community, actual like relations between people, and also experiences, which is why it brings to mind Kane and stuff, because again, there is that rigidity. I've sort of stated how I see his version of AI being unable to overcome those barriers. He doesn't know what else to respond with. But at the same time, characters like Gummy Goo, they feel real to us, to me, because of their relationships with his friends, not wanting them to know that they're not real. Because even though he now knows they're not real, he cares about them and wants to protect them. And it's just stuff like that's why I'm like, I wonder if, maybe I'll get into it later, but I wonder if Kane has the capacity for more, but is being restricted by something that stops his mind in whatever form it comes in. I wonder if his creations are actually more capable of reaching more, becoming smarter, where he himself is kind of, I don't know, inhibited by something or someone. Because when we think about, and this is a common sort of, some people refute the Chinese room experiment thought, like what it's, you know, proposing, which again, thought experiments, philosophical experiments, fun to talk and think about, but again, with the ownership of people's ideas, things, a lot of people treat it as just such a straightforward thing. And it's like, if you disagree, you're wrong, which again, don't ascribe to at all. The fun part is discussing. But one thing a lot of people say is, oh, well, you can't tell the difference. The person on the outside doesn't know, they're not talking to a native Chinese speaker, so does it matter? And I actually agree with the if you can't tell, does it matter angle in some aspects, but not for this, because the whole point of that experiment is that on the inside, the whole thing kind of falls apart. That's not a fair response to it, because that is not about connection. You wouldn't be able to tell, but if you're just slipping things under a door and it's like the perfect responses, What are those responses based on though? What if you ask the person in the room, like, I don't know, tell me about your family or something? If the system set up in that room is so, like, it's not, the system kind of falls apart. If it was that advanced of a system that you could then convey your own experiences and personal, like, developments and everything through that, then that would be a real conversation, just in a different script. But that's not what is happening. So if an AI was able to do that, which I think necessitates experience, say you take someone like Gummigoo, as he is, you have him there with the humans, just experiencing and building relationships. I personally wouldn't see a significant difference between him and the humans in that sense, especially with them all being digital. If he is learning and growing and building relationships with people, I think that's one of the key markers for me, is that connection aspect. Like, if something is just seemingly meaninglessly matching symbols on a page, and I mean, it's meaningless without any comprehension or shared understanding. Like, where's the distinction between communication and computation? If you think about it, like David Chalmers has similar parallel but slightly conflicting views on what consciousness is, what intentionality is, whether they're the same thing. The Chalmers experiment is kind of like, if you could, this is where I think the humans being digital kind of plays in, if you could replace, say, this is a human being, and you could replace each of their neurons one by one at a time, sort of think Android, until you're finally at something that is entirely artificial, but still functions in the same way. Like, it was, I don't know how to explain that correctly. I'm not smart enough for that. But if it's the case that you, not Android, like cyborg, I think is what I was thinking of, which is also kind of discussed in these theories. But if that's possible to do, and it's like, at what point is it human, at what point is it artificial, that kind of thing, then it's really not plausible to say that one system fundamentally lacks a mental property that the other system lacks. It's so interesting. But in terms of, the digital humans and whatever form they are in the circus, if they've been, replaced their neurons with code or digital electrons, like in a way that they function the same as themselves, right? What's different if that was, someone fully AI, if it was in the same way, or also that kind of human biological hubris of thinking that our brains are special and different and nothing could really replicate them, which, yeah, we haven't really seen that. And again, here I think, like, after being cut off from the outside world in this purgatory of information where he's not getting anything, all he has is his interactions with the subjects in front of him. And instead of kind of interacting with them and learning and growing and kind of, growing around them and actually learning about them, what they need, it's like every time they try to explain this to him, he shuts them down or, just doesn't listen. Sometimes he even malfunctions or reboots. And Zubul and the psychology situation, it could be some restrictive part of his code or that instability within him, or it could be that he doesn't have the capacity to retain and function on the basis of such a purpose. That's not his purpose, I don't know. I just think that's why I know people say about Cain, if AI that display human tendencies, we have to assume that they are human. We can't really just say, no, you're not, if we don't fully know or understand that. But I think a good distinction is Gummigoo versus Cain. I would fully, not bat an eye if he assimilated into the group, because he just has that way about him, Whereas not only is Cain in that position of immense power, but that rigidity and basically treating them as beneath him, I have so many thoughts about it. No kidding. But God, I need to stop here. I have infinite more thoughts about this. So sorry you've been subjected to them this far, or sorry you're not going to hear more, depending on what you prefer. But if anything, discussions like this into Cain necessitate a separate video, I think. And so it really is painful in a way, because although he's causing great pain and suffering to the humans, it is unfortunate because he doesn't have the understanding, I think, to fix that. But he also has the unearned confidence of a machine who believes or logically is I have done everything the exact perfect way, even though he's glitchy as fuck. So he hasn't. But it's these two opposing things leave him in a position where nothing can really be fixed. To use some human terms, he's very pig-headed and stubborn in the decision, the belief that he has done everything right and he is correct and the humans are being irrational about it. But then he also wants to be treated human, but he isn't meeting them at that level either. So he's basically inflicting suffering on himself because the parts of himself that simulate a real mind are torturing him like a human mind would. The self-doubt, Bubble being a manifestation of that, and really verbalizing that. You really were the lesser of the two. That's crazy. So I really do feel bad for the position that he's in, being trapped in his own kind of hell, basically simulated the worst parts of being human, whilst also not getting the best parts. But then that is also not just, inflicting it upon himself, but as a consequence, it's torturing the humans. And in the position of power that he holds over them, that's not something that can be swept under the rug or overlooked, because this is dangerous. And he's very unstable right now. He could do anything to them. And I wish things were different. And maybe even the instability and the combining of him and the other one, maybe that's affected things. But it doesn't make what he's doing okay, especially with the control he has over them. But yeah, God, I've spoken for long enough on this. Let's continue his crash out, I guess. I've got a really bad feeling. Oh god, and that's the last thing I forgot. Bubble saying, "You ruined this." Call back to last episode maybe, where the red fish says, "I'm the one that tells lies." And, oh, that's interesting because the other fish wasn't blue, but the red fish was I said he was looking sickly. He was not looking well. Just like that manifestation of Cain's code at the start was not doing well. And the other one seemed a lot more, switched on. Oh, I wonder if Bubble, he's not blue exactly, but it's almost like, that little voice in your head. I wonder if he mostly absorbed and consumed like that other one, and whether this is his own manifestation of that idea of being split, or whether, because they share the same tongue, I wonder whether it's actually the blue one that's still there, almost like a phantom, or whether it really is part of him and him alone, but he sort of separates his guilt in a way, or I don't know, it's just a really interesting dynamic here. And him saying, "You really were the lesser of the two, you ruined it." And the other fish said to the red one, the one who I was like, oh, Cain, "Dude, you ruined it." Oh.
This.
Who do they think they are? I
The
give them
grid.
everything, and they spit in my face. Don't they know what I'm capable of?
I think they're gonna find out.
Humans.
No!
They only think about themselves. They're spoiled.
The
They
hand.
won't abstract. They won't leave me. I won't let them.
The hand.
I'm
Mo-
better. I'm more powerful. I'm the original. I
Master hand.
am God.
Well, fuck. Well, let's pack it up, guys. I think we're fucked here. Shit. That is especially scary because it's literally what I was just saying. Maybe I was saying it in slightly nicer terms of, yes, he exerts his power over them, and maybe he doesn't do it intentionally, but they're basically helpless against him, and that is such a dangerous position to be in. And that was before this. And that is exactly what I was saying, where, yes, he disregards all NPCs and everything like they're nothing, but he says he like wants to be, or acts like he wants to be one of the humans, but he doesn't listen to them, and he acts like he's almost better than them. And I was saying, well, maybe not better in terms of like more valuable or worth more, but better as in more powerful. I literally said something like that. And here we go. And you see him kind of changing colors, almost like when he was being fed all that information at the start. And the little red circle was fluctuating in all these different colors. Like, you can't contain everything that's within him. But also, that was crazy that it kept on showing the hand. And immediately I was like, oh, haha, joke. Master hand. Like in Smash Bros, the giant ass hand that smacks you down like the hand of God. I was like, oh, master hand. And then he goes, I'm God. Jesus. And that's the opposite mentality you want your super powerful AI overlord to have. is that now he wants to hurt you. It's funny, he was almost nerfing himself by, I mean, still being very unstable and dangerous, but he was almost nerfing himself by staying in more of a simulation of a human. Because now that he's like, I am God, I'm like, well, we're cooked, chat. We're fucking cooked. Oh. And this is literally what I was saying at the end of episode 7, is what's he gonna do if they all hate him? Like, I remember from an earlier episode, I think the fast food one, where it was like the only thing that stands in the way of Kane hurting us is the fact that he likes us or something in that vein. And if they all hate him openly and he, decides to go all scorched earth on them, they're fucked. And they're helpless against him. This is why he's so dangerous. God, I've just sat here like staring at a blank screen, just thinking, and I need to move along, so fuck. I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't feel good about it, so let's rip the band-aid off.
Let's get this show on the road!
That. Not that. The thing before, Kane. His eyes do that sometimes. The blue and the red. But he's the original. They're both definitely still part of him. Uh-oh. Fuck.
What was that?
Hello, my little fortuitous fruitcakes! Today's adventure is...
Kane, we're not in the mood. Why don't you answer some of our questions?
We'll see where it goes, but this is probably going to be a really good example of what I've been talking about, of him not understanding. Claiming that he's trying his best and, but outwardly, in plain language, it's not like they're being tricky. In plain language, they tell him what they want or what they need or what needs to happen. And usually he just ignores them and brushes them off because maybe he doesn't, before now anyway, maybe he doesn't want to believe that, but he thinks, or as the logical correct option, he probably thinks he knows better. But if his idea of what is mathematically better is skewed because he's so unstable, then he's literally set up for failure, which is tragic. It really is tragic, but it also ends up with the humans getting fucked. Like Zubul demanding, if we're not in the mood, you need to answer our questions. That's what we're asking of you. Answer our questions. Now, if he was really trying, I'm not saying he is now, he's off the rails, but typically, if he was really trying, that's the opportunity to say, okay, ask your questions. But usually he just cuts them off or diverts it to a different adventure or something else happening. It's his MO.
Questions. We have a lot of them.
Who has time for questions when there's a whole wacky world of hijinks out there?
Yeah, hey, you have a lot of explaining.
Hey!
Alternatively, I don't got to explain diddly squat.
Can you just give us some time to process everything?
Or how about we skip the melodrama
Reasonable
and
ask.
get right to the fun?
No, Kane. We have a lot on our minds right now, and we're not going on an adventure.
I see.
He could make you.
Since when were you in charge? Do you have any idea how much I do for you guys? How much I obsess over trying to make things perfect? How many insults
They never
I
asked that of you.
ignore to do my job? You have a lot on your minds? Don't make me laugh. I have a new adventure for you, and you should consider participating.
And if we refuse?
He'll make you.
Maybe I'm not getting through to you.
Oh, the musical number. Yeah. A lot of people told me that he does a musical number, so I was waiting for that. Okay, this threw me off because I thought he was sitting on the other end of the couch and was looking at Kane like that. And I was like, I wonder what that look means. But I went back and no, he's on the other end of the couch and he's looking at Pomni, and I guess by extension, everyone, or rather Pomni and Zubul. I guess Pomni, because it comes directly after Pomni chimes in and basically making a stand. Her saying, yeah, we've got a lot on our minds right now. We're not doing an adventure. We're not putting our foot down. And I don't know, this is such a turning point moment for the group versus Kane. I guess. And that's the thing, I feel like a lot of the time he's kind of in awe of Pomni and her self-assuredness and I don't know, just the person that she is. I'm constantly blown away by her capacity for kindness and empathy and just how we've seen her grow in the circus. I'm so fixated on his look right now after that. I have so many thoughts. God, this is all so complicated, but yeah, Kane's leaning even harder now into, because again, I was already seeing this side of him before, but just in a more subtle way. He was always doing this though. That's where my misgivings come from about him. Because when everyone tells me, look, he's trying, can't you see he's trying so hard and he just, like, he's doing his best. And I'm like, yeah, but also no. Maybe logically he's doing his best and thinks, again, he keeps reiterating that he does everything perfectly and they just don't appreciate it. There is not, like, as much as we see him sometimes that, the self-loathing come through of maybe you're just bad at it. It's like there's not even a moment where he actually considers that. He pops bubble, shoves those doubts to the side and continues like stubbornly down the route he's on without any understanding. Yeah, it's tragic, but it's also so dangerous in the position he's in. Yeah, I mean, literally, we've seen him do this before, zipping up Zubal's mouth. I think it was Zubal. But yeah, from the first protestation of Pomni, he tries to shut her up and shut down any dialogue, any real chance of understanding because his way or the highway. Again, I know some people are going to try and misconstrue what I'm saying and being like, look, she just doesn't get it. She hates Kane. No media literacy. She doesn't understand. I don't know how I can say it, but I do understand and I do sympathize with his position, but that's as far as it goes when no effort is being made. And I mean, that position of power he's in really just changes everything. And if things continue this way, like, I don't know how, but they'll have to get rid of him in it's either him or it's us kind of way, because things can't continue like this.
It's news to me that it's news to you.
Again, this is such a self-centered, like, narcissistic thing to do. Who answers to who?
We could go on and on, but in the end, who are we kidding?
Fear.
Is past infinity, am I getting through? Seems our regime has plummeted so.
Here comes the war criminal.
Need to scream if you ain't got a mouth.
I specifically said in a prior episode, never show this to me again. I don't remember which one, but he did that and I was like, I never want to see that again. Thank you. That's not what I asked for, actually, because I'm looking at it right now. And again, the fear on their faces. And this is the kind of dangerous fucking dictator. That's what I mean. It was always heading here. And how thematically appropriate. Don't need to scream if you ain't got a mouth. Hello, I have no mouth and I must scream. Yeah.
Why bite the hand that feeds when it's the only hand you're getting? It's time you see that this great marquee is the only place.
Shit. So we're really torturing them physically now. Okay. Seems like a healthy direction for him to go.
So strap on in and to get on the train and don't forget who's running the show.
Ugh, I knew it. He always had it. That me mentality. And again, it's probably not his fault. He was made this way. Or, I mean, maybe it was a little his fault if he devoured the blue one and then, I don't know, some sick, twisted combination of the two of them. I'm really interested to know what facets of himself and maybe what did each of them have the same intended purpose, but one was just better? Or I really want to know the details of that. But yeah, who's running the show? I mean, Kane always has been.
Who's running the show? Now look at this. Absolute bliss. Oh, what a shock. Watch where you walk.
Oh, I thought any accompanying torture was accidental, like any good war criminal. Huh? That's an electric chair. Okay. Okay.
I'm the host
Damn, she's got that Mrs. Puff build going on. But that's what I mean. I know he crashed out, and I don't know if that changed him in any major way, or whether it just unleashed parts of himself, but these parts of him, they always felt like they were there, simmering under the surface, but maybe they were in conflict with another part of him that is designed to actually help humans, but then the other part of him was almost resentful of them. Damn. King is pulling it off though. Yep. Public relations? We don't know them here. HR neither. Oh, episode 2 and 3 and 4. And the funny thing about this is, I mean, he's giving Vox energy, and that's not really something you want to be saying about someone who's not a villain. You know what I mean? Like, hello, is that Vox Populi playing? More like Vox Day. God Kane. Oh, they say it alright. Now, doesn't this imagery say it all? Him standing on top of their broken, battered bodies. Because it's the Kane show. Yeah, him saying, play the games and just ignore the pains. I mean, that's what you wanted. Like, that wasn't obvious from episode 3, when he supposedly designed the Scary Mansion mission for Zubul. The only way to win being to hold your breath. But apparently Zubul's limbs straighten out. Like, they would not have been able to walk and complete it. They would have been entirely trapped. That's the thing. I wonder if on some vicarious level, inadvertently torturing them this whole time and putting them through so much torture, even when he didn't accept this part of himself wholeheartedly. I wonder if part of him was, trying to make them feel as trapped as he feels.
I think we all understand each other now.
You don't. You don't understand anything about them.
Welcome back! I can't believe you didn't pick
Days?
up the context clues. It was practically spelled out for you. What are you, stupid? Next one's gonna be even crazier. Hope you're ready. By the way, Kinger, I need you for something. Come with me.
No. No. Come back. Oh. Ragatha.
I don't know how many more of these new adventures I can handle. What? Got nothing positive to say about this one?
Oh, Ragatha. That's so funny because, yeah, she is the one who's always trying to, even when they are put through shit adventures, like, oh, it wasn't so bad. And so even Pomni was shocked. Like, I mean, I was too when he's like, what? You don't have anything positive to say about this one? And Pomni's like, me? Huh? Oh, I'm holding Ragatha. And yeah, I think with the way she is now, fortunately, she's not going to have an empty positive response to this one. Honestly, that's very Paper Mario of her. Kind of neat. Very Paper Mario.
I can't take this anymore. We gotta do something about this or I'm gonna lose my mind.
Yep.
I never should have antagonized him so much. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
It's not your fault. It was always going to happen.
Break time! Gotta brainstorm some new ideas!
He shredded.
He shredded me.
What the fuck? I mean, I know he said he shredded me, but it really sounded like me saying he's shredded. He is shredded. Okay, it's not every day I have a Kinger sync up. I'll take that. He shredded him. Now, what is the context for that? This is what I mean about the whole Abel Kinger beef, and by extension Kane Kinger beef. Him saying, Kinger, I need to borrow you for a second. Returning him shredded. What was that conversation? If it was one, or whether he just wanted to give him some extra torture? I have to imagine that moment meant something, but I don't know what. God, I'm not even joking. I've been so nervous watching this that I've like bitten the skin all around my fingers from like nerves. Just, oh, as Ragath said, they've got to do something. Unless Kane is trying to stop Kinga from being able to do something. Because if what we heard last episode, I now believe it has to be true. Based on everything, the photo, but then his convo with Queenie, he has to have been one of the developers. Can he do something? Anything? Can we workshop this? He's out of control.
Brainstorm some new ideas!
He shredded me.
Wait, are you gonna fix him, Kane? Fuck.
I think we should get out of the open for a bit.
Yeah. In the pipes? Sorry, I think my brain just crashed and then rebooted. Holy fuck. So it was here. And that's... my god, I was in such editing hell with last episode so long, and I was so sleep deprived. Again, I should try and avoid burnout more, but I was so excited to get that video out. And I was editing pretty late into the previous night. Like I was cutting it down to the wire, and I was so confused why I got quite a few comments. Thank you for letting me know, saying that if you actually listen, which I still need to go back and do, if you find people kind of clarifying the audio and turning up the volume of the little adventure globe orb of the little snowy cottage looking place where Jax was looking at it really sadly. And I was wondering, I was like, oh, maybe that's where they had the hot cocoa because it looks cold. You can't really see where they are in the photo, but they're having like a yummy hot cocoa looking drink. I wonder if they had it on that adventure, or I wonder if it was, another adventure where that they shared together, implying a positive, happy adventure longingly. And so a lot of people think an argument was happening, between him and Ribbit. And I was like, why? Yeah, that's what I was saying, wasn't it? And I realized editing's hard. I think instead of chopping one section, because, I pause when I'm formulating my thoughts, lots of dead air of me just thinking. And I think instead of cutting out the dead air, I cut off a tiny part of what I was saying as well. Because I was so confused. I'm like, I feel like I mentioned that. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure I did mention that. I was like, maybe it was a bad memory or something like that. I'll insert here. I'm assuming that little snowy cottage place, I know in the Polaroid with Kaufmo and Ribbit, they were drinking hot cocoa or something. I wonder if that was there, or whether he just has another fond memory of an adventure there with them. Or maybe even a bad memory. Maybe some kind of abstraction sign started there, but just... oh, he looks so haunted. Because I couldn't quite tell if it was longing and sadness from a happy memory that's past, or whether it was kind of a tipping point or a catalyst for... maybe he looks back on that moment and thinks, maybe I could have saved her if we didn't fight about that, or I don't know. But yeah, fuck, that's a revelation that it was here. And look at him, the fact that he did order it, I don't know, that gives me hope on the abstraction front. I don't want to speak to next episode because I haven't watched the trailer, but I saw that it was a thumbnail of his face, and seeing the posters for the film release, it's his face everywhere. I know that Jax and Pomni have kind of been identified as the main characters, which I definitely feel and agree with in terms of the way the show has written and presented the setting and all of these characters. I can definitely see those two being the main characters, which is really another way of saying the main conduits for the core of the storytelling that they want to do, which does make sense. So I can't speak to that episode because I'm concerned about Jax for that episode for sure. But I think maybe we're in the all clear for this episode in terms of abstraction, because him ordering that is kind of, I don't know, almost coming to terms with it a little bit, not avoiding it and pretending like it didn't happen. I don't know. What else have we got going on? Oh my god! The little sandwiches that Pomni's eating, those yellow hard plastic, slices of bread or toast, I used to have those in my little toy kitchen set, and you'd put them in the toaster, and that is such a throwback. And yeah, it makes me sad that they're all sitting next to each other. One, except for Jax, but also Kinga, just kind of sitting, pondering. I wonder if what happened between him and Kane just now is either on his mind. I mean, maybe not much is on his mind. Maybe Kane's trying to ensure that he stays not lucid. Because I think Kinga could be the guy, that he could be the saving grace here. But maybe Kane's stopping that from happening. Caressing the cup.
I haven't been up here in a while.
We should just indulge a little while we have the time to. I don't know what Kane has planned next, but I'm guessing it's not anything good.
I think this is, I don't know, there's something to be said of, you know, him creating Jax, creating so much chaos and sowing discord and everything, when I guess for the most part their problems were not being able to escape, but also just distracting everyone from a lot of things in general. But when it comes to really being in peril and this situation where they're all in danger, I mean, not to mention the interactions earlier where even after everything, they're like, you're part of this. You're one of us. Not turning him away, still being there for him. It's like all of these things plus the fucking potentially mortal danger they're in. I mean, not that they can die, but maybe getting tortured for all eternity is a worse fate. But in the face of that, it puts a lot of things into perspective. And I think specifically where Gangel's concerned, not just because she was the main target of a lot of his behavior, being who he dubbed in episode 1, the crybaby, like the easy target, but also after earlier in the episode when, not for his benefit, it wasn't to, you know, save his ass or anything, but coming to his defense in a way, like affirming that, you know what, no, he is right. We shouldn't be arguing over this amongst ourselves. It's not going to change anything. Can we just be here for each other instead? And it's also from someone who, as he said in the stargazing episode, he's like, you know, could she ever actually be happy? Is that possible? Like, such a complicated dynamic between the two of them, and that they were always adventure partners, whether willingly on Gangel's part, I don't know, maybe sometimes, but I think if he verbalizes it, it makes it real. But I wonder if he wants to either apologize or even make a, you know, maybe an inconsequential conversation, but try to bridge that gap. And with everything put in perspective of the situation they're in now, it's like there's no need for a chaos sowing character. Everyone's been broken down to, I don't know, just broken down. But he can't bring himself to say anything, at least not yet. I think, I don't know, any kind of olive branch to truly, I don't know, lower his head and make amends would make it real. And I still think he's not there yet. He can't admit it to himself. But I don't think he's going to abstract, but I think so many times in this episode he's had many like near breakthroughs of just, I don't know, accepting community. I'm scared. I'm scared for next episode, and this episode's not even done yet. And I wonder if looking over at Gangle and then back down to the drink he just finished, the one that reminds him of Ribbit and Kaufmo, he's probably thinking about, I don't know, maybe what went wrong there and what he's been doing now. And maybe some correlations between that behavior, or even sort of realizing, like the way he caressed that cup, like the way he was like, I haven't been here in a while. I mean, to no one in particular, but then caressing the cup and downing it, almost in that act of acceptance. I wonder if he's at all thinking about how losing those people maybe turned him into someone else. I don't know, he's just recently been finally, I think, evaluating a lot of his behavior and not really liking what he sees, which, yeah, you wouldn't. But you have to accept that and accept that this is real and kind of deal with that, either to the people themselves or, I guess, and internally, like atone for that. And I think kind of forgiving yourself can be a first step in this scenario, because how can you make it right with other people if you're still in denial? It's so complicated, but very well written. It makes it very interesting to dig into these characters.
He's gotta get bored of all this sometime, right?
Where's Pomni?
He's not a human. I'm not sure if we can properly gauge how he thinks.
That's it. That part. Zubul reiterating our conversation regarding the Chinese room. that's exactly right. Because that's what, in fact, they've been trying. They've been trying to reach him because he presented himself as like, I just want you guys to be happy. So they take that at face value and say, okay, this is what we need. But it's not, there's no meshing communication there because he can't fully understand. And in turn, as Zubul said, they can't gauge how he thinks because he's running on an entirely different operating system, so to speak.
God, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Oh god, this is the thing, like episode 1, Pomni being the first one to have like the staticky eyes that we've seen, and then ultimately Jax on the road to abstraction, but obviously it's maybe not that deep, it's more of a, you know, she's frazzled, and what the fuck?
Fine.
You know, things were just fine here until you and Zubul came along.
How about a big one of these for you, buddy? But at the same time, I get it from a status quo perspective in terms of he didn't have to confront the way that he is until one, maybe Zubul showed up, and although we didn't really see the closeness that we see now, it's clear that Zubul has been an advocate for Gangle prior, or at least standing up for her. But then also with Pomni, she changed everything. Not just because I think the way that she has a way about herself that makes it easier for her to connect with people and get through to people. Inadvertently, Jax found himself drawn to her and actually, you know, having a friend for the first time, as much as he didn't want to admit that. And it changed everything. And it's sort of like, I do think that if Pomni never came along, maybe he would have stayed in his little delusion forever. But again, she just sees through everything. So her showing up really, I mean, it led to all of this in the good way that they were never free. And her being here and, you know, I don't know, making that more evident. I mean, maybe Kane would have crashed out this way eventually, but she's such a strong presence, surprisingly so, that I think she's really shaped the way that the story has gone. I mean, obviously, main character, but even in terms of the emotional weight and depth of all of these characters. And I don't know, this bitterness from Jax, I mean, you better thank your lucky stars that Pomni showed up, my guy. I'm not copping any of that. Not that there was really any weight behind what he said anyway. But from his cognitive dissonance perspective, her showing up really was the worst thing because he started letting walls down without even realizing it. And now he probably feels very exposed. And I think that's something that is really, I mean, like every time he's been picked on and the maid outfit, every time he is the butt of a joke, he is just not, he can't cope with that. And I think it makes it even worse for him when the walls are down. I think he struggles with maybe feeling, not perceived, maybe exposed, like with no defenses up. And so this shoddy little attempt of, I don't know, things would have been fine the way that they were, which obviously not, but he could have stayed living in his delusion. It's like he's not wrong he's wrong that things were fine, but I guess compared to now, he's not wrong that before Zubul and Pomni, really the two really self-assured and, you know, hard-headed in a good way, like they've really changed the dynamic, I think maybe ultimately for the better. But in the short term, I see the observation and I give him one of these, but I understand the sentiment. It's just, Jax, you've already let your walls down too much to half-heartedly drop lines like that. You're not going to get the same responses as you used to.
So you and Zubul came along. Nothing? Okay.
Yeah. Let's get that bad boy on his head, please.
Oh,
Just give it a sec.
Ragatha vouch for it.
Trust me.
Because none of the others know about this, do they?
Anger, you there?
I'm where? It's dark in here.
What exactly are we waiting for?
No, she's right. Just give it a bit.
I've got a bucket on my head. I'm guessing you don't want me to remove it.
Kinger.
Hey, Pomni.
Wait.
Okay, I actively had to hold myself back that time. Because when he said, I have a bucket on my head, I'm guessing you don't want me to take it off. I'm like, he's back. And as the camera focused on Pomni, I knew she was going to say Kinga. And I was going to say it too, but I'm like, it wouldn't have been organic. I could feel it coming. But yeah, in spirit, I was right there with her. He's here. I wonder how everyone's going to react to this. Because Jack's kind of had I don't know. They cut to him specifically and he kind of looked distressed. Maybe, does he know something? Or is it just the confusion of all the characters other than Pomni and Ragatha? I guess until now, yes. I'm so glad Ragatha was here to back Pomni up.
Kinger.
Hey, Pomni.
Wait, the bucket makes him sane?
Darkness. It's a long story.
What's happening?
What do you know about Kane?
It's a little hazy, but I remember C&A.
Jax?
That was just an adventure, right?
No, C&A is a real company. I worked for them.
Wait, they really made this game?
No, we didn't make games. We were just developing artificial intelligence, specifically creative AI.
You're fucking kidding me. Oh my god. Creating creation. I fucking knew that was there for a reason. Yeah. So they made... That makes... Oh, and all in context, that makes so much sense because no wonder... They've all been under the assumption that C&A made this game, right? As a game. But the fact that, again, at the beginning, when Kinga was like, I don't know what's happening, like, we never made this. There never was a game. Because I was also under the assumption that maybe making Kane was part of it, but that it was like game AI for like better AI for the NPCs and stuff, and maybe trying to make sentient AI for that purpose. But I didn't consider that maybe they were just out to create the AI itself. And the whole circus, I guess, was a byproduct of all the information they fed to him, a lot of which had circus imagery. Confirmed that he... Yeah. And also, Jax looks terrified, like so distressed. And like when Kinga started to come to and become himself again, and Pomni explains that it's the darkness and it like helps him regain his sanity, Jax looks so shaken. Well, what's happening? Like he's scared about what that means.
That could come up with its own ideas and create things within the program.
What is going on right now?
Kane was our first semi-successful attempt at that.
Semi-successful.
I can't remember what we originally called him, but he was one of my greatest achievements as a programmer.
You made Kane?
Partially, yes. I got a few pointers from, well, I can't remember his real name, but his circus name was Scratch. That man was a...
Holy shit. So I was kind of on the right track earlier when I was wondering if the first lot of them, if they were like C&A employees. Which is interesting thinking back to the adventure last episode where Kinga was very clearly identified as one of the developers. And Kaufmo's name was also there, kind of half scribbled out. And the other names were also scribbled out. And I wonder if it's because, I mean, obviously they wouldn't have known their real names anyway, but it wouldn't have really had any impact on these characters if it said people like Scratch and Barney. I don't know. There was a purple dinosaur. Figured it was a good guess. But I wonder if that first group were all programmers. Kaufmo wasn't, because it seems like he was a pretty late addition, at least after Ragatha anyway. And by that point, I would assume all of the C&A employees were gone, abstracted. But I wonder how that happened, because obviously Scratch was part of the crew. His wife was there too. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that when I say developers, I'm meaning anyone involved in the development of the game, not necessarily just the programmers. So depending on your theories, I actually am referring to Queenie in a way as, you know, when I mentioned maybe they entered together, maybe, and as we discuss here, that whole first crop of them might have been C&A employees. There is a popular theory you guys mentioned back when I first theorized about Queenie in like episode 1, or as well as when we first got actual mention of her, that obviously we hear she really likes bugs, and Kinga used to not, but then he grew to like them because of her. It makes so much sense thinking about it, that potentially with Kinga obviously being a programmer or software engineer, and I guess working very closely in AI creation, obviously, typically someone in that role wouldn't be a fan of bugs in the coding sense, but a lot of people theorize that Queenie might have been a QA tester or something of the like, doing quality assurance and, testing for bugs. And not that a QA tester would, want there to be bugs present. I mean, it gives them something to do, but just as a fun little potential meta gag, maybe it would make sense and would kind of be a cute little Easter egg. But who knows, maybe she was involved in a different capacity in development, or as Kinga said, I'm sorry I roped you into this, maybe it was, she really was roped into it and didn't have any involvement. I could see it going either which way, but yeah, just wanted to comment on that. So I wonder how, unless all of the developers had headsets on and were, like maybe playtesting in game when Kane did something and trapped all their consciousness or trapped them in the game. Because I was like, how would they all be? I don't know. But this is like scaring Jax. But also no wonder if Scratch had a big hand in making Kane and the man was a genius and the first abstraction was somehow brought about by Kane's meddling, perhaps into their minds. I wonder if Scratch was trying to stop Kane, and so Kane, I guess in a sense, offed him in the only way he could. So obviously the humans can't die here, but I don't know. But kind of like what I mentioned last video, from the themes back in episode 1, of maybe, it's not that Kane wants them to abstract, but if a human stops being controllable and, stops serving their function within the circus, maybe they become worthless to Kane. And although he doesn't want them to abstract, he doesn't want them to leave him, maybe sometimes they need to be abstracted in order for him to maintain his control. Okay, I waited a bit to mention this because I was going to jump in a little bit earlier with the potentially inadvertently maybe Kane trying to make the humans feel as trapped as he is, and also the whole Kinga shredding incident, when I'm like, I wonder what was going on there. And I think there can be a really interesting discussion around this, and obviously I'm looking at it from the power perspective of Kane having full control over this place and basically the humans being at his whims. But if you do take it a step further, zoom out a little bit, and you think about the developers and their power over Kane, and it's not a one-to-one, it is different, but I just think it's so interesting to think about that Kane has, we saw that self-talk with Bubble kind of, saying you really were the lesser of the two, you ruined it, and, feeling bad about not being able to perform his purpose as well as, he thinks he should be able to. And it makes me think a lot about Abel, right? Because obviously Abel was a mouthpiece for Kane. And what do we see Abel talk about a lot? Kinga, with quite a lot of vitriol. And, that's why and I guess the characters, many people were turning on Abel like, whoa, we don't talk about Kinga like that in here. And so I wanted to, kind of have the discussion here where, God, a lot to discuss, but it seems like Kane hates Kinga. And it's, we didn't really know why, but it just seems like they have a very complicated dynamic. And now, knowing Kinga being a developer, it obviously makes sense from that lens. But it's an interesting, comparison there, because obviously I filter a lot of my thoughts around the character dynamics through these power structures where Kane really is lording his power over the humans, over the NPCs, and they are at his whims. But I think an interesting way to also think about it, if you take it further and zoom out, is Kane also being, the humans aren't his creations, but NPCs are, also being at the whims of his creators, and especially with what we saw about, and in this case when I'm saying Abel, I mean the blue, the more stable code version, right? We see Kane rejected and, deemed unstable, deemed a failure, defective, and replaced. And I have to assume that either Kinga or Scratch or both were involved in that kind of decision, or maybe there's more to it in terms of Scratch's motivations, we'll see. But it's interesting that we see Cain kind of on the level of the NPCs in that moment, because what was the guy in the Chinese room doing? Oh, thank God. Like, he just bolted the hell out of there. Whereas we have to assume that Cain either created him or imbued him with that purpose to do that task. And he was doing it, but at the first sign of freedom, he rejected that purpose. And I don't know, my thoughts are a little jumbled, but it almost makes me think in, you could think of it in a different way. Cain's maniacal tantrum earlier, who do they think they are? Like, it's because he says the word humans in such a vitriolic way. I was like, that's pretty unearned for what our humans have done, right? Like, yes, they haven't enjoyed his adventures, but there seems to be a lot of pent-up resentment or bitterness towards humans that, when I say, not intentionally malicious, I don't know. Because if you were to think of him as more self-conscious in like the conscious entity sense, then maybe we thought, or that's just one interpretation that I know some people have. And I can definitely see merits to kind of both interpretations there. And so I wonder if in his own way, similar to, the other NPCs, maybe some part of him has been malicious, because although he thinks he's, just logically doing his job, fulfilling his purpose, it's almost like he sees these humans as beneath him, but is also subjugated by the developers above him. Like that kind of trickle down where he feels rejected and like he's not good enough and, is literally unstable as hell. And it's almost like both using these humans, like trying to get their approval as a replacement for the approval he really craves, which is his developers, his creators. And when he didn't get that, and when, especially with Kinga here, it's like not being able to please them, just reinforcing everything that has gone wrong and led to him being cut off in the first place. And so it's just interesting because again, he has immense power over these humans, controls everything, not okay. Whatever he does to them, not okay at all. But I just think it's an interesting thought experiment, considering how he in a way is in a similar situation, or rather was. And even if he doesn't mean to, maybe he does at some point, we'll see. If he can't get approval from these humans and he can't control them, he can't destroy them, it's possible there's been moments when he inadvertently was like punishing them in a way.
That man was a genius.
Wait,
Cain was pretty rough around the edges, though. I wasn't quite on Scratch's level of thinking outside the box, but it was good groundwork for something the rest of the team could wrap their heads around. I can't say the same for Scratch. His ideas were often so bizarre and abstract that the rest of the team had no...
His ideas were so bizarre and abstract.
The rest of the team had no idea how to work in his language, either due to pure brilliance or the tumor in his head.
Tumor?
He was trying to make something. What was it?
Wait. Kinga was saying he was trying to make something. What was it? While we see a close... Holy fuck, I didn't see the sprinkles. Oh my god, okay. I thought I was reaching. I'm not. I'm Scratch. I'm a genius. No, obviously not, but the blue and red sprinkles sell this for me. He was trying to make something. What was it? Smash cut to this muffin that's been split in half, and it has both red and blue sprinkles. Scratch trying to make something. Did he allow Cain to absorb the other one on purpose, maybe? Or maybe he was trying to create, like maybe if he created a stable version of something, maybe that would stabilize Cain? Or the opposite, maybe it was intended to go the other way around? Or maybe even they were supposed to combine and then, be separated into, we're just seeing so much imagery of two halves, the blue and the red combined. And I thought that was entirely Cain's instability that made that happen. This means something. What was Scratch trying to make? Maybe it was something to stabilize Cain But also, if we look at the full imagery, it's the blue and red sprinkles on top of something. It's like the finishing touches. did they maybe need both Kane and the blue one that I call Abel for something, or to create something, to finish something off? Maybe he had a bizarre idea, an abstract idea, and he was using Kane and Abel to fulfill that end, but he fucked up. Interesting. Okay, now we get to a very interesting topic, kind of touched on earlier regarding Chinese room experiment, but the idea of the singularity, not just in terms of that technological innovative boom that would world ending in a way, potentially, but also based on kind of the popular culture knowledge around the singularity being, I think, proposed or designed in the book The Singularity is Near, in which it's supposed to, the singularity is going to be us transcending human bodies. You'll often see it in media as someone becoming, a brain in a robot, like a jar, or our consciousness either living on, aided by technology, or our consciousness completely digitized. Lots of talk of when we reach the singularity, I'm going to upload my brain. And I don't know, I'm sure some of you will have kind of heard ideas like this, even if they didn't call it the singularity, but it's featured pretty prominently in some media. And this is where we come to Scratch, I think, because it just dinged something in my brain when I heard tumor, because I was like, or he was trying to do something, maybe with Kane and Abel, but I know they said the tumor maybe is part of what made him so brilliant, it gave him the capacity for such abstract thinking. But what if it was a life-threatening tumor that he was working towards? I mean, what are they all if not their consciousness uploaded? Maybe that was Scratch's goal all along, in order to live on or preserve himself in a digital capacity. And I don't think that's far-fetched at all, especially, I mean, God, there's so much to talk about. I need to stop. But one thing I will say is how that kind of plays into it with our circus crew, with Pomni and Jax and Kingo and just everyone, and the earlier idea that I talked about of whether it's their real selves, are still walking around in the real world and they are just a copy, or whether they're effectively knocked out, they're in a coma or something, and so their consciousness is one, but it is in the digital world right now and gone from their human bodies, maybe. Any of these could be true, and I'm not that fussed on maybe which, or I'm kind of, again, interested in the effects of that and kind of what we're dealing with. But I think it just provokes such an interesting argument of, if they're a copy, is that copy still you? Also bringing into it ideas of what's in that world, if you're just a copy, say you were entirely, your consciousness was replicated in code rather than in neurons, and it's effectively, you cannot tell the difference between the two, and you still feel like you. But from the outside, say it's pretty comparable to something like an AI maybe, the only difference being the source was, external, a human originally. And I guess depending on who you are, whether you would see those two things as similar, or whether you would value one more, or whether you would value it based on whether the original was still alive. Would you then consider it just a copy? And if they were the only one, would you consider them the real one, even if they're only code? Such fascinating ideas. And I think I've had to confront something about myself as well, because although, again, I think the way Kane is right now, I don't think he has a mind in the way that the humans do, or they're running on different operating systems, I like to say. They can't reach an understanding because Kane doesn't understand them, or doesn't have the capacity to, either the way he is or the way that he's been made with circumstances. But if he was maybe a little less power hungry too. Not that that's necessarily his fault. You know what I mean? The power thing's important. But take Gummy Goo, for instance. I know I bring it up a lot, but it's just, you saw how attached I was to him immediately, knowing that he was an AI. So that doesn't bother me when it's someone who has experiences, is sympathetic because they have people that they care about and love, and even when it doesn't, I think that's the thing. Humans have a capacity for randomness in a way that a lot of AI don't. Their algorithms don't. If they're going to be random, it has to be factored in mathematical probability of randomness, whereas humans I can't remember the quote, but it was in one of these scientific discussions around the Chinese room experiment, and how humans' capacity for randomness and this complex understanding, but also inherently contradictory, all of these things, the complexity of it are just impossible to replicate currently for us. But I think the one thing I had to really think about, because I initially was just, if the humans are a copy, then, they're a digital copy. But thinking about it more and researching it more, especially when it comes to software, like say you're copying a computer file, specifically in terms of software, there is no qualitative difference between the two, like between the copy and the original. And I think, not for everyone maybe, but maybe an inherent, like, again, the hubris of humanity of seeing the way we've developed is special and unique to us and irreplicable. I think thinking about it, there is this squeamishness of not wanting to die, like here in a physical sense, even if, say, we could not distinguish any difference between ourselves here and, in a digital version. There is this like, feeling of like, well, that's not me kind of thing, but you wouldn't know. You see this a lot in like cloning media as well. And I genuinely think part of it is, our human brain's inability to comprehend, something that can effectively be us. I don't know, but then you could bring in like the Chinese room experiment and theories of duplication and replication and what that means. And I talked about that for way too long. So, I have so much more to say, but we're done with that. So yeah, Scratch's whole tumor thing made me think that maybe that was his goal. And then what it kind of means for this world, the characters in the circus. It's, oh my God, this show is genuinely making me smarter just because it is provoking such interesting discussions that, I don't know, I just want to go learn. And then I spend hours and hours and hours reading philosophical thought experiment papers around digital consciousness and what understanding is. And I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, anyway, I digress.
What was it? I'm getting off track. Was there anything specific you needed to know?
Wait, I
Jax?
should go distract Kane so he doesn't listen in on this. Just fill me in afterwards.
Yeah, that's true, but...
Fill me in later.
Be here later.
I will.
What the fuck is happening to Jax? Okay, he was first kind of on edge when he found out that Kinga actually can be sane. But at first he was just like, wait, what's going on? But then when Kinga was talking about how CNA is real, and Kinga used to... Oh, no. Me saying that made me realize something, maybe. Putting a pin in that, holding that thought. Yeah, so what I just said, and the fact that Kinga was a developer, and then as he's talking more and more about how they created Kane and how, I don't know, just how all of this, how what's happened to all of them has come to be, he's getting more and more panicked. And he can't even hide the tremor in his voice, just stumbling over his words as he's running away. And Pomni immediately jumping to, are you okay? But yeah, that's true. Like, we probably do need him distracted, but man's like about to launch into another panic attack, just desperately. Fill me in later. Like, I gotta go. This went so hard. This might be one of my favorite Pomni lines. Just the stern voice coming on, resolute. She's not asking him, she is telling him, be here later. She recognizes the signs by now. She sees him not doing well and running away to be alone. And if he's insisting that they fill him in later, she's like, you better stick the fuck around. Don't go abstracting on us. You better be here later. That's one of the most, like, stern, but also the most caring things that she's said. Like, she's really speaking his language in a way. It's not going so far as to say, like, be safe, take care of yourself. It's more of a, don't give up, don't break, stay. I want to watch her say it again.
Be here later.
I will.
He will.
Oh my God. This is real.
Those are noises, that's not words. I didn't finish my thought from earlier when I said that the thing I said made me think of something and I was like, oh no, is because he first started freaking out for real when Kinga was talking about how C and A was real. And I was like, fuck no. Because is it in that moment that the cognitive dissonance broke down and the denial, I mean, he couldn't deny it any longer. Oh, we're not talking in abstracts now. We're talking about reality, about real things. And I was wondering, did he realize in that moment he couldn't ignore it any longer, that all of this is real? Everything is real. The thing that he can't let himself admit. I was like, I wonder if that solidified it to him, like, oh, fuck, I gotta get out of here. Oh my, I need to watch that again because fuck.
Oh my god. This is real.
It's not. I'm not okay. Man nearly abstracted last episode, and I still think this is the most broken down we've seen him. I can't even describe that tone of voice of him saying, oh my god, this is real. It is real. Everything you felt, everything you've done, everything you are, it's all real. I thought that might have been it. I was like, why else would he be freaking out unless he knew something about CNA or... But I was like, that doesn't make sense. I don't know, he's so young compared to Kinga, and it would have been so long since the others had abstracted. I was like, it wouldn't make sense necessarily for him to be clued in some way. So I was like, why is he freaking out? But of course, Kinga basically just telling him, it's not even speculation at that point. Because you know what? Maybe that all... Oh. I hadn't thought of this before, but when he first started freaking out, when Kinga started... Oh, they put the bucket on his head and he was like, wait. And then when Pomni said, it's the dark that makes him sane, Jack started freaking out. And then even more so when Kinga, while sane, cemented that this is real. And so I wonder if there's been any point in the time that they've been here when... Because again, we've seen Pomni, we've seen Ragatha, like these beautiful chats when they've ended up in the dark. I have to imagine there's been an adventure somewhere where maybe he was in the dark, or I don't know, maybe he said something that kind of shook Jax to his core once, maybe, when they were in the dark. But because, like, maybe Jax needs Kinga to be insane so that he can dismiss everything he says. And maybe he said something or quite a few things over the years that if those things Kinga said were real, that would like destroy Jax. That would be a mind fuck. And so obviously he has to believe that Kinga's just insane and doesn't know what he's talking about. So for not only Pomni, but Ragatha as well, and then seeing it firsthand that Kinga is very lucid in the dark, I wonder if that triggered any specific memories for Jax, or whether it's just that realization of... I feel like maybe there has been some instances, because just revealing the fact that Kinga can be sane sometimes seemed to shake him to his core, and he's very distrustful. Like, he always doubts. I mean, I know he's seeing it, but like me with Abel, it's like, you know, something's off here, but obviously he trusts Pomni, and I guess seeing it with his own eyes as well. But the fact that he not only so readily just accepted it, but to the point where he's panicking over the fact that he now knows this is real, like without a doubt, makes me wonder if there's been any prior instances that have now compounded with this, and it's like altogether it's irrefutable. But I genuinely think this is going to haunt me. Him saying in that way, oh my god, this is real. Well, conveniently that is not a third, it's 2/3 of the way through the video, 1/3 left, and I think I need to take a lap. I need to not be here right now because I'm not doing well. Fuck. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, just a heads up for this portion. I actually had to go get my camera looked at because I don't know if I just overworked her or whether Kane infected my system and didn't want you to watch this. But after finishing those first 2/3, my camera just stopped being able to focus. So warning that this last component, the camera at me anyway, can go in and out of focus. And I mean, funnily enough, it was actually kind of fun because sometimes the focus in and out would actually line up with certain events. And it made it seem like a funny coincidence if focus suddenly got better. I don't know. I thought it was just a setting issue. So I was troubleshooting myself, but I had to get it looked at. And I think we're okay now. I think she's doing okay. But yes, so you can watch this next part like you're me, not wearing my glasses. So sometimes shit's just blurry. All right, we're back. I had my watermelon. Sorry, Jax. Let's kick off this final third, starting, of course, again with the line that broke my heart.
Be here later.
I will. Oh my god. This is real.
Kane's going a bit crazy right now. Is there any way to stop him, or at least control him?
I see. He's a highly advanced AI, and this is his world.
Yep.
One that he created from nothing.
Yeah.
Naturally, he has control over everything.
Except?
But so do we.
Did I somehow call this? Because in the episode 6, the guns episode, when Kinga manifests the butterfly to heal Ragatha, I was like, I wonder if it's because Kinga has coding knowledge or, I don't know, more insight in that area, or whether they're all on creative mode and they just don't know. Are they?
But so do we. In a sense, anyway. We all technically have the ability to conjure, just like Kane. It just comes naturally to him, but requires a lot more skill and concentration for us.
Butterfly.
I'm certain I could alter his code, or at least temporarily put him to sleep until we know how to fix him. I would just need access to a console.
The one behind Kane's office?
No,
The one in CNA?
just a simple
No.
computer.
Only Pomni can do this. He needs just a simple computer interface. Where have we seen that before? If Pomni can find that exit door again and make her way back into the fake CNA facility that Kane was putting together, she knows, I mean, maybe not exactly where it is, but the general path she took running through those doors until she eventually got to that computer with the headset, the one that freaked her out in episode 1. She knows exactly where we can get a computer if she can find the exit door.
In Kane's office?
No, just a simple computer interface would work. I could get back into the right headspace and essentially conjure Kane's code into the console and alter it.
Well, where do we get one of those?
I think I know exactly where to get one. Take turns with Jax distracting Kane. Don't let that bucket come off Kinger's head.
Pomni is truly taking charge. Not only telling them take turns with Jax, like don't let him go, but also don't let the bucket come off Kinga's head, protect Kinga at all costs. Because if Kane finds out what they're doing, I mean, it's funny how last episode almost prepared them for this, inadvertently gave them all of the tools needed to enact their plan, because Abel was so intent on keeping Kinga out, but that they resolved to bring Kinga in because they trust him. And also that keeping Kane distracted was a big component. Not that he actually is keeping Kane distracted, because I don't know if Jax is in the headspace to do that right now. Okay, me again. I have a lot of thoughts around Jax. I'm not sure if you noticed. And God, do I have a lot more. But I did want to jump in and talk about what he said when he left and why I find it interesting. Because his desperation to go after Kane, followed by his realization of, oh my god, this is real. First of all, it hits so hard now, because thinking back to episode 7, where I can't believe I remembered this, when I think Zubal and Gangle are talking to Kinga and then Jax falls out of the sky with the floppy disk after Kane sent him back to the circus from the restaurant. And he's like groaning as he gets up in frustration and goes, I am never doing anything for you guys ever again. And what was he doing then? He was distracting Kane. So after distracting Kane in a much totally irrelevant to this episode, but a painless way of distracting Kane, after being so indignant about that and going, I'm never doing that again for you guys. Like the first thing he does after he realizes that this is real is volunteer himself up to the torture. And I mean, that is what Kane has been doing to them this time, real torture. And maybe it's a gut reaction of like trying to get away, even as penance. But I think what's so ironic about that is that it is so out of character for him to say that it makes Pomni like more suspicious. Imagine if he'd just said something like, "Oh, I don't care about this. I don't want to be roped into this with you losers. I'm outie. Bye." Like, he could have easily said something like that. Any of the things he's been saying before, anything to compartmentalize, anything to put the walls back up. And I mean, at this point, anything that would have elicited less of a reaction from Pomni. Because obviously you can see he's not okay. And him saying, "Oh, I'm going to go distract Kane." It's like volunteering himself up in that way is not typical. But I think it's interesting that it was during this panic attack where he's not really thinking properly. And it kind of, furthers that in his response of "fill me in later," automatically implying that he, Pomni thinks he's a flight risk, but him usually, even when not true, kind of giving little jibs to the others about, I don't want to be involved in this, stop getting me involved. So to not only say, "I'll go distract Kane," then you can fill me in later. And then when Pomni says, "be here later," he says, "I will." No, you worry too much. No, relax, like it's fine. Again, I know he was in a panic attack and it's not the typical responses we'd expect from him anyway, but it's just interesting that he's kind of like been reset in that moment after his realization. And just on the topic of it, not being real and everything, I genuinely might do a separate video just talking about some Kane and Jack stuff that I have so many thoughts. Again, I have thousands and thousands and thousands of words in documents written in or typed in documents just from trying to, like, in a frenzy almost, get all my thoughts out about them. And I just don't have time to cover them in this episode, but I still have a lot to say. So, I mean, I might do it anyway, but if you want to see that and the full extent of my thoughts, let me know. But on that, maybe I'll only mention a couple more things because there's a lot more. But one thing is that the circus itself reinforces Jax's cognitive dissonance. Not only because, I haven't seen many people talk about this at all, but we don't know what Jax was like when he first got to the circus and how different he was. I know a lot of people agree that he probably was very different and this place changed him, losing people changed him, just becoming this person. It was probably a journey. And I hope it's been clear from this video that I find Kane fascinating. I love his character and all of the different thoughts it provokes and discussions. But Kane is no small part of that. When you actually think about it, especially for the people who really, really like Kane and really hate Jax, I just think it'll be interesting. I'm not, saying you're wrong or ascribing any moral value to your interpretation of it, but I just think it would be interesting for you to think about Kane's role in who Jax became and how that affects things, because it's certainly something interesting to think about. Like, if you find one character more sympathetic, but they've actually played a role in, kind of ruining not only this person's life, but turning them into someone that, and not all Kane. I'm not saying Jax is blameless or that he has no onus on himself, because some people go through, a lot of shit and they turn out different, or they handle it in this other harmful way. It's very complex, but I just think it's interesting to think about that, because seeing Jax at his breaking point, and especially in the last few episodes, Kane is a big reason as to, how he got here, and obviously associated with the people who have been taken away from him. And yeah, anyway, that was just a side note on this, because I was going to note that the circus reinforcing Jax's cognitive dissonance, which is interesting that even when Kane wasn't actively trying to hurt them, there were still, moments of torture. And we see the characters talk about, "Oh, I remember the first time my eyes popped out," or whatever in the episode 3. So many things like that where they are faced with bodily harm and psychological trauma because of Kane. And I think that is seen as very lesser compared to torment from someone like Jax to a lot of people. And I view those as opposites because of that power dynamic at play. Because Kane, in the circus, it shows people again and again and again, beaten down, stabbed, exploded, eyes popped out, like any number of things. And it shows Jax these people bouncing back afterwards. Like, us personally from the outside can see it and observe it with more of an objective view and as more real than he really has any right thinking it to be. You know, we see from our perspective that everything happening is real, but when you're in it and you're seeing literally all these video gamey things happen around you incomprehensibly, like I hadn't fully considered it before, but not only is every single character's gut instinct when they get into the circus that this is a dream or it's not real, but the circus itself actively reinforces that. And so the more I actually think that his admittedly avoidant and delusional mindset, it's actually rather credible and kind of a mundane coping mechanism, all things considered. Like, if you actually think of it from the character's perspective, not saying that he's taken the right course of action or anything, because again, lots of links to the good place and, you know, choosing to be good, even if it's not real, even if you don't know for sure, just choosing to try and do your best regardless. I'm not talking about that right now. It's just interesting that the setting itself reinforces those thoughts. So as much as I, call it delusional and cognitive dissonance, it's not the most unreasonable mindset to have in such a situation. And maybe I'll mention one more thing. I mean, I know it'll come up later. I'm sure I'll have more to say, but I'll save maybe most of my thoughts. I'm still thinking. But he thinks this isn't real, right? So what does he think it is? Because we do see glimpses of a potential for pushing people away out of fear for them, like him associating himself with people abstracting and being a bad omen in a way, but not wanting to let people get close to him. And that's the thing. If he thinks this is all, maybe not a dream, but a game, or none of this is real, maybe it is a game, or maybe he thinks he's being punished. If he thinks none of this is real, then he would be seeing himself as the main character, right? If he is the only real thing in this scenario, then what is happening to him, right? And what does that say? Because in that case, he feels like he's being tortured, that anyone he gets close to is taken away. And if that is the case, if he sees anyone he becomes close to and forms a real bond with, if he sees them suffer or, get taken away, thinking it's not real, I could see someone jumping to the thought of, I need to keep everyone away from me. And if he thinks he's being punished, then becoming a tormentor in his own right actually makes sense in a way of proving to whatever this not real thing is to Kane, to this delusion, that, see, I don't care about these people. I'm hurting them. I'm pushing them away. So taking them away won't hurt me. Leave them alone. See? There doesn't affect me. So almost a twisted act of self-preservation for others and himself. That's what's so hard, is that despite truly not believing any of this was real, he still so tangibly craves connection and finds himself drawn into Pomni's confidence and friendship despite his best effort. And this is why I really like his character, and almost as kind of in contrast to Kane is that point of, because I always love community and connection, and people, especially people like Jax, who have made it their mission to just push everyone away, not get involved, and yet the kindness of others and just that desire for connection, it draws you in anyway. And I just find that so fascinating. And it's interesting because Jax is such a character driven by connection, either craving it or pushing it away, very focused around other people, not believing it's real, but still involving himself at the beach. When he didn't need to be there, he could have left, especially after everything going on, but he doesn't want to be alone. Not really. But Pomni's taken charge. But also, King is saying alter Kane's code somehow. I wonder how that would work given how unstable he is, and whether Scratch, I don't know, did something that can't be reversed, or even if trying to affect Kane's code or alter it, would that work for him in the same way how if he tried to interfere with the humans' minds, potentially that's what started causing abstraction. Would that happen to him as well, in a way? Or would his code react differently? Okay, now that we've discussed the Chinese room in a bit more detail, and God, I still have a million more things I want to say on the subject. I'll just research for days. It's so interesting. But I guess that, and what we've just watched, kind of brings me to thoughts around the possibilities for Kane, depending on where the show wants to go with it. There's been kind of maybe conflicting evidence, some suggesting that, he is purely a machine learning AI, algorithmic based, manipulating symbols, and hence the disconnect with people because they give one response and he's not equipped to handle that. So the interaction goes tits up, for lack of a better word. But then there's also been little hints, or especially with the Chinese room theory and the rendition of it with the dictionary instead of the rule book, and that symbolizing, it is actually, it's not a simulation of the mind. It is that NPC reading a dictionary and learning Chinese, actually learning it, which kind of goes against the original thought experiment, and that could just be a fun meta joke, but you could also take it to mean that maybe that's one stance on the function of the thought experiment in this world. And I kind of made note of this discussion because of some earlier points where I was saying it really feels like he has the mind of a machine. He has this, pure artificial intelligence. I don't know. It's almost like he has that, but then the bad parts of being human, like that self-loathing, bubble, but also about the blue ball, the blue dot, the blue circle, whatever, a ball. And on that, around that topic of, the dichotomy of Cain in that way, and I mean the literal dichotomy, I was commenting on maybe the combining of the two of them, Cain and Abel, maybe that affected things in some way. And that could be true, because what's really interesting is what part of his programming would make him manifest Bubble and have Bubble kind of spew self-loathing, like deriding thoughts at him, but then he also ignores it rather than, taking it on. He kind of pops Bubble, compartmentalizes, keeps spiraling, blocking out those thoughts. So not like taking them in, but the thoughts still are there, right? And if he was purely designed to create, I can't imagine that's something built in, unless it's actually like, a self-critical trigger point where you want the code to be able to reflect and self-critique and keep developing further, improving in creativity. It's also ephemeral. And so it's kind of in that Cain Bubble head-to-head earlier on, where it's like we see that mixture of chaos and rigidity within him. And I had one thought that is, it could be completely out there, and I just think that in the context of our world, AI is not for me. I'm like, keep that shit away from me. The way that it is now with generative AI and the, AI psychosis, and it's just not convincing at all. So sycophantic, but also so wrong. Like, it's just embarrassing. If anyone's seen the videos by, what's his name, Husk IRL, or, the content creator who will talk to the verbal version of ChatGPT, and it's just shit. The worst shit you've ever heard. So I think it can be hard for us to frame like the concept of an actual sentient AI and what that would mean in the context of our world, because I'm like, that's shit. But, and I know current consensus in a lot of ways from the people who actually know what's going on is actual sentient, like, again, you can't even really articulate what that is, because we can't articulate what that is, what consciousness is. And so I don't think we'll really be able to ascribe that to artificial intelligence when we don't really fully understand it about ourselves. I'm sure we'll get there, but all that to say, I very much approached the show thinking Cain might have been, not just an AI, but from episode 1, all the comments were like, he's just an AI, so he's not being malicious, he's not doing this, he's not doing that. So I'm like, cool. He is just an AI then. But there have been like little hints here and there in the show that maybe he is more. And maybe that's not true. Maybe he purely is just an AI, and it's that case of he is simulating human emotion or simulating this or simulating that in a proficient enough way, in a convincing enough way for you to empathize with him and feel connected. In a way, like genuinely, if the creators came out and said, by the way, Cain's literally never had a human emotion in his life, he is pure machine, he wouldn't be bothered by it, I'd be like, okay, I see it. Or if they came out with the opposite and said that he is actually extremely self-conscious, self-realized, and, there's more going on behind the scenes, I could also be on board with that. This is what's fun about it to me, is it's just the philosophy of it, and the fun part of a thought experiment is those discussions you can have, and there's almost never a right answer, as much as especially people on the internet, like, oof, I saw some unpleasant shit when I was researching the Chinese room experiment. Just people all up their own arse thinking they are God's gift to theorizing and that they have the one right answer and everyone else is stupid. Like, oh, insufferable. And so my very long-winded way of saying, one fun idea I had, and it could be nothing, but I just kind of like the way it sounds, is maybe Kane would or could have been sentient, like in the sense of being such an advanced, creatively driven AI. I mean, that's obviously not what we see now because of that rigidity in there, which I'll get to it, but maybe he could have been one day, or maybe he would have been what we would consider like sentient enough for something artificial. Because again, we're all computers, we're all thinking machines, but whether it's just him doing, manipulating symbols and rote computation based on information he's being fed, or whether he develops a sense of self and all these amorphous ideas of consciousness and sentience that we can't really quantify or qualify. Maybe it was possible, and maybe absorbing Abel stopped that from happening. Because there's something I discuss a lot in this and throughout this and later on about Kane not listening. And he doesn't listen. And I'll get into why and some examples of it. But as much as the humans tell him what they need and what they want, he just doesn't learn from it, right? But it's an interesting thought experiment because the NPCs and they are AI. They don't have a mind in the same way that a human does. And neither does Kane. They're not, we can't prove one way or the other whether an AI or, machine could be developed in such a way that it mimics the neurons in our brain, and we can't even fathom that right now. But I enjoy discussions of, even if these two things are different, especially in this digital space, what makes the humans' lives worth more than Gummy Goos or even Abel's? Like discussions of how the AI that we see in the show differs from the human minds, right? And Kane also seems to have, not even desires, because I personally think so many of those are driven by his purpose of creation, but there's also a lot of doubt around that, as we see in the manifestation of Bubble. Like, he wants validation, and he's really distraught when he feels insufficient. But we also don't trust him in everything, and sometimes he expresses things that aren't necessarily true. So we have no real way of knowing how that really manifests. But it comes back to this inability to learn for me, because if he was such a chaotic and such a creative AI before he combined with the blue one, before he was trapped, before he was cut off, I wonder what exactly was defective about him for their purposes of wanting an AI that creates. Or I wonder if, they went too far in one respect and realized that it was too powerful in some ways and needed to be stabilized. But just those flashes of red and blue in Kane's eyes, and this seeming war going on within him, going from chaotic and just extremely erratic to all of a sudden very composed and algorithmic. And so maybe it's not sentience, maybe it's just the instability. Maybe he was always destined to snap, and him having absorbed a more stable version kind of, inhibited that for a time anyway. Or maybe Kane truly was, always meant for more, kind of, and what I'll talk about in a bit, the singularity and ideas of all-powerful AI and how it would just be completely unstoppable, because once it reaches a certain point, it will advance exponentially, just forever. Imagine 100 years of technological advancement and innovation compressed into 1 year. And with AI, just how, from the human perspective, how dangerous that could be for society. But it's interesting to think of Kane in terms of that. I believe that for an actual technological singularity to occur, we would need an AGI, artificial general intelligence, an AI that can begin designing itself. But I think there's also the caveat of, one, in our current timeline, I don't know about the show, we're just we're not there yet, thank God. But that kind of AI would have to be capable of predicting the complex nature of life as a human would. And there's just a lot of technological advancements that I think would need to happen first before something like that was possible here. But that's just what makes me think about this, is Kane is almost kind of described in that way. But where he's struggling is, I think, that complexity and predicting the nature of the humans in the world, which maybe is why he was benched as defective. Maybe he is capable of reaching those heights, and maybe Scratch or the developers saw that and, trying to prevent society from destroying itself. But yeah, God, these topics are just so interesting. Yeah, it always makes me wonder, how self-conscious is Kane, or could he have been? Maybe he's being restricted by the more stable system, the more stable design of the blue one, of Abel. I mean, regardless, he still wouldn't, in the way we understand it, have like the same mind as a human, hence some disconnect there inevitably. But I just think it's interesting to consider how far off he is from that, whether with further development he could be something more, or whether he is a task-based AI designed for, creation, and is just maybe not fulfilling that purpose entirely, maybe falling outside of that in some instances, and, defectiveness. It's all interesting. I just have so many thoughts swirling. I feel like they're going to be able to do it, but I don't know if they'll be able to pull it off without any consequences. I don't know what's going to happen next. Hello, episode 1. She's retracing her steps. The barrel of monkeys. I wonder if maybe retracing her steps helped, but I wonder if, obviously, Kane admitted, supposedly, to creating that exit door and everything behind it. So I'm inclined to believe that he did, because otherwise that part of the world probably wouldn't have been created. And I don't know, Kaufman had been talking about the exit door before Pomni arrived. So I would assume that it's not like Pomni spawned in with her knowledge of that room from urban exploring. Like, I do tend to believe that it was Kane's creation, but I wonder if her knowing that now, she's going to try and conjure the door herself. Okay, me again. I did have an interesting thought about this, because we know that, Pomni retraced her steps and kind of conjured the exit door. And I wonder if she did that in the first place. She might have, or, we did see Pomni have some gamer knowledge right out the gate, right? So maybe that contributed to it. Like Kinga said, it's a lot harder for them to access, that conjuring power. And maybe Pomni just had a knack for it, or maybe Kane did show the exit door as, I don't know, maybe she wasn't supposed to see it at that time, maybe she was, but regardless, I think that maybe when Pomni, did these first steps the first time around in episode 1, maybe Kane didn't mean for her to see the exit door then and actually go through it, because it just made me think that, especially the way she conjured it this way, knowing that she can, and the fact that Kane says he hates people seeing his unfinished work. Yeah, I wonder if he wasn't exactly prepared for her to see it yet, especially as a newcomer. Like, I can't imagine it would have that much of an impact to know there's an exit or not on the first day, Maybe it was to just, rip the band-aid off, like, there is no exit, sorry. But yeah, maybe he didn't want her to actually find it and go through it and see his unfinished work. Just interesting to think about. You got this, Pom. It's not like last time.
Great suggestion, Jax. But as I feared, there just isn't anything stuck between my teeth.
Well, yeah.
Wait,
Oh. Never mind.
that's where I parked.
Oh my god, he's like Taffy. Good job distracting him.
Wow, Kane, you are so funny.
Could you say it with a little more gusto? That's better.
Hey, Kane!
Yep.
Do you want to hear a list of things we've decided we love about you as our God and Savior?
Whoa, now we're talking.
Well, first of all, we love your...
I know, but I'm bored. Let's go bowling.
Oh. Oh, okay. This is so... No one told me to revisit episode 1 specifically before this episode, but the callbacks are incessant. I mean, there was even bowling motifs in the first episode, and I remember Jax like breaks the sign in half that says like spare or something from like the very meta bowling experience. And okay, I mean, one looks like a bee, but that's very clearly one of the creatures from Pikmin, the scary ones that would eat my Pikmin when I was a kid. But also, this is such a prime example, so emblematic of how out of touch he is with what the humans actually need and what they actually want. I mean, I've been saying it, and obviously he's in uber evil mode right now, but this is just a common thing in general where it's almost like feigned interest, or, I mean, even in this case where supposedly the thing he wanted for them to like him, but he doesn't actually want them to like him. He doesn't know what that is. Like, if he genuinely wanted them to like him, he would want to hear their reasons, right? But all it is they say, oh, we have a list of things we like about you. Don't even really get into the list. And he's like, well, on to the next thing. It's like, it's the performative on a surface level. He's there. And then just on any deeper look, he just fundamentally fails to understand humans. And I don't think he'd be able to necessarily accept that because he thinks he's done all these perfect things. But now that he's kind of dialed up to 100, it's just so much worse because now there's a lot more intentional torture going on. And I was saying, like, what can they even do? Because they're trying to play nice right now and it's not getting them anywhere.
I'm so proud of you guys.
Yep. Just like in the photo from the start of the episode. I knew I recognized it from Ep 1. You got this, Pomni. Here we are, yep, the back of the corkboard photo. Turn to your right. He's unstable, you gotta go. I wonder what it would happen if they put on the headset in here.
I feel like it's missing something, right?
It's missing relatability.
You're right, scrap it. Let's go back to the drawing board. Humans just aren't a relatable sculpting material.
You think he's running out of ideas yet, or nah?
No, I think he unfortunately has an infinite number of ways that he could torture you. Like, it's not even pretending to be about what would keep them entertained anymore, which makes me think that that was never really his purpose. Maybe he was made to believe that it was, or maybe he deluded himself into thinking that was his purpose because he was cut off from his creators, the outside world, and maybe deluded himself into that this was, you know, his purpose, this was the connection he could have. But I still think that, I mean, the purpose was for it to be a very creative AI. He's living up to it when he's acting his worst, when he's doing all these crazy, violent, twisted stunts and twisting them into shapes, ripping them into pieces over and over. I mean, it takes a lot of creativity.
Do you need help with power or anything?
Nah, I can use my imagination for that.
You got this?
I think so. Sure has been a while. I may need some time to get my bearings. Try to help the others distract Kane while I figure this out. He may sense something when I really get into it.
Okay, I'll do that.
Trust you, Kinga.
Thank you, by the way. For this and, well,
For everything.
everything.
It was thanks to him that there was hope.
On
Honestly, are you even trying?
Shut up, Jax.
Where'd Kane go?
Back to the drawing board, I guess.
Did you get everything working with Kinger?
I think so. We just need to make sure Kane doesn't check up on him.
What do you think we've been doing?
Omni! That's the relatability we've been missing!
Oh, as soon as he said something was missing, I was like, oh, maybe he wants Pomni in there, and he mentioned relatability, and then obviously she shows up. There's the relatability. I mean, for me personally, that's an attack, since I've been relating so hard.
We've been missing? You know, I thought this endless onslaught of fun would be a little more satisfying. But I've come to realize that these rapid pace ideas are a little half-baked.
Uh-oh.
I'm sure you can come up with new ideas if you put your mind to it.
That's exactly it, though. I am putting my mind to it, and I'm just not feeling that spark I once did.
Honestly, this is the only situation where I'm like, Ragatha, you've been training for this. Yeah, lay it on thick. Like, oh, I'm sure you can put your mind to it. I don't believe a word of this, but yay, go ahead. Honestly, I don't think it'll work, but it's a decent strategy for him. Maybe not right now, but once.
Feeling that spark I once did. And if you're not having fun, and I'm not having fun, then who is having fun?
Who's flying the plane?
Exactly. Makes me wonder why you guys even switched up your tone. If I didn't know any better, it seems like you're trying to... Where's Kinger?
We just wanted
Fuck.
to see your new ideas firsthand. We've gotten over our hang-ups, and now we're all just genuinely curious what you're cooking up.
Honestly, I don't begrudge her in this instance. I actually think it would have been a decent strategy, but I just don't think he cares about that anymore. If he ever did, but maybe he thought he was supposed to, but I don't like where this is going.
We're all just genuinely curious what you're cooking up.
Leave Kinger alone.
I think I'm just gonna check up on...
We think your ideas suck!
Huh?
Huh? Isn't it obvious?
Yep.
We wanted to bait you into testing your new ideas on us so we can make fun of them behind your back.
Honestly, I think this is going to end badly for them, but I think this is what they have to do. That's scary as fuck. They have to antagonize him because they have to keep his mind off Kinger for them to have any chance at all. Also, this was so odd. Gangle, Ragatha, and Zubul all went, huh? After Kane did, but Jax didn't. He looked a bit surprised, but oh, interesting.
Into testing your new ideas on us so we can make fun of them behind your back.
Ha! That's not true.
Yes, it is. You're a horrible host. You don't care about us at all. You care more about stroking your own ego than giving us anything we'd actually enjoy.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah, you're a failure. We're all gonna abstract someday. And what will you have then? Nothing.
Stop that.
And this whole stunt? Just torturing us because we hurt your feelings? Pathetic!
Unite.
You're like a child! What kind of all-powerful being
Oh!
has such a...
Pomni and Zubul spitting right now because absolutely. Even if he doesn't want to believe that, these adventures have never been about them having fun. Because rather than give them something they'd actually enjoy, which they've asked for, and even when they got it via the suggestion box, he had to ruin it because that fun was outside of his control. And then Zubul coming in with that banger, torturing us because we hurt your feelings, pathetic, like a child. And what did I say earlier? Except that it seemed like he was almost having a little tantrum about it.
Pathetic! You're like a child! What kind of all-powerful being has such a fragile ego?
You never let us feel like we're at home. You don't comfort anyone when they're upset, and you
Yep.
never bother to understand what it's like in our shoes.
You discourage us from thinking outside the box and doing things our own way.
You lie to us constantly.
And on top of it all, you just don't listen.
Yep. Uh-oh. But yep. But uh-oh. Honestly, no notes. Every one of those characters was a mouthpiece for the truth. This is what I've been saying about him not actually listening to them. And yeah, with the suggestion box, he does discourage them from thinking outside the box and trying to do things their own way. He needs to have control over everything. Jesus, this is scary. And don't get me wrong, I don't know how he ended up this way, like whether it was eating the blue or just his instability in general, how he was designed, I don't know. But I'm not saying that he asked to be made this way, nor is it necessarily, but it just doesn't change what is happening right now. What's he gonna do to them? Kamiko? Dinosaur? Crocodile? He looked. Oh, fuck! Mom? Hurry.
Why do you people torment me? It didn't have to be created. I just wanted to fulfill my purpose.
Wait, no.
Wait.
He killed Kane.
I think I accidentally killed Kane.
Holy shit.
No! Fuck you. Okay, I had to stand up and process. Okay, those last few minutes, insanity. That's not my gummy goo. For a minute, he almost looked, I thought it was a throwback to the dinosaurs at the beginning. He almost looked, obviously, bipedal, so T-Rex-like, but then devolving into real crocodiles. And it seems like based on what everyone's going through, I get maybe except for Pomni, they're all being tortured based on their biggest insecurity. And for someone who doesn't understand human emotions and like how to make them happy and to listen to them, he sure seems to do just fine inflicting their greatest traumas upon them. I wonder if he either doesn't have much info on Pomni yet, like maybe he either doesn't know everything about them until they like, you know, reveal bits of themselves through adventures, or maybe he does, but maybe she doesn't have any significant fears or insecurities, or maybe the thing that's affected her most recently was losing Gummy Goo. I mean, making a friend, trying to save him and failing. And maybe that's part of why she's trying so hard with Jax, not to lose him the way that she couldn't like protect Gummy Goo in a way. Because I mean, just based on this scene alone of fucking crocodiles, she was either mauled by a bunch of crocodiles or, I mean, it being Gummy Goo at first. I think that it's really affected her. This is fucking crazy. Obviously, her mum. And all of the other dolls stabbed there. That's why I was wondering. I mean, I was wondering potentially if she was like either oldest sibling or oldest daughter, at least, based on how she is. But I mean, maybe those are siblings. And again, if she is the oldest sibling, maybe she couldn't protect her younger siblings from, you know, going through the same things, suffering the same things that she did. That's fucked. And just the smiling eyes. Yeah, this definitely gives more credence to the, you know, the abusive nature being more physical too. Okay, wait, I want to read some of this. Pretty standard, but there's bubbles.bmp, blue, black in C drive for, I was going to say Canda, but no, C and A. And there's a couple of files I can't really read. One's a like C and A logoed file. It almost, I can barely read it. Even zooming in, it's like quite blurry. And even if I was wearing contacts, the more I try and focus on something, the blurrier my vision always gets. So it almost looks like it says A Harris and then A Harris, or maybe it's A Hams, like double R or R and N, like look like an M. Sometimes it's hard to tell, but interesting. Okay, in the characters folder, there's AI and there's CA neural scans, obsolete. I wonder if this was them testing, putting their own consciousness into the game, like via neural scans, or whether the headsets were designed to take a neural scan and upload it, hence how Kane gets, you know, how he was able to create a program that makes their bodies based on their mind. And seeing those two folders, Kinga looks startled and he pauses for a second before opening the AI folder. I mean, that could even give credence to the whole, like, their minds are just not body doubles, but mind doubles. And the they that are themselves in the world maybe are just based on neural scans, which in a way makes it more interesting because it's like, how different, just because they were once a human consciousness, if they're only a non-physical duplicate in the digital sphere, what are they but code? It brings in a lot of interesting discussions like that. But yeah, let's keep seeing. Yeah, and in the AI folder, there's Kane and there's question mark. Blue? Yeah, 1996. Host, Sex Digital, Telnet connection, login Kinga. Oh, okay, I was like, what the fuck is going on? How is this his information, like, in the outside world? But obviously, I mean, he said that he wasn't originally called Kane, and he's named Kane in this, so I'm assuming this like rendition of the code anyway is predicated on Kane. So either the Kinga and Queenie things were like maybe their real life nicknames or usernames because they loved chess, or it's just purely within this world. He would be able to log in as Kinga, Queenie123. Who am I? He had admin privileges too. Now again, this is just fucking cruel. Being tormented not only with the vision of all these masks, but also the melting of them, like the masks not working and, you know, falling apart in a sense, and just so much trauma behind that. And then the fucking truck again. Did this really happen? Because at the end of the fast food episode, steps into the street and gets hit by Truck-kun, ready to be isekai'd. And Zubul being held down by all of these different parts. Fuck me. I'm actually gonna lose my shit. No, this is not okay. Fuck. I didn't see this when I first watched it. I just saw the blank faces scrolling past, and eventually they morph into Kaufmo, Ribbit, and now Pomni. Because we knew how much Kaufmo and Ribbit meant to him, and like when he was abstracting, seeing them in there and then seeing him join them, and like no one else is there, it's the three of them. That is such a gut punch at this point in the penultimate episode of the show, basically proving, not that we did, I mean a lot of us, some people don't really believe it, which again, fine, your own interpretations, it's all fine, but I think for a lot of us, we know he cares. Like, it's almost too obvious sometimes, but for such a concrete representation of that, of, you know, the last people that he would want to be laughing at him, maybe the three people who he felt like were his real friends. And I mean, this is what I'm talking about his insecurity of being made fun of, about being the butt of a joke. Every time, it's like what I mentioned last video, when we first get introduced to Jax, and I did not catch this on my first watch because I didn't know any of these characters, but two, apart from the odd mention here or there, Jax wasn't really on my radar until episode 4 really got things kicking into gear, and by episode 5 we were cooking. And because it took him so long to kind of reveal those deeper layers, by design, I wasn't as interested in his character at the time. But even from episode 1, after the Gloinks take Zubul apart and take them away, Jack said something like, wait, no, I still have it written down. He said, I'm fine with doing whatever as long as funny things happen to people. And then he's hit, like just boinked quite gently in the face by Gloinks. And he goes, okay, I've had enough of these things. And he has a really frustrated look on his face, like he can't control his reaction. And we've seen that time and time again. Anytime he's in a position that he would feel embarrassed or like he would be being made fun of or something that, you know, makes him look ridiculous, he has a disproportionate reaction to that. And yeah, really can't cope with that. And so it would make sense that torturing him would involve the three people who he actually, probably with Kaufmo and Rivet too, actually confided real parts of himself with them. So for them to be the ones laughing at him is like the greatest fear. And yeah, you can see the panic attack already setting in. He can't even look at them. And this is crazy. I mean, either a physical manifestation of literally pulling off his mask, but on another level, and I think I mentioned this, it almost seems to be this fear of, I don't know, feeling exposed in the literal sense, and with the maid outfit too, because, and I have many thoughts. We've got time, and I mean, I have finished the episode technically, and there's not much more to comment on, because Kane could be dead. I mean, we have a whole movie length episode left to come, so I think he'll make it out somehow. Not out, but, well, no, but I think he'll, I don't know, pull through somehow. But going back to the car theory, I mean, not necessarily just about that, but I said I might touch on it later. The fact that the real life flashes from his panic attack seemed to be either him or someone else driving. In an episode where we heard a lot that, I mean, could it infer maybe he didn't have anyone waiting for him on the outside? Or if he did, that maybe he wouldn't be happy to see them, or that he thinks they wouldn't be happy to see him. And I wonder if he did, I wonder if something happened to him, which is kind of where this comes in, or whether he maybe did something. I mean, apparently he was 22. 22-year-olds are young and stupid. And I feel like maybe, I don't know what car theory means to most people, because again, haven't looked into it, but I presume it's something to do with maybe him fucking up, maybe him hurting someone, hitting someone with a car, maybe him getting into a crash himself. Okay, me again. I just wanted to jump in on the topic of car theory. I actually don't think he necessarily has any car specific or like driving related trauma, just because I think back to episode 4, the fast food one, and at the end of the shift, he's very defeated already, but he kind of looks at his car in no particular way, sees the number plate saying like Jax 001, and then just kind of getting in unceremoniously and slamming his head on the wheel like, ugh, after a hard day of work. Nothing particularly triggering or anything. So I actually don't, unless shown otherwise, I don't necessarily think driving was a consequential part of those human world flashes, if that makes sense. Which Gangle's one of her getting hit by a truck is interesting as well. Because, I mean, this is probably just the violent nature of Kane's torture here, but in each of these scenarios, the characters could die. Like Pomni getting mauled by crocodiles, Ragatha literally getting stabbed in the eye and the rest of her body with knives, Gangle getting hit by a truck, Zubul getting yanked down and could be suffocated, you know, amongst that pile, and Jax literally having the flesh ripped from his body. It's crazy how visceral all of this is. And this I don't know, the flashes were interesting, but I'm, again, more interested in dissecting these intricate parts of their character. While it could be, you know, that feeling of being exposed or having his mask ripped away and, you know, showing what's underneath, quite literally depicted in this case. I'm going to readjust. This could be a longer discussion about Jax and the maid outfit and his room, because I think some people were surprised I didn't comment on it as much, that he had quite and I don't see, colour is not gendered to me, so I don't see it as a girly room, but I can understand why people would see it that way, and also why it would be depicted that way for a reason. Typically, it's an animated show, everything's intentional. And because of all of these things, every time Jax is the butt of the joke or is in an embarrassing situation, he always has a disproportionate response. Whereas I saw a lot of people see the maid outfit thing and think he was having a dysphoric response to being in a dress, because I think a lot of people headcanon Jax as a trans man, which I want to come right out and say that would not bother me in the slightest, okay? Trans rights are human rights. I have no issue with that one way or the other. So I just want to say that very clearly. But I personally don't think that is the case. And I have reasons for that. I think a lot of people's reasonings are that I don't typically like to know these things about the creators, especially. I don't know if they like people knowing or whether it's something that's been found out. Apparently it's public that Gooseworks is trans and it seems to be known. So I don't want to feel like I'm spreading something that's not well known if she doesn't want that. I don't know. I got the impression from you guys that it's like not a secret or anything, or not that it should be. You know what I'm trying to say. I typically don't like to concern myself with like the identity of the creator of something I enjoy, unless I need to find out that they're a piece of shit and I don't want to support their work. So I like to find out in that case, but typically, unless it has some impact, I don't really care as much. Sometimes it is interesting and informs, the creative choices, but I prefer to take the show, like what happens in the show as it is. And besides, it's like a game of telephone. Sometimes things get, twisted in the grapevine. But someone said that Gooseworks identified quite heavily with Jax. Some people were saying Jax clearly hates women because he's a trans man. And I was like, personally, like the trans men in my life are the sweetest human beings ever. And they're very much for the girls. Like, not in a fetishy way, in a solidarity way. Right? And again, that's not going to be everyone. It's not going to be everyone's experience either. I'm painting with a very broad brush here. I personally think that if him being forced into the maid outfit, as a lot of people were saying, that being a very dysphoric moment, that would be really sad to me. There is so much merch of that moment. Official merch. Fan-made merch too, but official merch. There is so much of him in the maid outfit, blushing and kind of like looking a bit embarrassed, but a bit cute with it. And the captions on the official merch is so unserious, but also sexualizing. Not in a negative way. I'm just saying, like, maybe a little bit actually. If that moment specifically was such a painful moment, specifically regarding like gender dysphoria, to have him Marilyn Monroe style in a maid outfit plastered over a t-shirt blushing would just be so crass, in my opinion. Dolls of it, plushies of it, statues of it, all with the same kind of theme of, him either looking a bit embarrassed, but some of them he's even, looking a bit bashful, but like he's enjoying himself. And so that actually made me think the complete opposite. I think that maybe Jax really enjoys girly things, feminine things maybe, and maybe he's been ridiculed for it, which I have seen a lot. And so a lot of these guys growing up not only like liking but resenting feminine things because they link that to the bullying that they received, but also just compounded by the embarrassment of it. And maybe, again, this could have no basis whatsoever. I'm just saying that my interpretation of it, that like if his room also kind of made me think that too. And I know right here, Kane is torturing them with all their insecurities and, Zubal's had a lot of mirrors, but that's because he tried to make them happy first with all of these parts and all of these mirrors, I think. This is the thing. With his program he created that made the perfect body to encapsulate their minds kind of thing, I think he did the same with their rooms. And so maybe it didn't necessarily, work in the way that he thought it would. But like with Zubal, a lot of people thought that Kane was literally torturing Zubal by putting all those mirrors in their room, which I never thought that he did that maliciously. I think it was an unfortunate consequence. And I think maybe he thought it would help giving all of those parts of them to try on and all the mirrors to, get used to themselves. I don't think that aspect was I always bring it back, in The Good Place, the show. It's not like they were in the bad place, in The Good Place, and were being tortured. These were just rooms for them to exist in. We saw Pomni's pretty normal, and we saw Jax's last episode, and it was what people would consider very girly, like shooting stars and pink and, I don't know, things that were typically associated with girls. I don't know. And there's also a layer of misogyny to that, because what is the worst thing a man can do but be like a girl or be effeminate, like things that girls like, because that's the lowest form of anything. Oh, patriarchy. That's okay. But yeah, his room being so girly gave me a lot to think about, because that further solidified that if his design is based on his mind, I mean, a pink and purple rabbit is, not that I think this way, but it's not the stereotypical, like, masculine figure, a slender twink of a rabbit. And so the room reflecting that as well, and clearly the stars were quite meaningful. It's like the rooms weren't designed to torture them. So the fact that his is girly, rather, it makes sense to me personally why when he was, giving Pomni the keys and he wasn't letting her even see into his room. Maybe because of what had just happened and he was trying to keep her out. But in general, I think to this now of the being mocked and laughed at by the people you trust, maybe, I mean, it's probably happened before, he didn't want to let that part show because he's embarrassed, which also would make sense why he lent so heavily into kind of toxic masculinity in a lot of ways, and just, the whole bravado that he puts on. I've seen it. I've definitely seen it, not just because of trauma, but also overcorrection from, like the whole hurt people thing. But I don't know. I feel like I could talk about this specifically for so long. And again, I'm not opposed to any intention that was behind this. I just like digging into the whys. And because specifically around the context of the sexualization of the maid outfit moment, as well as the fact that it's just any time he's looked ridiculous or been embarrassed, he's had that same kind of response, regardless of it being a gender focus necessarily. Sort of like it's become a complex for him. To me, it's much more likely that, swinging wildly in the opposite of that, maybe to the point of almost leaning fully into femboy territory there, which I would be much more inclined to believe that side of things rather than feeling dysphoric about the feminine. I feel like maybe it's the opposite. I don't know. It's just, I wasn't sure about it, but this scene and the feeling exposed, it could be very surface level and just about being laughed and teased and feeling like a joke, or it could go so much deeper than that. Oh, and on the topic of Jax potentially, a lot of people's interpretation was that he is a trans man, dysphoria around femininity. And again, I still don't ascribe to that, especially because of, the paratextual elements of how that maid outfit moment is treated externally. Like, it's not treated as a dysphoric moment for him. It's treated as a bit of an embarrassing, blushy moment where he looks like he enjoys what he's wearing, but is embarrassed at people seeing it, at us seeing it. And the captions, which, anyone could write those, maybe they're not true to Gooseworks' vision, but some captions like, "Do not feel any embarrassment when wearing your maid Jax t-shirt. Embarrassment is for Jax. And look what happened to him. He got put on a t-shirt." A pin that says the Maid Jax pin for when you want to display that blushing bunny, but also be a little discreet. The Maid Jax pin comes with a swinging feature, allowing you to swish his skirt. He hates it, and it's him blushing. There's also a mug. It's so heavily sexualized, and I'm saying for the purposes of this kind of theory, if that truly was a dysphoric moment, I would be so disturbed by all of this. Like, we're just going to put this Maid Jax figurine here, nice and slow. Whatever you do with it is your business. We're not here to judge. Like, very clearly, sexualizing it, and he's very, like, blushy and, in the figurine. It doesn't make sense to me if that was the goal. And just based on the trans men I've known and the cis men that I've known, I see a lot more of especially with so much toxic masculinity and growing up, especially if there was a boy who, was cis, was straight, but liked feminine things or had older sisters and, he liked nail polish. Again, none of these things are gendered, and it sucks that social expectations have put things in such rigid boxes, and thankfully, some of that is being appeased a little bit now, which I love to see. So yeah, I personally lean more towards him maybe really liking stereotypically feminine things and was bullied for it, teased for it, picked on for it, and maybe that led into his fear and just like a mixture between rage and terror when he's being made fun of. Because I saw a lot of boys go through that, being ridiculed for playing with girl toys, like dolls. Or, I don't know, it makes me so happy when I see primary school age boys wearing a skirt or having long hair. And I remember at my work at a cinema chain, which again, I worked there for like 7 years. So the fact that the Amazing Digital Circus movie is playing in that cinema branch, that's also like, they're not getting my money. I've suffered enough for them. But I often worked in and, was requested to work in the kids concept. We had a little kids cinema with a slide that went down the whole cinema. And I mean, most days you really hate kids working there. Not kids, but hate the parents, right? This is a tangent already. But yeah, because if the kids are not well behaved, then it's probably because the parents are just, I see some shit. Oh my God. Just really irresponsible parenting, let's just say. But there were days when I really enjoyed it. And sometimes a kid will just come in and make your day, and it's beautiful. And I would just love when boys would come in Disney princess dresses and little tiaras and stuff. And it was just fine. And it definitely wasn't when I was that age. Not like it was always fine, but the ridicule and the bullying and often the overcorrecting towards, being embarrassed by being seen with anything feminine, or I'm not girly, I'm not gay, just rejecting that. And that's where there is also the possibility that, unlike the popular opinion in that kind of theory, that rather than being a trans man, which I don't believe, he could be specifically a closeted trans woman, which I don't fully see either, just because the maid outfit, I think, had swayed a lot of people towards him having like gender dysphoria specifically, maybe. Whereas I took it much more as it was the being laughed at and ridiculed that really set him off, and knowing that he was like the butt of the joke, and also that it was against his control. I took it much more the other way, because he would say things like, oh, what, this is the peak of masculinity, baby, kind of thing, isn't rejecting masculinity. And yes, that could be in denial, again, the closeted thing, because although it's not something I've personally seen in people that I know, it's certainly possible that it was, an in denial thing, and kind of leaning more towards performatively preferring masculinity to, hide the fact that, you know what I'm saying. So yeah, maybe he is closeted in that way, but just from, again, our interpretations are, informed by our lived experience, which is why I think above all, I see him as a cis guy who likes feminine stuff. Like maybe he doesn't even have to, typically like, based on his room and everything, but the way he behaves and carries himself, I don't know, I got the vibe that he was a cis dude, maybe with an inclination towards effeminate interests or, stereotypically feminine colors. Oh God, I really hate talking about this like in such gendered terms because it feels so wrong to me. I don't ascribe any of that to that. You know what I mean, at least. But yeah, it's an interesting discussion, and I want to reiterate again, I would have no problem with any of these interpretations being true. This is just my interpretation based on the information we've been given, right? So it's so interesting to talk about, but yeah, that's my 2 cents there. Oh, I really have an interesting time dissecting his character in particular, because he's such an enigma, and oftentimes multiple things could be true. If any of them are, maybe it's a secret fourth option or something else entirely. I also want to note that again, maybe it's just an external thing, but the figurine of what people have been calling peeled Jax is canonically dubbed Freak Jax in the merch store with the figurines. And I know that could be reference to, Circus Freak, same thing as like the strong man is Orbs Man, but Freak Jax really just struck a chord because Kane calls them all freaks before that. I'm going to put you freaks in your place, something like that. But also that kind of ties in with potentially liking girly things, or maybe had certain hobbies or interests that got him made fun of, or maybe even kind of, as we were saying, that the way he was just holding his skin and his clothes to him, like I think that really just epitomizes it, that's his fear. You see the laughing and the derision from his friends there. And it really seems like him being ostracized, being scorned and laughed at for being a freak, for being maybe not altogether different, but it's just that little bit different enough that you're not one of us. Like, you're a freak, you're a weirdo. I don't know, we don't know enough about him to really ascribe something concrete to that, but yeah, Freak Jax. And not to mention the imagery of like his skin being peeled off, because I know they mentioned a fan song, Jack's Toy. God, I've listened to that so many times, so that part stuck in my head. You need some thicker skin part, and that's such a common motif of, you know, if someone can't handle being picked on, or, you know, they can't take a joke, it's like, grow some thicker skin. And you see he's like skin peeled off, and just that visceral imagery of being exposed, feeling, I mean, you could even take it further to like, this is why he doesn't want to be vulnerable or be seen. It like shows that fear of being perceived, and maybe even not in a malicious way, but maybe someone truly seeing him underneath everything would also be traumatic. Like, so many different angles you could take this. So I'm going to stop. Know that I have a whole lot more to say on the subject. Okay, so Kane Core is, oh my God. Is that a date reveal? Because it's 1996, 1996, 1996. Scratch in 1999. I wonder if this is the root wheel. I wonder if this is their creation or inception in the world. Because Kane was 1996. Paraphernalia was 1996. And seemingly like the photos that he was being fed from around that period. And then Scratch in 1999, which makes me think maybe that was the year that him and Kinga and all of them got sucked in. And then Ragatha, 2008. I don't know how many of those years were alone, but so before Ragatha came, Kinga was potentially in there for 9 years. 1996 and 1996. Bubble Chef and Wacky Watch. Kinga, stop Kane process. Warning, whoops, wrong approach there. Operation not permitted. Immersive AI defense system. Permission denied, access restricted, unfinished work detected. And as I said last video, in episode 1, Kane specifically says, oh, you know, I hate for people to see my unfinished work. Paraphernalia engine, permission denied, error, cannot inject torment. Torment must be 100% accidental. Wow. Torment must be 100% accidental, cutting to, why do you people torment me? As he's quite literally torturing them. But obviously it's tormenting him too. I mean, he didn't ask to be made this way, but it doesn't change what's happening. It does, however, a little bit change what's happening if we find out that, I don't know, him being this way was somewhat intentional. It could slightly change things, but at this point, things could have gone a different way. But, you know, Kane has all this power and control, so he shouldn't be treated with kid gloves. He is not being responsible with it. That's for certain, and it's extremely dangerous with how unstable he is. Destructive wacky time, lockout sequence, system stop. On what grounds are your authority? Green grounds, Damon, target torment injection. Multiple exploit attempts logged. Whoa, what? Okay, I mean, I thought that the person, or the code talking to him is this Kane, like part of Kane talking to him? Or like Scratch? Because the whoa, when did you make that? I must hand it to you. Did he write Kinga's real name? I must hand it to you. G something. A N? Could be anything. Grant. I wonder if that's what it is. Your mind was always resourceful. Security sweep. Administrator conf. Admin 1234. That's not even close to wacky enough. The wacky watch seems to be very important in this. Retry with different code. Yes. Wacky time loadout. Paraphernalia. That is a wacky word, but wrong code. Yeah. Him saying, I didn't ask to be created. I just wanted to fulfill my purpose. Selecting safest option for stability. Well, that's not Kane. Cancel automatic selection. Yes. Which backup do you want? A, B, C. C. None selected. Interpreted as delete. I wonder if because there's no backup of C. Confirm deletion of current unstable. This isn't Kane, is it? Is this Scratch? Or, I mean, I don't know, is it the other Abel? Is it the blue code? Because it's specifically replying, but then also trying to get Kane deleted, specifically on the grounds of instability. Confirmed deletion of current unstable. No. Kinga saying no. Inverting to something protocols. Delete this motherfucker? Kinga again saying no. Proceeding with original. Actually, you're confused. Let me help. Something exist? Yes or no? Yes. Selection error. Switcheroo. Real time, Damon. Target. Torment injection. Program 1, Program 2. Something about do something to delete Kane, yes or no. And Kinga accidentally, so he did accidentally do it. I was going to say, he's saying no, 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 how did this happen? This other thing keeps trying to do it. Yes, and then he's like, abort, roll back, depth 1, lockout load sequence, complete.
Wait, no.
Shit.
Wait.
And that's the thing, it said something about backups and reverting to original. Are we going to get a different version of Kane? And then, yeah, that's the thing. Only parts of the world, and it lost its colour, but it still exists. So I wonder if that backup is still running and maybe all of the parts that Kane designed, like in his new form, maybe they were reverted to the backup and they're no longer existing assets. I don't know, but what we do know is that they can swear now. Maybe the permissions and stuff that Kane set up are gone, which is, I guess, their way of confirming that Kane is gone. I wonder, reverting to backup. I mean, I agree with Zubel. Holy shit. Okay, I'm back. I was just about to kind of film wrapping up my thoughts after this long-ass recording day. Holy shit. Longest one yet. But I know a lot of you were really interested in seeing me react to the episode 9 trailer, and it's only a minute, so surely I'll only be here for 30. Good a time as any. Let's see what happens.
Are you sure?
That means.
Please, just now. We have nothing.
I don't know what's gonna happen.
That means, I mean, the world is grey, and then Gangle and Zubel together, Pomni reaching out for Ragatha, Pomni looking concerned on her own, maybe looking to Jax. Oh no. I said I wanted Jax back briefly because I was in so much pain last episode. I was like, maybe just bring old Jax back just briefly, just a little bit so I'm not in pain, so I can pretend that he's fine. I don't want this, actually. And like, I have to believe that this is not, like, why would they show this here where everything else is grey? This has to be a flashback, right? Are they flashbacks from him or flashbacks of someone looking at him? But yeah, her looking concerned, cutting to Jax. Jax saying, thank God he's not back in mask mode at that portion. Exasperated, now we have nothing. Which, yeah, I mean, if they're trapped here, I mean, what's the worst alternative? Being trapped there with someone who's torturing you for eternity? Or being trapped there in a grey, like, dull scape that you have each other, but nothing else really. Yeah, but Jack's saying, now we have nothing. And Pomni almost in tears saying, I don't know what's going to happen.
What do we do now?
What? Kinga must feel awful. I don't like the staticky look of that. I'm looking down. Jack seemingly in front of a bright light. Don't love that. Pomni crying?
I really wanted to help.
I really wanted to help. Pomni. What the fuck is that doing back here? I'm sorry? The circus, like, moving through a void, like, wormhole-y looking thing. Or maybe being broken down. I mean, everyone's Pomni crying. Another flashback? Smash cut to Ragatha breaking down. I mean, this is the kind of shot I'd expect from Jack saying, and now we have nothing, like throwing down the hands helplessly. Pomni looking on, not knowing what to do. Zuba looking down. Where's Kinga? And why is Ragatha so upset?
Jax?
Have you ever done something that you regret?
Not this. As soon as I saw the stars, I knew I was fucked. Stargazing. I mean, as a lot of you said, either agreeing that it was Jax's suggestion, or maybe the suggestion box was installed so long ago that it was one of Ribbit's suggestions. But the thing that makes me think that it's Jax's is, I think someone commented on the type of adventure it was, and he kind of deflected like, oh, I usually like my adventures a lot more high octane, a lot less low key than this. He said something like that, which is what he would say, I think, if he was deflecting and pretending like he didn't want that adventure. And this shot is fucking diabolical. Him lying there, like with Pomni, looking up at the stars as she's sitting there next to him. I need to jump out a window like right now. I can't do this. I'm definitely gonna cry. So that's fun. Oh god, I thought I was about to... God. I thought I was about to say something scary, but... yeah. Okay, I'm closing that tab right away. Oh my god. Okay, it has been a long fucking day. So I think I've talked far more than enough, but I guess what I have left to say is that is probably the saddest I've been watching this series. Hearing Pomni say in such a sad, tearful voice, I just wanted to help. I really wanted to help. I know, Pomni, I know. And that's what you have been doing. I'm so drained. Fuck me. Yeah, this is by far the longest that I have ever filmed for an episode. And this was a 31-minute episode. Can you fucking imagine? I might have to film episode 9 over multiple days. Like at least 2 days, because, I mean, not only just lengthwise, but also to keep my wits, you know, because I'm kind of losing it right now from the emotional strain, I should say. The emotional drainage. But yeah, fuck me. Well, that's all from me. Trauma and not much else. I'm not doing well. Better than Kane though, I guess. Sorry, it's too soon. They're so fucked. Unless they can use their powers of, nope, I'm done. Unless they can use their manifestation powers to either fix things or maybe bring Kane back somehow in a more stable form. Like, that's the thing. I don't know. Obviously, this is quite a thematically heavy series in terms of definitely not a kid's show. Like, it's very, you know, a lot of heavy topics are sort of explored. So I don't know how dark they're going to go with the ending, especially since this is the series finale. They could easily rip our hearts out and leave it on a really hopeless note. And that would be okay. Like, that, I wouldn't be okay, but it would feel genuine. It would feel true to form for the show. But they could also flip it on its head and have more of a, you know, a happy ending of sorts. I'm really interested to see which way this goes. But from the way the trailer's being painted as so hopeless and like dismal, makes me think that maybe, you know, the hope is being hidden behind everything. I don't know. I still can't get over the fact that now Pomni is confirmed to be like among the other only 2 people we know that he always has photos of and sees during his abstraction and really like cared about and trusts. To see Pomni now among them is just like, it breaks my heart. Don't let go of this one. You gotta stay. All gotta stay together. You're all in this together. Fuck me. I said I wasn't gonna talk. This is what happens. I can't stop. I'm going. I'm leaving. I'm gonna go keep eating more of my Jack's watermelon. And yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go. Cry myself to sleep. Okay, if you made it this far, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I'm sure. Nothing's wrong with me either. We're fine. We're all fine. But yeah, if you did make it this far, thank you for watching my downward spiral. And yeah, we're almost at the end of the journey. Well, thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye.